Please remain standing for the singing of the national anthem.
Bayang magiliw, perlas ng sinanganan, alam ng puso, sa dibdib mo'y buhay. Upang hinirang, duyan ka ng magiting, sa manlulupig, di ka pasisiil, sa dagat at bundok, sa simoy at sa langit mong bughaw, may dilag ang tula at awit sa paglayang minamahal. Ang kislap ng watawat mo'y tagumpay na nagniningning, ang bituin at araw niya kailan pa may di magdidilim. Lupa ng araw ng luwalhatit pagsinta, buhay ay langit sa piling mo. Aming ligaya na pag may mga api, ang mamatay ng dahil sa'yo.
Pwede na po tayong umupo. Ito na. Ha? Let us proceed now to the calling of the roll. Do I hear a motion to dispense with the calling of the roll?
Mr. Chair,
Congressman Nakop.
may I respectfully move that we dispense with the calling of the roll. So move, Mr. Chair.
Is there a second to the motion?
Second.
Duly seconded. Is there any objection? Hearing none, the motion is carried. Madam Comsec, would you please acknowledge all the members present as well as recognize all the witnesses and guests or resource persons?
Thank you, Your Honor. We welcome to this committee hearing the following House members. Honorable Bienvenido M. Abante Jr., Senior Vice Chairperson from the 6th District of Manila. Honorable Vice Chairperson Romeo M. Acop from the 2nd District of Antipolo City. Honorable Jefferson F. Conghun, Vice Chairperson from the 1st District of Zambales. Honorable Joseph Jojo L. Lara from the 3rd District of Cagayan. Honorable Zia Alonto Adyong from the 1st District of Lanao del Sur. Honorable Jonathan Kit T. Flores from the 2nd District of Bukidnon. Honorable Ramon Rodrigo L. Gutierrez from One Rider Party List. Honorable Raul Daniel A. Manuel from Kabataan Party List. Deputy Majority Leader Honorable Jude A. Asidre from Tingog Party List. Honorable David J.J.C. Suarez, Deputy Speaker from the 2nd District of Quezon. Honorable Jervil Jinky Beatrix B. Luistro from the 2nd District of Batangas. Honorable Joseph Stephen Caraps Espaduano from Abang Lingkod Party List. Honorable Raul Angelo Gil D. Bongalon from Ako Bicol Party List. And Honorable Amparo Maria J. Zamora from the 2nd District of Taguig City. Welcome, Your Honors. Moving on to the resource persons who are present today. From the Office of the Vice President, we have with us Attorney Zulaika Laika T. Lopez, the Chief of Staff. Ms. Winnie G. Dallego, Chief of the Public Assistance Division. Attorney Rosaline L. Sanchez, Director for Administrative and Financial Services. Mr. Chris G. Sorongon, Lead Satellite, Panay and Negros Island Satellite Office. Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, sir. Ms. Regina Rosa D. Texon from the Davao Satellite Office. Ma'am. All right, thank you. Ms. Julieta Villa del Rey, Chief Accountant. Mr. Kelvin Jerome L. Tenido from the Chief Administrative Officer. And Ms. Maria Edeline A. Rabago, or Budget Division. Thank you. For the Commission on Audit, we have Attorney Gloria A. Camora, Attorney 5 for the ICFAO. We have Ms. Sailin May L. Del Campo, State Auditor, ICFAO. Mr. Fahad bin Abdul Malik Tumawi, State Auditor for NGAS, OVP. Ms. Zara Jane Fegalan, State Auditor. Ms. Imelda G. Celso, Supervising Auditor. We have Attorney Douglas Malilin, Director for COA ICFAO. Sir. We have Ms. Melinda S. Torrio, State Auditor 5, Ms. Norma E. Aquino, Director 3, NGAS Cluster 5 for Education and Employment, and Ms. Cecilia G. Ranieses, Director 3 for NGAS Cluster 1. We have from the Department of Budget and Management, Mr. Rolando U. Toledo, Undersecretary. Sir, thank you for coming. Ms. Rosario S. Nunes, Division Head. Ms. April Ann R. De Los Trinos, Acting Service BMS. Director Vivian L. Labastilla, Director 4 for Budget Management Bureau F. And Assistant Director Joanna Victoria N. Galarpe, Director 3 for Budget and Management Bureau F. We have from the Bureau of Treasury, Attorney Jericho A. Cadorna, OIC Complaints and Investigation Division. We have Ms. Concepcion Austria, OIC Director as well, the Regional Office. Moving back to the Department of Management, we have Ms. Mary Anzi de la Vega, Assistant Secretary, Director Elena Regina S. Brillantes, BMBC, Attorney Sara Jane C. Abuel, Legal Service, Mr. Christine Love A. Morales, BMS2, Mr. John W. Castillo, Chief BMS. From DepEd, we have Ms. Celeste Elco, Assistant Secretary. We have Undersecretary for Administration, Attorney Mel John L. Verzosa. Undersecretary for Procurement, Mr. Gerard L. Chan. Former Undersecretary, Major General Nolasco A. Mempin. Assistant Secretary, Brigadier General Noel Baluyan. Former Assistant Secretary for Procurement, Attorney Reynold Munsayak. And Chief Administrative Officer of Procurement Planning and Management Division, Ms. Maria Teresa Pulgar. If there are any resource persons or witnesses that we have not acknowledged, pardon me, Your Honor. Additional for the Office of the Vice President, Mr. Norman B. Baloro, Director for Operations Office. If there are any other resource persons I have failed to recognize, please approach the mic. Attorney Michael Wesley Powa, former spokesperson of the DepEd, Your Honor. Nasabi ko na kanina. Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay na, Comsec? Okay, we will now proceed to the next item in our agenda, the approval of the minutes of the previous meetings. Do I hear we have here the minutes of the November 5, 2024 meeting. Do I hear a motion?
Mr. Chair,
Congressman Acop?
may I respectfully move that we dispense with the reading of the minutes conducted last November 5 and consider it as approved. So moved, Mr. Chair.
Is there any seconds? Duly seconded. Is there any objection? Hearing none, the motion is carried. Magandang umaga po sa lahat. Today, we continue our pursuit of the truth and our attempts to make sense of the way which hundreds of millions of public funds were used. We are fortunate today to have received letters from some officials from the Office of the Vice President who have committed to finally appear. And sana ay matulungan nila kami sa aming patuloy na pag-unawa sa mga issue na ito. To recall, sa mga nakaraang pagdinig natin, ating nakilala ang hindi kapani-paniwalang katauhan nakatanggap ng confidential fund na may ngalang Mary Grace Piatos. Si Mary Grace ay isa lang din sa halimbawa ng mga kaduda-duda na impormasyon na binibigay ng mga acknowledgement receipt na isinumite ng OVP at ng DepEd sa kanilang pagpapaliwanag ukol sa paggamit ng confidential funds. Noong nakarang linggo ay pinaunlakan na ng mga career public officials ng OVP ang ating imbitasyon. Bagaman kinailangan pang maglabas ng sabpina at testifikandum upang sila ay dumalo. With the help of these career public officials, may mga nalaman po ang taong bayan ukol sa paggastos ng funds ng OVP. At this point, magbibigay lamang ako ng isang observation muna. Tila ang mga napadalang representatives ng OVP ay onti lamang ang nalalaman tungkol sa confidential funds. Kung ito ba ay dahil sa kanilang status dahil career officials at hindi mga nasa inner circle ng Vice President, hindi pa natin alam. Gayunpaman, dahil sa kanilang pagdalo, ating nakuha ang kumpirmasyong dadalawa lamang ang may alam talaga kung saan at paano nagagastos ang confidential fund sa Office of the Vice President at sa Department of Education. Ito ang Head of Agency at ang Special Disbursing Officer or SDO. Sa OVP, ang mga ito ay nasa katauhan ni Vice President Sara Duterte at SDO na si Ms. Gina F. Acosta. Sa DepEd naman, nasa katauhan ito ni Vice President Sara Duterte at SDO na si Mr. Edward D. Fajarda. Napag-alaman din natin ang SDO ang isa sa mga nagbibigay paliwanag sa mga Audit Observation Memorandum ng Commission on Audit ayon sa pahayag ng opisyal ng OVP. Isa pang napag-alaman natin ang tila bang kaguluhan pagdating sa confidential funds. Sa nakaraang pagdinig, ating nakita na kahit may guidance na sa Joint Circular number 2015-01 ukol sa confidential expenses at confidential funds, isa sa mga resource person natin ang nagpahayag na ang confidential activities katulad ng surveillance activities in relation to confidential funds ay ginagamit in relation to the mandate of the agency, which mandate pertains to the general operations of the agency. Ngunit nakabibigla ang pahayag na ang confidential fund is not a separate item on top of either good governance or socio-economic program delivery. It is within that program. Nagmukhang ang confidential funds ay ginamit upang mag-augment ng pondo ng regular na programa ng OVP at hindi ginamit sa hiwalay na programang may kinalaman talaga sa confidential expenses or surveillance activities to support the mandate or operations of the agency. Katakataka din ito sapagkat sa mga nagdaang pagdinig, hindi rin mandato ng OVP ang national security at peace and order bagamat may programa itong good governance. Ito marahil ang dapat gawan ng batas, bumalangkas ng panukalang magbibigay direksyon sa mga ehensya sa paggamit ng confidential funds at anong aktibidad ang confidential activities at ang tamang pagsusuri nito ng ating mga ahensya na may oversight. Nakapagbigay linaw din ang mga opisyal ng OVP sa tanong kung bakit biglang tumaas nang minsan ay humigit 400% ang expenses ng kanilang opisina. Itong araw ay dahil sa operation ng mga satellite offices. Ang mga satellite offices ng OVP ay kumukonsumo sa higit kalahati ng pondo ng OVP. Sila ay palaging iniimbitahan, ngunit hanggang sa araw na to, mailap na dumalo at ayaw sagutin ang mga katanungan sa pondo ng bayan. Mas mabilis sanang masasagot ang katanungan at malulutas ang mga isyu ng ating pagdinig kung sa simula pa lang ay nagpaabot na ng pakikipagtulungan sa pamamagitan ng pagdalo ang mga opisyal ng OVP. Napatunayan sa nakaraang pagdinig na ang nagpagsasabi ng totoo dito sa Kamara, dito sa House Blue Ribbon Committee ay hindi dapat ikabahala. At the end of the day, ang aming mandato ay magsabatas ng mga panukalang makatutulong sa pondo ng bayan at mapigilan ang katiwalian sa pamahalaan sa pamamagitan ng mga panukalang ito. Maraming salamat po. We will now proceed to the administrative matters. I now call on the committee secretariat to provide the committee an update on the invitations, requests, correspondences, submissions, and compliance.
Your Honor, in sum, the agencies have provided the committee the requested documents in the previous hearings. However, with regard to COA, they manifested that they are having problems with some of the voluminous documents, particularly OVP documents, which Mr. Tomawis will state later. For the contempt and arrest orders, it has been transmitted by the LSB to the law enforcement agencies. We not in attendance today are Ms. Acosta, Ms. Gina F. Acosta, and the spouses Mr. Edward D. Fajarda and Attorney Sunshine Chari A. Fajarda. However, in the previous meeting, they have sent their letter request to lift the contempt and arrest orders, Your Honor. For the rest of the other resource persons, they have sent their excuse letters for their non-appearance today, Your Honors. Thank you. May I please also recognize Mr. Attorney Vicente G. Ongcad from the Bureau of Immigration and Mr. Christopher M. Cancino, Director 3, Special Services Sector of the Commission on Audit. That's it, Your Honor.
Mr. Chair, sorry.
Congresswoman Pami Zamora, you're recognized.
I'd like to refresh the memory of everyone. I remember that the committee cited in contempt 4 individuals. That was the November 11 hearing of this committee. They are Mr. Lemuel Ortonio, Gina Acosta, Sunshine Fajarda, and Mr. Edward Fajarda. And after they were cited in contempt, these 4 individuals, I believe, were issued with the penalty of being detained at the premises of the House of Representatives for a period up to the time that a committee has submitted a committee report. And may I just confirm, Mr. Chair, with the COMSEC, the status of these contempt orders, whether these 4 officials were already, have they been arrested or detained?
COMSEC?
Yes, Your Honor. I would refer to the activity report of the LSB. They have submitted to the committee an activity report from the Philippine National Police, Eastern Police District. They stated that the Office of the Vice President said that they could not present the said individuals because they are on official travel. So the LSB and the law enforcement agencies were unsuccessful in taking into custody the said individuals, Your Honor.
All
Congressman
right.
Pami?
So if ganon, in view of their non-attendance and the fact that the LSB cannot find them, I move that the contempt order and the arrest order be forwarded immediately to the Bureau of Immigration in order to prevent these officials from fleeing the country. Let's avoid that and evading arrest. And for the BI to issue, when warranted, the necessary lookout bulletin order or alert list order. I also move that the committee closely coordinate, Mr. Chair, with the PNP and the NBI in order to effect the arrest of these individuals who aren't present, and to, after which, immediately turn them over to the House of Representatives. I so move, Mr. Chair.
Madam
Second,
Chair,
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chairman,
Congressman
just to
Paduano.
for purposes of lang po yung processes in this committee. The basic principle and under the rules is we can only move one motion for one subject matter. So may I ask the
All right.
movement to once again separate the first motion to the second motion. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Make 2 separate
Yes,
motions.
sorry. Mr. Chair, I would like to move that the contempt and arrest order of these individuals be forwarded immediately to the Bureau of Immigration in order to prevent them from fleeing the country. And when warranted, to issue a necessary lookout bulletin or alert
We
list
will rule
order.
first
I
on
so
the-
move, Mr. Chair.
The first motion is
No.
to forward.
All right.
So we will rule on the first
all right.
motion first.
Second,
Okay.
Mr. Chair.
Duly seconded. Is there any objection? Hearing none, the
So-
motion is carried. The motion is carried.
Mr. Chair, I also move that we ask the BI to include them in an immigration lookout bulletin or an alert list order. I so move, Mr. Chair.
Second, Mr. Chair.
Duly seconded. Is there any objection? Hearing none, the motion is carried.
And lastly, Mr. Chair, I would also move that the committee closely coordinate with the Philippine National Police in order to affect the arrest of the individuals and turn them over to the House of Representatives.
Is that a motion or just a manifestation? Just a manifestation?
Yes.
Okay. Comsec, please take note of the manifestation of Congresswoman Pami Zamora.
Mr. Chair,
Congress DS JJ Torres.
in line with the motions acted upon by the committee, later on, can we ask that the Sergeant at Arms be present so that we can get an update on the status of the contempt orders on these individuals? Kasi kung ang dahilan nila ay may ibang lakad sila sa araw na ito, given na may contempt order na sa kanila, sa palagay ko, hindi substantial yung dahilan na yun para hindi po sila dumalo sa ating pandinig.
Comsec, pwede po bang pakitawag ang Sergeant at Arms? Thank you.
Mr. Chairman.
Next, Congressman Paduano.
Just a point of clarification at the same time manifestation, Mr. Chairman, because as far as I heard the report of the COMSEC, ang sabi po ng COMSEC, the contempt order was served to the 4 officials, no, namely Sanchen Farda, Edward Farda, Gina Costa, and Limir Ortonio, for reasons that they are on official travel, tama ba yun? And official
travel, Your Honor.
official travel outside of this country,
Oh, Your Honor, locally, Your Honor.
but have they received the contempt and arrest order for them?
Per the report of the LSB, not yet, Your Honor.
So, Mr. Chairman, it is not acceptable to this representation just because of their official travel and official business. They cannot be served with this contempt order. Kasi over and above, in all cases, with regards to contempt orders, vis-a-vis official travels, dapat po i-serve talaga yung contempt orders. So that will not be a valid reason for not serving such contempt order. That's why, Mr. Chairman, instead of just coordinating with, once again, with the SAA, may I move, Mr. Chairman, that the contempt order will be officially communicated to the NBI, to CIDG, no, and to all local PNP stations in which the addresses of those 4 officials that was cited in contempt.
Yes, that's why we are inviting the Sergeant at Arms to verify what are the steps na ginawa po nila dahil hindi naman po nila na-serve yung contempt order. So, alamin natin ano yung ginawa nila and ano pa yung hakbang na gagawin nila. Yes, Comsec.
Your Honors, I would like to manifest that the LSB sent their report. They have transmitted actually the contempt and arrest orders to the Director of the NBI, Honorable Judge Jaime B. Santiago. They also transmitted it to the Chief of the PNP Police, Police General Romel Francisco D. Marbil, to the Acting Director of CIDG, to Honorable Nicolas D. Torre III, to the Chief of Police of Mandaluyong, Police Colonel Mary Grace R. Madayan, to the OIC Eastern Police District Police Colonel William Q. Tuliao, and that was included in the report of the LSP and Sergeant at Arms, Your Honor. They have also inquired from the committee the residential address of these individuals. However, the Secretariat was only able to provide information as to the spouses Fajarda as provided by the Department of Education, Your Honors.
Mr. Chairman.
Congressman Paduano.
With that, Mr. Chairman, I move that to direct the COMSEC to inform all those mentioned government mentioned officials, no, of the PNP, NBI, for them to report to this committee through the concept ASAP, Mr. Chairman. And if they cannot make that report, may we invite them, those mentioned officials, to be present in the next hearing. So move, Mr. Chairman.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the motion is carried. Comsec?
Your Honor, as to the issuance of a lookout bulletin order, on November 6, 2024, the Secretary of Justice has already issued an ILBO for the 7 individuals, and this included the 4 already cited in contempt and issued an arrest order, Your Honors.
Thank you. Is there any more concern?
Mr. Chairman, since
Yes,
the
Congressman
BID,
Padua.
the representative of BID is present, can we ask him about the update of that lookout bulletin that was issued by the DOJ Secretary?
It's already implemented.
Ungat. Ungkat, you recognize.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. Good morning, honorable members of the committee. Sir, as previously mentioned by the COMSEC, the Secretary of Justice issued a lookout bulletin on November 6, 2024 for the 7 aforementioned individuals.
We know that. That was reported by the COMSEC. But what's the latest? Have they traveled?
No, Your Honor. All of them are here, but we still have problems with the name Gina Acosta. There are numerous individuals named Gina Acosta. We don't have her birthday, Your Honor.
Once again, BID, alam mo naman, Gina Acosta is an official of the Office of Vice President, ba? OVP. Now, yung service record lang, makuha nyo na doon. Question of the date of birth and
Yes.
place of birth. Di ba?
Yes, Your Honor.
Just to check a certain Acosta, pag marami yan, di ba ang standard operating procedure natin is to get the date of birth at the same time the place of birth. Then,
Yes, Your Honor.
di ba? Madideduce na natin kung sino talaga yung Gina Acosta that we are inviting for this hearing. So may record naman yan ng Office of the Vice President, di ba?
Yes, Your Honor.
O kunin
We
na lang
will
yung
ask them.
PDS doon, nandun na yung lahat.
Yes,
And
Your Honor.
we only need, once again, we only need the date of birth at saka place of birth, di ba? Doon mismo sa OVP. Then, check niyo yung record niyo, di ba? Tama?
Yes, Your Honor.
Oh, so please, kindly, ngayon po, baka pwede nang matawagan
Yes, Your Honor.
to
We will
get
do
a
that.
copy of the PDS of Miss Gina Acosta. Then you verify it kung may travel record siya from the very start of this hearing until today.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, thank you. Thank you, Chairman.
Maybe we can ask the admin from the OVP. Do we have the officials from the admin of the OVP? Attorney Sanchez, maybe ang sagot po sa inyong katanungan si Attorney Sanchez.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. We will provide upon instruction of the committee, Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, when? Because we need it today. Can you provide us within the day? Kasi nandito na rin yung BID.
Anyway.
Tatawagan na ng BID yan. If you can provide now the place of birth and the date of birth of Miss Gina Acosta, mabilis lang yan. Ma-check ng BID para matapos na natin yan. Ang kailangan na naman natin dito, travel record, di ba, ni Gina Acosta. So can you provide that, ma'am, within the day?
Mr. Chair, we will obtain the record from the office, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you po.
Mr. Chair.
Before I recognize with the indulgence of the SJ,
Of course, ladies first.
ladies.
Thank you.
Congressman Pami Zamora.
Mr.
you're
Chair, I'd
recognized.
also like to ask if we were able to invite or if she's present today, si Attorney Rochelle Abella. I remember the last
Attorney-
hearing we invited her.
Your Honor.
Comsec.
Yes, Your Honor, Attorney Rosal Abella, and Abella was invited. She sent an excuse letter stating that she has a hearing in Makati City today, Your Honor.
Okay. Mr. Chair, bilang abogado ka naman, is that valid? Is that reason enough to skip our hearings?
Mr. Chairman.
Congressman Paduano.
Comsec, in his excuse letter, may attachment ba? None.
None, Your
Also,
Honor.
that is not acceptable, Mr. Chairman, because we need a proof that indeed may schedule siya for hearing in Makati City.
Mr. Chair.
Yes,
So, not acceptable. Ano ba yung invitation sa kanya last time? Regular invitation, Siyoko, so Buena.
Regular invitations, Your Honor.
So with that, Mr. Chairman, I move that we issue a Siyoko order for that lawyer. So move, Mr. Chairman.
There's some
Second.
Mr. Chair.
duly seconded.
In relation to that, Mr. Chair, maybe we can also ask the COMSEC to know exactly what ano yung hearing na to so that we can also get the certification that indeed today there's an hearing that should be attended by the person that we are now has issued the show cause order para makita po natin kung meron talagang sa ngayon na parallel activity ang gagawin po niya. So maybe we can get from the Makati. I don't know if is COMSEC, is that a trial court or what was it? Was it?
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, Congressman
We can
Paduano.
ask.
with due respect to the manifestation or possible motion of the good Zia Jong, Mr. Chairman, that's why we issue a Siyoko order for him to explain and justify his excuse letter. Now it's up to him to submit that document. If indeed there is such a hearing for today.
Yes.
Mr.
But we will have to rule on the motion first.
That's why.
Yes. Since
That's why, Mr. Chairman, my motion still stands that I move to issue a Siyoko
yes,
order.
and it was duly seconded. Is there any objection?
Thank you.
Hearing none, the motion is carried. Now, to answer the query of our esteemed colleague, Congresswoman Pami Zamora, actually, under the rules of court, she can request for a postponement sa hearing. Because ang pinagbabawal lamang po sa rules of court if it will cause delay in the proceedings. But once yung hearing naman po, ang request niya ay pagpo-postpone, like for example, yung force majeure, kagaya po na itong ginagawa natin, hindi naman po niya kontrolado, meron po siyang natanggap na subpoena, pwede po siyang mag-request ng postponement dun po sa court sa Makati. Diba? To comply with the subpoena order of this committee. However, under our rules, dito po sa ating internal rules, ina-allow din po natin na mag-request siya ng postponement provided na meron siyang sufficient justification. Tama po yung sinasabi ni Congressman Paduano at saka ni Congressman Zia Adjong Alonto na dapat magbigay siya sa atin ng certification that indeed she is attending a court hearing. So, but since we have already ruled on the motion, siguro yung show cause order kailangan ilagay po natin doon na kailangan i-attach niya yung certification
From
na
the court.
coming from the clerk of court of ano po yan, Makati.
Makati.
Your Honor, no branch was mentioned, Your Honor.
Walang branch. Okay, so kung anong branch po yan, pakilagay dun sa show cause order na maglagay siya ng attachment ng certification.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Any other admin matters?
Mr. Chair,
Yes, Deputy Speaker.
yeah,
G.
thank you
Suarez,
very
I
much.
recognize.
I have a copy here of a letter signed by Sunshine Fajarda, Edward Fajarda, and Gina Acosta. And they mentioned that while they have not received the said orders, we are aware of the committee has verbally issued the same during the hearing. Can I just ask from the COMSEC? COMSEC, what's the status of the orders that were sent to these three individuals? Natanggap ba nila?
Sir, per the report of the LSB, no, Your Honor, because they were not in the office when it was served to them, Your Honor.
No, but who was at the office?
Let me check, Your Honor, from the report of the LSB. At 4:56 p.m.
Kasi alam mo, pwedeng ayaw nilang tanggapin. Number one. Pwedeng hindi nila natanggap. So, gusto ko malaman kung ano yung dahilan kung bakit dito sinasabi nila na we have not received the said orders.
Your Honor, per the...
I recognize the COMSEC, the chair would like to recognize the presence of the Honorable Robert Ace Barbers. Yes, please, COMSEC, please continue.
Thank you, Your Honor. From the report of the LSB at 4:56 p.m. on November 15, Your Honor, they had a brief meeting with the legal team informing them with the arrest order issued by the House of Representatives. During the brief meeting, it was Attorney Lucky Ebrole and Attorney Leandro Resurrection IV, legal representation from OVP, averred to the team that the said persons have an official travel outside Metro Manila. At 5 p.m. onwards, the team continued area monitoring around Cybergate Plaza and they left the area at 6 p.m. Despite of diligent efforts to implement the said order, subject persons were not found in the Cybergate Plaza office of the OVP, Your Honors.
But nevertheless, Mr. Chair also stated here that we are aware of the committee has verbally issued the same hearing. So meaning, alam po nila na meron pong contempt order sa kanila. At dito nga ipinapakiusap po nila na kung maaari ma-lift. So I would just like to stress this, Mr. Chair, because number one, they know of the hearing, they know of the contempt, and yet they continue to defy the invitation of the committee. And likewise, is Mr. Lemuel Ortonio present?
COMSEC?
Not, Your Honor. I think not, although it was highlighted, there might have been an error in the document presented to me by the pages leader.
He's not here either. All right. Well, in any case, Mr. Chair, insofar as an existing contempt order has been issued against these individuals, so let's just put that on the record, no? Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Well, regardless of their excuse, this is already the, I think, 6th hearing. Eh, yung pong galing Amerika, nakarating nga dito eh. Monday lang po dumating si Attorney Zulaika Lopez. And yet, immediately, nandito po siya ngayong Wednesday. So, I don't think may enough reason pa sila. And besides, under our rules, 2 beses ka lang po pwedeng magpa-excuse or postponement provided may justifiable cause. Eh ito po, 6 na beses na po sila. They were given 6 times, 6 opportunities to attend. So, ni isang hearing po dyan, wala po silang inattend. So, regardless of their excuse, I don't find it justifiable.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Congressman Bungalong.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In relation to the letter dated on November 12, 2024, submitted by Mr. Lemuel Ortonio, and I guess the members of this committee were furnished with this copy of this letter. Upon reading of this letter, Mr. Chair, I have not seen any valid reason for Mr. Lemuel Ortonio not to attend in today's hearing. In fact, he has stated that he is aware that a contempt order and an arrest order were issued against him, and in fact, he is requesting that these orders be lifted for him to participate in the next committee hearing. Let me emphasize, Mr. Chair, that this letter was dated November 12, 2024. And today is November 20, Mr. Chair. With this assurance for him to participate in this or today's committee hearing, may I move once more, Mr. Chair, that Mr. Lemuel Ortonio be cited in contempt for the following reason, Mr. Chair. Number one, he is aware that there will be a committee hearing today, November 20, 2024, and that the excuse he offered in this letter is not a valid one. And for me, Mr. Chair, This is continued defiance of a lawful order of this committee, and it is a sign of disrespect wherein members of this committee, Mr. Chair, had taken the time to attend and appear before this committee hearing. Again, may I move once more, Mr. Chair, for Mr. Lemuel Ortonio to cite him in contempt, Mr. Chair. I so move.
Duly
Second, Mr. Chair.
seconded. Is there any objection to the motion? Hearing none, the motion is carried. Just to clarify, kung bakit po tayo nag-co-contempt ulit, this is based on different grounds.
Yes.
Yes, because the previous ground, yung contempt po natin, ang contempt po kasi, 6 po ang grounds. So yung first ground, without legal excuse to obey summon. Ito po kasi, yung binabanggit po ninyo is based on Section 11E, acting in a disrespectful manner towards any member or committee or any misbehavior in the presence of the committee. So, ibang ground po itong binabanggit po ninyo.
Yes, Mr. Chair. Just to clarify, it is under Section 11, Paragraph E of
Okay.
our House Rules, Mr. Chair.
Okay.
And further,
Please
Mr.
continue.
Chair, since we are citing Mr. Lemuel Ortonio for a different ground under our rules, and I move that Mr. Lemuel Ortonio be confined at Bicutan Prison, Mr. Chair. I so move.
There is a motion to confine Mr. Ordonio in Sampo?
Bicutan Prison, Mr. Chair.
Bicutan Prison. Is there any second to the motion? Duly seconded. Is there any objection? Hearing none, the motion is carried.
How long?
For how long? For what period?
Until the committee report.
10 days.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chair. The period of detention.
Under the rules,
is-
section
10 days, Mr.
11E
Chair.
and F, 10 days po ang maximum.
Yes, 10 days,
Yes.
Mr. Chair.
Okay, 10 days. We will go for the maximum, 10 days.
Mr. Chair, in connection to the motion of Congressman Bongalon, I have here a letter signed by Mr. Lemuel Ortonio. It was received by the committee on November 20, 2024 at 9:15 p.m. Wala ba talaga siya dito, Comsec?
Negative, Your Honor.
Ha?
Wala po.
Kasi nakasulat dito on paragraph 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. While I maintain our stand stated in the position papers we submitted, I am here ready to participate in the proceedings. I will do my best to answer any questions related to the activities of the OVP and its accomplishments. So,
Your Honor, even the pages and in the registration, they have not physically found Mr. Lemuel Ortonio to be present here, Your Honor.
so anong dahilan nitong sulat na to? Ba't niyo sinasabi na pupunta siya dito at magpa-participate siya? Wala naman pala siya dito. Well, I don't expect the COMSEC to be able to answer that. But I guess that would put more emphasis on the justification on the motion of Congressman Bongalon. Unacceptable, Mr. Chair. I mean, he mentioned that he was coming. Nandito sa letter niya, tapos wala rin siya dito.
Mr. Chair,
Congressman Bongalon.
thank you, Mr. Chair. Another matter, Mr. Chair. In a letter dated November 12, 2024, signed by Attorney Sunshine Chari Fajarda, Mr. Edward Fajarda, and Gina F. Acosta. Upon perusal, I have seen that the common reason for their non-attendance is that they are on official business. And may I request from the committee secretary if she can confirm that in that letter, was there any attachment to prove that on these particular dates from November 9 to 15 of 2024, an official business or official travel was attached in this letter to prove that indeed these officials are on official business. Can we confirm from the committee secretary, Mr. Chair?
Comsec,
Your Honor, there was no attachment in that. It was a one-pager. One-pager for the three individuals, one-pager for Mr. Ortonio as well, Your Honors.
So wala hong naka-attach na proof na kahit official travel?
None, Your Honor.
So in other words, Mr. Chair, this one-pager document is a mere scrap of paper, Mr. Chair. We can always offer an excuse stating this, but as an official, we have to convince this committee that indeed on these particular dates, they are on official business. And the best document to prove that they are on official business is an official travel issued to them. So, Mr. Chair, I would like to move that this letter submitted by these three individuals or officials from the Office of the Vice President, I move that the committee only note this letter and cannot be acted upon as an excuse for their absence in today's committee hearing, Mr. Chair.
Is there any second to the motion? Duly seconded. Is there any objection? Hearing none, the motion is carried.
Your Honor, may I be recognized?
Yes, Comsec, you're recognized.
Your Honor, the Sergeant at Arms is present, Your Honor. Sergeant at Arms, taas, Your Honor.
Yes, please continue, Congressman Bongalon. That would be all.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Congressman Gutierrez.
Mr. Chair, in relation to the query of the Honorable Deputy Speaker, I understand the question was on the letter by Mr. Antonio?
Ortonio.
Ortonio. And I understand he is the Assistant Chief of Staff in the OVP. Mr. Chair, perhaps if the Deputy Speaker be of the like mind, we could ask the Chief of Staff who is present here today with us if she is aware of the circumstances surrounding the letter that has been submitted. Because it's highly curious po that he would commit to being here today, yet, which is a letter dated yesterday or today po ba? November 20. So that was dated today. Yet he's not here. Perhaps the Chief of Staff would be able to enlighten us, seeing as that they are in the same office, and in fact, the subject person is her subordinate po. Yun lang, Mr. Chair.
Before I recognize Attorney Zulaika Lopez, could you please administer the oath of Attorney Lopez, Comsec? Ma'am, pwede po ba mag-oath po muna tayo? Thank you po, ma'am.
Mr. Chair, can we also include the new personalities who is present for the first time para isang administering of oath? No?
Yes. Lahat po ng mga ngayon lang dumating, pwede po ba magsitayo po kayo? The Comsec will administer your oath. Thank you.
Yes.
Comsec, please proceed.
Thank you, Your Honors. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in this inquiry, so help you God? The oath has been administered to all new attendees, Your Honor, even the ones in the audience. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Ma'am, Attorney Zoraga, would you like to respond to the query of Congressman Gutierrez?
Okay. Good morning to the honorable members of the committee. Before I answer the question of the Honorable Rog Gutierrez, I'd like to begin with a word of gratitude to the honorable members of the committee for the grant of understanding and grant of understanding in my medical in my recent travel to the US due to a medical emergency of an immediate family member. I do want to let you know that the worst is not over yet for my relative, but the family is still expecting, of course, the best possible outcome. Having said that, I do want to extend my appreciation, and my entire family really is actually very appreciative of this act of kindness that was extended to me during that difficult time. Having said that, good morning again, Sir Rog. I arrived last November 18. Which was last Monday. And then, kahapon lang po ako pumasok officially sa opisina namin. I have not seen at all ASEC Lemuel Ortonio, and I understand that he is on official travel. Thank you.
Mr.
Yes,
Chair, with that,
Congressman Rodrigo Roch.
I would like to take it po, no, that that's official manifestation of the Chief of Staff. So there seems to be a conflict. On one hand, he is on official travel, and on the other, in his letter, he stated he will be present today. So that just adds to the point that the Deputy Speaker was making, and I think I leave it to the committee for our consideration. Yun lang po. Maraming salamat, Attorney Lopez. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Well, to be honest with you, I find it unjustifiable yung reason po niya because this is not the first time na absent po siya. This is the 6th committee hearing and yet from the outset, hindi naman po siya uma-attend. They refused to participate. Eh, lahat naman po buong Pilipinas nakakaalam na hinahanap na po siya dito sa ating committee hearing at unfortunately, hanggang ngayon, lahat po sila, yung 4 po, hindi pa rin po dumarating.
Mr. Chair, most respectfully, I think we're all in agreement that the excuse is not acceptable. But I think this is just to add, this is an aggravating circumstance of sort. Why would Mr. Ortonio mention that he will be here today in the letter and at the same time be an official leave? So which is which po? That's what I meant po, Mr. Chair, most respectfully, for the consideration of this committee. Yun
Yes,
na po. Maraming
thank
salamat.
you.
Chair, can I just
Yes,
get
Deputy Speaker J.J. Suarez.
thank you
to
very
recognize.
much. Attorney Sanchez, kayo po yung OIC Chief of Staff ngayon? Ano pong position ang hawak nyo ngayon?
Mr. Chair, I was not designated as OIC Chief of Staff. The last time,
While Attorney Lopez was away, is that correct?
no, Mr. Chair, I was only designated only for October 18, 2024, for 1 day only, Mr. Chair.
1 day.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Sandali ka lang naman pala nag-OIC, ano? Isang araw lang. Bakit
Yes.
isang araw lang?
Mr. Chair, at that time, both of them were on travel and they returned the week after.
So who was acting, Attorney Lopez, who was acting in your capacity while you were away?
Your Honor, Mr. Chair, while I was away, I understand it was the Assistant Secretary, Mr. Lemuel Ortonio, who was the officer in charge of the OVP.
Okay, the same person that we're talking about, no?
Yes, Your Honor, but I left early on. I was away November 4.
So if he is in official travel, who granted him that travel authority?
I beg your indulgence. I was not able to see yet the travel authority because, as I mentioned earlier, I really just arrived, and that was not really one of the documents
Yeah,
I
because
have gone through.
he cannot issue the travel authority to himself.
Yes.
So him being the one in charge. So my question is, who issued his travel authority? So you were not there. So
Yes.
it's Attorney Sanchez.
Mr. Chair, I will check with the office, but I have not seen the travel authority, Mr. Chair.
So but he does have a travel authority. Can you confirm that he has a travel authority?
I am not aware, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Can you be kind enough to ask your office? Maybe we can get that information within the hour. Kasi nakakapagtaka lang, Mr. Chair, siya po yung officer in charge at sinasabi niya na wala siya dito although pinangako niya na darating siya. So medyo hindi ko lang po maitugma yung dahilan kung bakit hindi pa rin siya sumisipot. So that's it, Mr. Chair, no?
Chair, in line with this
Thank you.
manifestation of
Congressman Zia.
DSJJ, yes, in line with the manifestation of DSJJ, I think we all know as a regular administrative processes, whenever you are requesting for a travel authority, alam po naman natin talaga it's the principal as the head of the agency that really approves that. So I don't think it would take, I guess, Attorney Sanchez to verify from the office who authorized the travel authority of this particular individual. I mean, judging from the way the administrative processes is being practiced and exercised in the bureaucracy, in all bureaucracies in the government, we know that it would be the vice president who would probably grant the travel authority to this particular. Am I correct?
Mr. Chair, based on the delegation of authorities in our office order. The approval for travel orders of the Chief of Staff and the Assistant Chief of Staff belong to the head of agency, Mr. Chair.
That's it. Who is the head of the agency?
The Vice President, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Meron pa po? Kung wala na po, we will now proceed to the next.
Mr.
Yes,
Chair, sorry.
DS, J. Suarez.
Medyo napakahirap po kasing lunukin tong patuloy na pag-e-evade ng mga opisyales na iniimbitahan natin dito. May I just manifest, Mr. Chair, that as we progress, and I hope na we can conclude this committee hearing in the next few weeks, can we also look into the possibility of administrative sanctions against these individuals who continue to defy invitations, subpoenas, contempt orders against these public officials? Malingkod bayan po ito, Mr. Chair. So, binabasa ko po yung mga batas patungkol po sa mga public officials, ay talagang tungkulin po nila yung humarap sa mga ganitong pandinig. At kung patuloy po silang umiiwas, hindi pupunta at hindi dadalo at gagawa ng kung ano-ano mang dahilan, eh sa palagay ko po, Mr. Chair, dapat mapag-aralan din po ng komitibang ito kung ano pong mga kasong administratibo ang pwede pong ipataw sa kanila dahil hindi po ito sumusunod sa alituntunin ng isang lingkod bayan. So that's my short manifestation, Mr. Chair, with regards to Acosta, to Sunshine Fajarda, to Ortonio, and to Mr. Fajarda. So, thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, short comment lang din, Mr. Chair.
Yes, Congressman Manuel.
Mr. Chair, dagdag dun sa nabanggit na ating mga kapwa mambabatas. Mr. Chair, kung ganito yung tipo ng mga excuses na matatanggap ng committee, sa totoo lang ay parang sampal na rin to sa taong bayan, Mr. Chair. Kasi halimbawa itong sulat ni Mr. Lemuel Ortonio, gusto po niya na ma-lift daw yung contempt order and arrest order para raw maka-attend siya dito sa committee. In the first place, Mr. Chair, hindi siya dumadalo, kaya siya pinatawa ng contempt order and arrest order, tapos para bang nagsiset pa siya ng kondisyon sa atin para raw makapag-participate talaga siya. Parang niloloko tayo dito, Mr. Chair. Pangalawa, ito pong sulat ni na Sunshine Fajarda, Edward Fajarda, tsaka Gina Acosta. Kasi raw may ginagawa sila sa OVP. Mr. Chair, kung ganito pala, baka kahit isamon po natin sila 20 times dito sa committee, pwedeng sabihin lang nila, meron silang official duties sa Office of the Vice President. At yun yung kanilang gagamitin excuse para hindi sila dumalo. Pag ganun, Mr. Chair, actually, kaya nga tayo nag-hold ng mga hearings dito para matiyak na kapag may mga official duties ang mga public officials at merong pondo na nilalaan para sa mga activities nila, nagagamit ng tama yung pondo. We can't allow na magpatuloy lang sa parang normal operations ang mga opisina gaya ng OVP. Ngayong naungkat nga natin na merong mga kaduda-dudang transactions. Actually, itong ginagawa natin, Mr. Chair, makakatulong nga ito para mapabuti pa, supposedly, yung kanilang serbisyo. Wala tayo dito para i-hamper sila sa kung ano yung kanilang mga gampanin. Kaya, all the more, Mr. Chair, na once and for all, dapat talaga dumalo sila dito at hindi maghapag ng mga, actually parang nagiging petty na lang yung kanilang mga ginagamit ng mga dahilan para hindi sila makadalo. Yun lang, Mr. Chair. Salamat.
Your Honor.
Thank
Mr.
you.
Chair,
Yes,
I have
Congressman
this is
Zia.
very germane to the topic we're discussing right now. I'd like to ask Attorney Sanchez, ma'am, how many times can an employer, for example, a staff, request for a travel authority? May limit pa po sa inyo? Ilang beses po yan?
Attorney Sanchez.
And what are the reasons for example, for the head of the agency to grant this request for a travel authority?
Yes, Mr. Chair. We do not have a specific limit as to the number of times that a staff can travel, as long as there is basis or justification and necessity for the travel, Your Honor, it is granted. Your Honor.
So you have to, for example, Mr. Chair, if I may be allowed, no? Kasi gusto ko lang po malaman dahil parang ang always na rason na naririnig natin ay travel, official travel, official travel. Can you categorize to us, paano mo i-differentiate dun sa official travel, how many times can an employee request for official travel? Kung official yan na, like the regular operation ng opisina ninyo.
Your Honor, usually for official travels, it's not the employee that requests, but it's the
Office. Okay.
that
So what about
orders.
yung personal travel?
For personal travel, Your Honor, generally it would be based on the available leaves of the staff, but there would be instances when necessary, for example, if there are medical reasons, Your Honor, that can also be granted, but without.
What other reasons are there available that an employee can request for personal travel? I believe there is the medical reasons. What other reasons can an employee, a regular employee, request for a personal travel?
Your Honor, for personal travel, there are different reasons provided by under the CSC guidelines. It can be vacation or emergency leave kung namatayan, but different and
Pero hindi
varied
naman
reasons.
every week or every month magkakaroon ka ng travel, di ba? The reason why I'm asking this, Mr. Chair, and I want to put into record, because since the time that we have started this committee hearings, apparently there certain individuals who consistently refuse to appear before this committee hearing, despite the insistence of this committee sending them invitation to appear. And they have even the gall to request to the committee to lift the contempt order, Mr. Chair. Pang-ilan na po natin ito? Pang-7, pang-5? Pang-6 na po ito, Mr. Chair. Pang-6 na ano. So, to me, if you ask me, my personal take on that is there's a deliberate refusal to attend this committee hearing. And there's a deliberate way to frustrate the proceedings of this committee, which to me, gusto kong tanungin, how many times did they send us an excuse letter citing a travel authority? Kasi parang na-abuse na po ito. I think it's time for this committee, maybe, perhaps, to really evolve the way that we receive and accept these reasons. Kasi kailangan na natin, tama nga yung sinabi ni Kong Jill, parang hindi na sila natitinag sa contempt order eh. So we don't want to set this example that anybody who does not like to attend, hindi ko alam kung whatever reason, dahil ayaw lang nila sumagot sa committee na ito, ay gagamitin lang nila yung convenient reason na nagkakaroon sila ng travel order, Mr. Chair. Comsec, how many times did they send us their excuse letter that they are on official travel?
Your Honor, from the time a subpoena ad testificandum was issued, so and successfully served from November 11 to today, since there's a standing contempt, for the first 4 hearings, they sent position papers stating points that why they are not attending, Your Honor. After that, travel orders na po, Your Honor.
It's really bothering, Mr. Chair, because tinanong ko nga, who really approves the travel order? And then it's obviously, Mr. Chair, that there's a deliberate attempt to really frustrate the proceedings and for this committee to really find out kung ano talaga itong mga allegations na kinakaharap nila ng opisina. Just to put that into record, Mr. My manifestation and my frustration as well, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. The chair would like to recognize Congressman Kit Flores.
Mr. Chair, kanina pa tayo dito sa excuses ni Naparde, and since the Chief of Staff already mentioned that they're on official travel, may I know from the Chief of Staff exactly where the travel is of the spouses Fajarda?
Your Honor, Mr. Chair, as mentioned earlier, I was not able to see the travel authority of these individuals, Your Honor.
But would you know where the activities are, supposedly?
We
where they
have-
were sent?
Yes, the Office of the Vice President is actually turning 89 years old, Your Honor.
I know. Just
Yes.
give me the place po. I
I'm
just need the
sorry.
place.
I'm sorry. We are holding several activities across all our 10 satellite offices, Your Honor. So we have in BARM, we
Kaya
have...
nga, I just need where Fajarda and the spouses Fajarda were sent today.
Oh, but Your Honor, I cannot answer that because...
Who can answer it among the OVP people present? Attorney Sanchez?
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I have not seen the travel orders.
So you don't know where these people went? You just disappeared or something?
I have not seen the travel orders.
Can
Your
you call
Honor,
the
but-
HR?
Yes.
Where is the activity now? Exactly what city, what town? Because this is my suggestion. The Sergeant at Arms is here. He coordinates with the Chief of Police of the town where they're holding the activity. Then enforce the contempt order. Tapos, di ba? Para, kanina pa tayo eh.
Thank you. Pwede po bang maibigay ninyo sa amin yung exact location ngayon ng activities?
We will check, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you po. Now, just to give a short comment, no? It is the duty of public officers to appear before Congress or any of its committees. In fact, in the case of Balag versus Senate of the Philippines, GR number 234608, dated July 3, 2018, the Supreme Court had the occasion to rule that the attendance is mandatory when so summoned by Congress, is underscored by the fact that failure to do so without legal basis is subject to criminal sanction under Article 150 of the Revised Penal Code. So, para lang po maunawaan ng ating mga kababayan, ito po ay ang hindi po pagdalo sa mga committee hearing ng Kongreso ay pwede pong makasuhan ng kriminal. Dahil ito po ay tinatalaga ng batas na ang pagpunta dito ay mandatory para sa mga public officials. Maraming salamat po. Meron pa po bang gustong magsalita? Yes, Comsec, please continue.
Your Honor, I would like to recognize Vice Chairperson Honorable Janet L. Garin from the 1st District of Iloilo, Honorable Rolando M. Valeriano from the 2nd District of Manila, and from the Department of Education, Undersecretary for Operations, Mr. Rev. C. A. Escobedo is present. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. We will now proceed to the next item in our agenda. We will continue on the deliberation. The first to interpolate is... Teka, yung listahan ko. Okay. The Chair would like to recognize the first interpolator, Congressman Zia Alonto Adyong.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wa barakatuh. Magandang umaga po sa ating lahat. Mr. Chair, I'd like to take off from the previous discussions that we had last November 5, Mr. Chair, where the committee has already established a numerous acknowledgement receipts from the Office of the Vice President as well as from the Department of Education. Various of these acknowledgement receipts bearing no names and only signatures, Mr. Chair. Now, we have already established that in the last committee hearing. There were even acknowledgement receipts, Mr. Chair, with names that repeatedly, hindi lang dalawang beses, even thrice, tatlong beses pong nag-a-appear sa ito sa mga sets of acknowledgement receipts. May mga acknowledgement receipts din, Mr. Chair, na pare-pareho ang pagkasulat. At yung iba, pare-pareho yung tinta ng kanilang ballpen na ginamit. Na there have been numerous other observations, Mr. Chair, which lead this committee and at least this representation to believe na meron talagang questionable yung processes at mukhang gawa-gawa, yung tong mga acknowledgement receipts na ito, Mr. Chair. So since then, since we started discussing about the acknowledgement receipt, Mr. Chair, there were numerous inquiries from the public asking me kung how important is this acknowledgement receipts are. So, pag-usapan po natin yon, and I think this is part of my manifestation before I go on proceed with my questions, Mr. Chair. Ang mga acknowledgement receipts na po ito ay isinumite ng Office of the Vice President at the Department of Education bilang documentary evidence of payment for the supposed expenses using confidential funds, Mr. Chair. For the record, and to answer the public, Mr. Chair, yung buong kabuuan po ng confidential funds ng Office of the Vice President, totaling 500 million pesos, as well as the confidential funds of the Department of Education, totaling 112.5 million. These amounts were liquidated, Mr. Chair, solely through the acknowledgement receipts, totaling with a grand total of 612.5 million of these public funds utilized na ginamit na ang binigay lang sa COA as a justification for the utilization of these confidential funds ay yung acknowledgement receipts na marami ho tayong nakita in the previous hearings na medyo questionable. Yung iba ay to a point na nakakatawa, Mr. Chen. I would just like to cite an example, and let me go back to the previous, again, acknowledgement receipt that was first observed by Chairman Romy Acop. How many acknowledgement receipts are we talking here, Mr. Chair? No? Based on my office count, there are almost 4,500 acknowledgement receipts na nanggaling po, in total, no? Both nanggaling po sa Office of the Vice President, pati rin po galing po dun sa Department of Education when the Vice President concurrently holding the office as Secretary. Roughly 4,500, 2,670 from the Office of the Vice President submitted acknowledgement receipts, and 1,820 with no invoices, zero official receipts, no? Lahat po ito acknowledgement receipts na walang attachment of proof of identity, no? Or the existence man lang ng yung supposed recipients nito ay buhay or totoong tao. So this is what we find out during the previous committee hearings, and this is what I think the observation of this representation would like to find out. May I, again, let me go back to the previous discussion that we had. At nagkaroon din ito ng national traction. May I request the COMSEC to please flash the first acknowledgement receipt that was noticed by Chairman Acop. Ayan po, Mr. Chair. Yung Mary Grace Piatos, no? Isa po yan sa mga acknowledgement receipt na naisumite sa Commission on COA, Commission on Audit, na alam naman po natin na yung pangalan na Mary Grace ay isang restaurant, yung Piatos ay isang chichirya. No, if you ask me, medyo questionable kung meron pa ho talagang taong nagngangalang Mary Grace Piatos. Now, we could not find out whether this Mary Grace Piatos is indeed a person or alive because there's no corroborate attachment to it other than the acknowledgement receipt na receive natin, ang pirmado niya. So, Mr. Chair, this prompted, Mr. Chair, in fact, some of the members here and guest members who came out with a, yung pabuya na kung sino man ang makakapagturo, Mr. Chair, sa taong ito na buhay, we are willing to provide 1 million pesos as a reward for anybody who can point us to us whether this Mary Grace Piatos is indeed a person and if she is really around, alive, no, Mr. Chair. Also, as Mr. Chair, another observation that I want to ask, I think it was also already mentioned during the previous hearings, that there are names appearing in both the acknowledgement receipts from the OVP and as well as from the Department of Education. Pero may isang pangalan na nag-stand out sa akin among all the acknowledgement receipts na sinumite nila. So, Mr. Chair, just to maintain the confidentiality of the activities, assuming there were any such activities, Mr. Chair, I would just like to just show to you the signature of this particular acknowledgement receipt which I noticed, Mr. Chair. No? May I request our ComSec to flash the second? Yan po. Ito po yung acknowledgement receipt. Galing po yan sa Office of the Vice President. Yung set po na sinubmit. Gusto ko lang pong tanungin ang ating ang COA. Mr. Chair, is Ms. Camora present?
May we know if
Here?
representative from COA is present? Attorney Camora. Saan? Yes, Attorney Camora is present.
Attorney? Comsec, can you please flash the... You have already taken your oath, man, no? Kasi several times ka naman umattend, no, Attorney Camora? Tama po ba? Yes. Can you... Yeah,
Attorney
please.
Camora, please answer.
Yes po, Mr. Chair.
Nakita niyo naman po itong ano, no? Acknowledgement receipt, no?
Yes po, Mr. Chair.
Sa palagay niyo, nababasa niyo po ba yan, yung pangalan dyan?
It's, I think, Kokoy Villamin po.
Yeah, Kokoy Villamin received on, ano ba yan, 9, no?
September
17, 2023, no? So, itabi lang po natin yan for the meantime. And I'd like also to show you another acknowledgement receipt, this time from the Department of Education. Mr. Chair, can I ask ComSec to, yes. On the left side, with black ink, that's from the OVP. On the other side is from DepEd. Okay, pakibasa po yan, yung pangalan din po dyan sa DepEd.
Parang parehas po, Mr. Chair, Kokoy Villamin.
Parehas po, no?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Oo. So, ibig sabihin, the point I'm trying to drive at, Mr. Chair, is that based on the documents and the acknowledgement receipts, which we do not have any other ways to really affirm whether these persons and individuals who have received the confidential funds were truly alive and truly person, makikita po natin yung medyo hindi ho kapanipaniwala. Ako, ordinaryo po ako na tao. I'm not an auditor, but as you can see it, pareho po yung pangalan nila, Kokoy Villamin, yung acknowledgement receipt, from the Office of the Vice President, and at the same time, from the DepEd, the same person, Kokoy Villamin, from Osamis. No? Sa palagay niyo po ba yan? Kung titingnan po natin, Mr. Chair, sa palagay natin, common ba yung pangalan na, Mr. Chair, Ms. Camora, yung pangalan na Kokoy Villamin?
Mr. Chair, parang hindi po since hindi, para siyang nickname yung Kokoy po.
So, masasabi niyo po ba as a head or nag-audit ng Intelligence and Confidential Funds Audit Office, masasabi niyo po ba na isang person yan?
Pwede po, Mr. Chair.
Pwede?
Pwede po.
Pwedeng isang person, no? Is it just a coincidence that the same two offices heading by the same person submitting to you the same acknowledgement receipts can encounter two persons? How unlikely would that be? Two persons with the same name, bearing the same spelling, same last name, with the same first name. Posible po po yan?
Medyo likely less possible.
Yeah, I think it's highly unlikely, Mr. Chair, na yun po yung mangyayari, no? Kung titingnan niyo po ba yan, Ms. Camora, yung sulat po ba dyan pagkapareho?
Hindi po.
I think it's very obvious, Mr. Chair, that the signatures, Mr. Chair, on the one on the acknowledgement receipt submitted by the Office of the Vice President is quite different from the acknowledgement received by the Department of Education, no? Parehang pangalan pero mukhang magkaiba ang tinta. Mr. Chair, this is just one of the examples that we have received, no? From the office from the COA, no? Yung sinabit po nilang acknowledgement receipt, Mr. Chair. Now, is it true, Mr. Chair, that I'd like to ask Attorney Camora, is it true, Mr. Chair, na magkaiba po yung auditor dun sa OVP at saka the same sa Department of Education?
Parang that time po,
Yung resident auditor po nila, magkaiba po, no?
yes po. Yung
magkaiba.
resident auditor,
Yes,
definitely magkaiba po.
Kasi kung isa po yung auditor nito, I think malalaman po nila ito and they will be flagged, no? Kung bakit magkaparehong pangalan and magkaiba yung signatures. Exactly the same spelling and exactly the same family name. Tama po ba?
Tama po, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you very much. So I think, Mr. Chair, this is something that we should look into. The reason why I'm pointing this out, Mr. Chair, and for the public's information, ito po yung pinag-uusapan natin dito. Dahil unang-una po, with this kind of itong pag-aabuso sa ganitong proseso ng pag-audit na ibibigay lang po nila is acknowledgement receipts, it gives us so many, it provides us so many, and it opens up so many floodgates of questions, which I believe, yun yung pinaka-importante po na masagot. Dahil these are public funds utilized, and these are funds na readily available for their request. Tapos ganito yung nakikita nating mga reports nila at saka yung pag-acknowledge ng kanilang pag-utilize ng kanilang pondo. It's very obvious, Mr. Chair, na hindi lang po si Mary Grace Piatos ang nakita po nating questionable. Nakikita din po natin na may mga acknowledgement receipts, Mr. Chair, na pare-pareho yung pangalan, na magkakaiba yung date, na magkakaiba yung kanilang pirma, Mr. Chair. So it begs the question now, how do we be able to supply answers to this question? But even if we ask COA here, mayroon bang attachment na sinubmit sa inyo to verify whether this was given as a way to purchase information, or is it a reward payment for an information that is relevant to the activity of the Office of the Vice President or the DepEd in relation to confidential funds? Kasi magkaiba po yan eh.
Mr. Chair, acknowledgement receipts po ang sinubmit nila, and
Acknowledgement receipt po, ano po yan? That's the payment for information, purchase of information, or yung reward?
Both po, Mr. Chair, acknowledgement receipts ang sinubmit nila for both information and rewards. It's just that sa rewards po, may additional requirement lang po kaming hiningi.
Yeah, but unfortunately, some of these acknowledgement receipts were not supported by a certificate of success. Hindi ho ba? Kasi magkaiba po yan, Mr. Chair. Pag yung purchase of information, regardless whether this information are useful or not, talagang bibilin mo lang yan. Diba? But the reward and payment for the information, dapat po yan may certificate of success. Hindi ho ba? Dun sa agencies po na pinagpartneran, for example, ng inyong opisina. Tama po ba yun, Attorney Camora?
Tama po, Mr. Chair.
And all of these acknowledgements receipts were being supported by the certificate of success?
Mr. Chair, yung sa rewards lang po.
Yeah, but on not all of this, in this particular case na sinad ko po sa inyo, are you familiar with this kind of acknowledgement receipts? Or have you came across this particular questionable acknowledgement receipts?
Yan po yung mga ni-review namin dati, although at that time, Mr. Chair, wala naman po sa namin na
That's why you have issued yung observation memorandum ninyo. It's precisely because they have failed to at least provide you the attachment to verify or at least to authenticate that indeed these funds that were used for a reward or payment of reward were not substantiated by a certificate of success. Tama po ba?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Again, Mr. Chair, it begs us the question, gaano kalala yung pag-aabuso dito sa confidential funds? I think we have just started unearthing all of these problems and all of the questionable acknowledgement receipts. I think this is just the tip of the iceberg, Mr. Chair. If we go deeper into this, mukhang widespread po ang nangyaring pag-aabuso sa pondo po ng ating gobyerno, Mr. Chair, insofar as the utilization of confidential funds is concerned on both the Department of Education and the Office of the Vice President. Hindi lang ho si Mary Grace, ang sabi ko nga po, hindi lang ho si Mary Grace Piatos po ang questionable dito. Meron din pong mga pangalan na pare-parehong nag-a-appear po on both acknowledgement receipts, Mr. Speaker, coming from the Office of the Vice President as well as from the Department of Education. Mr. Chair, just a manifestation, and I believe there are questions relating to this that my colleagues would also like to ask the COA, and I would yield to my colleagues to further inquire kung paano po ito nakalusot at saka ano po talaga yung nature ng pagbibigay ng acknowledgement receipts, which I believe, to my mind, Mr. Chair, is open to abuse, Mr. Chair. And yung process po ng pagganito kung ganito, if we allow this to continue on, talagang maabuso at prone talaga po sa mismanagement ng pondo ng binibigay po sa mga ahensya. Particularly, Mr. Chair, ito pong discussion natin ng utilization ng confidential funds ng Department of Education while the Vice President was still holding the agency as the Department Secretary. Marami pong salamat, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Attorney Camora.
Thank you, Honorable Zia Alonto Adjong. The next to interpolate is Congresswoman Janet Garin.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Since the Honorable Manuel went for a quick meeting, allow me to pursue the line of questioning of the Honorable Zia. Kanina po, Mr. Chairman, may pinakitang acknowledgement receipt. May I pose, if I may be allowed to pose the question to Congressman Zia, Mr. Chair? Okay lang po ba?
Do we allow that, Mr. Chair?
Very quickly lang, very quickly.
Yes po, ma'am.
With the permission of the Chair. Kanina po kasi sinabi nyo, acknowledgement receipt. Ang ibig po ba sabihin nito ay pagpirma mo na ikaw ay nakatanggap ng pera?
Tama po ba? Tama po yun.
So pera siya, hindi siya gamot, hindi siya pagkain, hindi siya bahay, pera.
Yes, tama po yun. Yung acknowledgement receipts na binigay po nila sa COA.
At itong tinanggap na pera ay para po saan?
Doon po sa in connection with the utilization of their confidential funds po, Mr. Chair, Your Honor.
Okay. That's why I was asking, Mr. Chair, kasi narinig ko kasi yung salita libo-libong acknowledgement receipt. Did I get it right?
That's correct, Mr. Chair. Your Honor, actually based on our count, meron pong sinubmit na 4,500 acknowledgement receipts.
4,500 acknowledgement receipts.
That's in total, both from the Office of the Vice
How many
President.
people?
And I presume if for each individuals,
So magkakaiba yung pangalan, Mr. Chair.
parang may magkakapare-pareho nga Mr. Chair. As I already showed.
Mr. Chair, I just posed that question so that in the next review of the Honorable Zia, maybe he can look into the 4,500 acknowledgement receipts. Kung ito ba ay 4,500 na tao, o these are 4,500 acknowledgement receipts covering how many people? Yan lang po. Kasi para po medyo maliwanagan ako dun sa presentation. My next question, Mr. Chair, to our distinguished resource person from COA. She mentioned that she perused over these documents. So I'm not sure, Mr. Chair, if it's COA who can answer or somebody else from our resource person. Sino po, kasi acknowledgement receipt, ina-acknowledge mo na natanggap ka, sino po ang nagpapatanggap? Who releases the money?
Mr. Chair, it is supposed to be the SDO, the Special
Ilan po ang
District
SDO, Mr.
Officer.
Chair?
Sa case po ng OVP, Mr. Chair, isa, and sa case po ng DepEd, isa din po.
In a span of how many months or days or weeks po na pa-release ng dalawang SDO yung 4,500 na acknowledgement receipts?
I think yung 4,000 po is for the total of from 2022 ng OVP, 2023 ng OVP, and 2023 po ng...
So if we just reckon on the date, Mr. Chair, so kasi nakita ko lang, pasensya na, medyo hindi ko kasi nakita lahat ng papel, I'm just basing on what I saw. Tama ba yung present ni Kong Zia, merong date? May date ba sa baba?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Yung sa acknowledgement receipt may date. So,
Yes, Mr.
kung ako po ang SDO at magpapareceive ako, dun po sa dates, yung inclusive dates, paano po ba? Like, ilang tao ang tatanggap dun sa isang SDO?
Ang presumption po dyan is yung taong tumanggap nung payment, siya yung nandyan pong received by. So,
pardon me, Mr. Chair?
One person yung one acknowledgement receipt.
Precisely. What I'm referring to is, yung acknowledgement receipt, di ba may mga dates? So, ang
Yes,
nagpapareceive
Mr. Chair.
isang tao lang. Kunyari, ma'am, attorney, ikaw yung SDO. Ibig ba sabihin ng SDO, ikaw ang nagpapatanggap ng pera? Tama po ba?
Yes, ideally po.
Okay.
Supposed to be
So,
po.
ideally and supposed to be. In this case, hindi po ang SDO ang nag-release ng pera? Sa pananaw nyo?
I think meron po silang certification na sila po yung nagre-release ng pera.
And in this case, Mr. Chair, yung SDO po ay sino? If we can hear the name again.
Sa OVP po is Gina Acosta, and sa DepEd po is Mr. Edward Fajarda.
Sorry, ma'am.
Sa OVP po is Miss Gina Acosta, and sa DepEd po is Mr. Edward Fajarda.
So ganun po pala ka-importante, Mr. Chair, bakit hinahanap natin si Ma'am Acosta at si Ginoong Fajardo? Kasi this will solve all the problems. Malay mo, totoo naman palang sila ang nagpatanggap. At totoong tao si Kokoy at yung mga minention nyo. So kung ganun, kung wala naman tayong tinatago, mas mararapat talaga. It will be better to request them to appear so that all these questions will be answered. And kung wala namang mali, di matapos ito at itong ating mga butihing kawani sa gobyerno ay makabalik sa kanilang opisina at makapagtrabaho. Kasi sayang yung oras na ang dami nating pinag-uusapan, but unfortunately, yung dalawang taong may kasagutan sa tanong na ito ay tila hindi mahagilap. That's my understanding. So with that, Mr. Chair, may I again ask our Commission on Audit representative or any resource person for that matter, kapag ang SDO, pwede po ba niyang i-delegate yung kanyang function? Ibig sabihin, pwede niya bang i-delegate ang pagpatanggap ng pera?
Mr. Chair, as far as I know po, pagka designated po, hindi na po pwedeng i-delegate, especially since sa case po ng Intel and confidential funds, meron po silang pinipirmahang certification na
Dapat
po yung
sila lang ang mag-release.
nag-disperse.
Hindi pwedeng iparelease sa iba kasi baka mamaya hindi nila kaya.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Can the head of office, let's say in this case, the DepEd secretary or the vice president, designate more than one SDOs? Ano po ba ang batas?
Pwede naman pong mag-delegate ng more than one SDOs as long as the SDOs are bonded po.
So in this case, pwede naman na hindi lang si Ma'am Acosta, hindi lang sa Ginoong Fajardo, pwedeng kumuha sana ng maraming SDOs para hindi maging nakakapagtaka yung pag-disperse ng 4,500 acknowledgement receipts. Tama po ba?
Tama po, as long as isasubmit po lahat ng requirements like yung proper designation po ng SDO, yung bonding.
So
po
it's
niya.
possible na para hanapan mo ng solusyon yung ganitong sistema, pwede ka mag-designate ng maraming SDO. Unless you only trust one person. Unless merong mga bagay na ayaw din ng iba yung risk. Unless it's also very difficult for that person to let somebody sign kung hindi niya kakilala. So, Mr. Chair, pasensya na po, medyo foreign po sa akin kasi ang confidential fund. Paano po ba ito? Let's say, these are all from taxpayers' money. Tama po ba?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Okay. So, galing po sa kaban ng Pilipinas, paano po ito na ilalabas?
Kung sa national government agencies po, nasa GAA po nila. Pag sa GOCCs po, dapat nasa operating budget, corporate operating budget po nila.
Okay.
And for
From that,
LGUs po,
ma'am, okay, nasa GAA siya, nasa budget siya, paano siya na ilalabas? Let's say tapos na yung budget. Let's say you are the let's say you are the head of office. Kapag ikaw po ang head of office, paano po mailalabas ang confidential funds?
Kung okay naman po yung documentation from DBM, kina-cash advance po siya ng SDO.
So, kina-cash advance siya.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
And in this case, ang nag-cash advance ay yung SDO talaga.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Paano nyo pa yun ika-cash advance talagang cash?
I presume cash po siya,
Cash siya, oo.
since
Hindi po ba yun delikado kung iisang tao lang?
accountability po nung SDO yan.
No, what
So,
I mean is, kunyari magka-cash advance ka, ang pagkaintindi ko ng cash advance ay kukuha ka ng pera. We're
Yes,
talking
Mr.
of how much?
Millions.
Mr. Chair, Your Honor.
millions po usually pagka
Pwede po nating
confidential.
maibigay yung tamang amount? Kasi pag sinabi natin millions, pwedeng 5 million, pwedeng 1 million.
For example po sa case
in
po
this
dito,
case, in this case.
kay OVP, 125 million po. Or sa DepEd po, 37.5 million.
125 million. Ibig sabihin yung pag-cash advance, buo na 125? Or baka tingi-tingi? Sa nakita
Based
niyo
sa
pong dokumento.
documents po nila, Mr. Chair, buo siya since buo po yung check na sinubmit nila.
So, ibig sabihin, yung opisina magbibigay ng pera sa isang tao na 125 million. At yung tao yon ay mamimigay din sa mga andun sa parang recipients, no? Ng kanilang mga... In this case, sino po ang tao na sinasabi natin? Yung nag-encash ng 125 million.
Yung SDO po, since siya po yung nandun.
Anong pangalan
naka-names
po, Mr. Chair?
Sa case ng OVP po is Gina Acosta po.
So si Ma'am Gina Acosta pumunta sa bangko, dala-dala ang cheque, 125 million, na cash ang ipinalit.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, may I just be appraised? Pasensya na po. Kasi sa pagkaalam ko, pagka nasa bangko ka at nag-withdraw ka or nag-i-encash ka, hindi po ba limited po ang kanilang cash?
Maybe we can ask a representative from the Land Bank
Yeah.
to answer the query.
Just to clarify, Mr. Chair, I'm just looking at the possibility. I'm not pointing any accusation. Tagalabang may nilabas bang pera or baka mamaya wala namang nilabas na pera at naiwan yung pera doon? Kasi I'm hearing acknowledgement receipt. So maybe we can ask from, anong bangko po, sir, ma'am?
Land Bank po, Mr. Chair.
Do you have a representative from Land Bank? Could you please invite the representative of Land Bank to take a seat here? Dito po. Ma'am, could you please state your name and your position?
I am Nenita Camposano, the department head of the OTR branch. I was
Pardon me, Mr. Chair. Ano, pakiulit po, ma'am.
I'm Nenita Camposano, department head of the DOTR branch of Land Bank.
Yes.
I was
You have
formerly-
taken your oath already, right?
Yes.
Tama po. Please
So-
continue, Congresswoman.
Ma'am, magkano po ang usual na cash na nasa bangko po ninyo at any given time?
Different branches have
Hindi,
different...
in your, you can probably speak in behalf of your branch.
I mentioned before that the CIB level of the DepEd branch where I was formerly the department manager.
Ano po, CIW? Ano yung sinabi niyo po?
The Cash in vault, sorry.
Okay.
The cash in vault level, the cash level of our vault, as I mentioned in the previous hearing, is 10 million. ma'am.
So ang ibig po sabihin at any given time, ang ibig sabihin ng cash in vault, yung available na pera sa bangko ay 10 million.
No, Your Honor. That is the maximum, but we don't store cash at that much.
10 million is the maximum, but you don't store for purposes of safety.
Security. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so magkano po usually, ma'am, average?
5 to 6.
5 to 6 million. So you can say that the highest will be 10, it can be 3, it can be 4, and the average is 5. Is this true na yung SDO ay nag-encash? Was it encash or nag-encash ng 125 million at one time?
I was with DepEd branch, ma'am. The OVP is with our Shaw Boulevard branch.
Okay. So can
Do we have a representative from Rojas Boulevard
Shaw Boulevard.
branch? Shaw Boulevard or Rojas?
May I be excused, Your Honor?
So while waiting for the other manager, so sa inyo po ma'am, at one time is 3 to 5 or 10 million. And for sa DepEd, magkano po ang ini-encash ng SDO?
This particular check, ma'am, 37.5 million.
So paano nyo po nagagawa yon? Kasi 5 to 10 million lang yung cash on vault nyo.
We require our clients to tell us the amount to be withdrawn 2 days or 1 day before. The
So 2
encashment.
days or 1 day before, pinapa-prepare yung, okay. And in this case, who made the call?
It was the cash division of the Department of Education.
Cash Division of the Department of Education. Specifically, sino po?
Usually it's Ma'am Sonia De Leon.
Pardon me?
It was Miss Sonia De Leon who calls us for the reservation.
So si Sonia, Ma'am Sonia, Mr. Chair, is not here. And is this a regular occurrence, ma'am? Ito ba ay pangkaraniwan na nangyayari? Yung 37.5 o yung malalaking amount na ini-encash, pangkaraniwan naman ito?
Yes, ma'am.
So pangkaraniwan ito sa inyo. Usually po para po saan?
We don't know, ma'am. We are not privy to the to the DepEd's activities.
So pangkaraniwan ito na withdraw ng DepEd?
No, I'm not saying with the DepEd only, but with all our clients, ma'am.
Your clients are government or private clients?
Both, ma'am.
Both. So in the case of DepEd, pangkaraniwan po ba ang nagka-cash advance ng 37.5?
No, ma'am.
Ano po, Mr.
No,
Chair?
Your Honor.
So pangkaraniwan po siya, Mr. Chair, or hindi?
With the DepEd, with the DepEd.
Yes
no,
po.
No, no.
Okay. And maybe, Mr. Chair, we can ask the land bank manager of the other branch.
Ma'am, before we address the land bank manager of other branch, gusto ko lang pong magdagdag ng tanong.
Yes.
Ilang occasion po kayo na nakapag-withdraw ang DepEd ng 37.5 one time?
3 occasions.
3 occasions. Okay. Thank you po.
Thank you, sir. Ikaw na.
Ma'am, pwede po ba paki-state ninyo yung pangalan ninyo at saka yung position ninyo?
I'm G&G
Ma'am,
Abay.
pakilapit po yung yung mic.
Good morning po to everybody and to all our officers. Jean Abaya po from Land Bank Shaw Boulevard branch. I'm the department manager and assumed the position only as of January 2024.
So, Mr. Chair, is the good manager here now was also the manager present? I'm really sorry, hindi ko po alam yung date ng encashment na nasabi ni Attorney Camora. So, ma'am, covered ba nung tenure nyo itong encashment ng 125?
The one check is negotiated with Shaw Boulevard 2022, and the other 3 checks was negotiated 2023.
Wala pa po kayo nun, ma'am.
I'm not the department manager, but I'm also assigned at Shaw Boulevard, being the branch operation officer.
So, Mr. Chair, matanong po natin sa ating land bank representative, itong okasyong ito, ilang beses po nagkaroon ng encashment ng 125 million?
4 times po siya.
4 times. Sabay-sabay po yun? Buo yung 125 million or kinukuha as the need arises or base dun sa pangangailangan?
1 time po for each check.
1 time for each check. Sino po ang nagpupunta?
Mismong payee po.
Sino po ang payee, ma'am, sir? Mr.
Gina
Chair.
Acosta.
So kaya pala, Mr. Chair, habang ako ay wala pa dito, naririnig ko na lahat kayo nagagalit na nung wala si Ma'am Acosta dahil nga siya ang makakasagot ng karamihan ng tanong dito. Is that our understanding, Mr. Chair? Tama po ba?
Tama po kayo, as SDO.
Okay. So ma'am, pagka nag-encash ka ng 125 million, magkano po ang yung average na pera na nasa bangko?
The amount is not sufficient for that 125. So, we ask the client...
Pasensya na po, ma'am. Okay lang pong Tagalogin natin para po medyo mas
sige po,
maintindihan.
Yung pong limit ng aming vault will not be sufficient kung ang pinag-uusapan po natin is yung 125 million. So, per ano po namin, we request our client po na magpa-reserve for us to prepare po yung cash requirement of our client before the encashment, the day of encashment.
So in this case, meron naman nagpa-reserve.
Meron po.
Sino po, Mr. Chair?
From the agency po.
Sino po kaya from the agency?
Since that time kasi po, I was not in the position po to na mag-accept nung reservation. I will check po dun sa record namin sa branch.
Pare-pareho bang tao ang nagpapa-reserve or hindi naman?
Generally po, from the cash division po of the agency. But I cannot disclose yung exact name or person.
Bakit po, Mr. Chair?
Ma'am, I'm sorry po kasi by that time nga, as I've said earlier po, na I'm not the branch head during that time. And mostly kasi, either po the branch head or yung cashier po namin ang pwedeng mag-receive ng reservation of
Pero alam niyo po kung sino ang nagpapa-reserve.
Hindi po.
Kasi isang branch lang. So pwede niyo pong matanong, Mr.
Ma'am,
Chair? Yes.
Nandirito po ba yung branch head during that time? Nandirito po ngayon?
Wala po siya, Chair.
Wala. Okay.
Retired na po siya.
Retired na? Okay.
So maybe, Mr. Chair, we can invite the former branch chair.
Would you like to, ano po bang pangalan niya?
Yung former manager po.
Yes, nung December 2022 up to September 2023.
Violeta Constantino po.
Violeta
Constantino.
Mr. Chair, I move that we invite Mrs. Constantino in our next hearing.
Is there any second to the motion? Duly seconded. Is there any objection? Hearing none, the motion is carried.
So, Mr. Chair, the reason why I'm asking this, andun kasi yung risk. Yung risk ng tao, na for all we know, kawawa rin naman si Ma'am Gina Acosta, na pupunta siya, delikado ang buhay niyan. Kasi 125 million cash is not a joke. Ito po ay 4 or 5 beses na pumabalik-balik siya, Mr. Chair, Your Honor.
4 times po, since yung check po na na-issued is 4.
So mag-isa lang talaga siya na pumupunta or merong mga kasama?
May mga kasama po.
May mga kasama. Nakikilala niyo po yung mga kasama niya?
No, ma'am.
By face, makikilala po?
Hindi na po, Miss Chair.
Ano po yung sasakyan na ginagamit nila?
We're not aware po of the, kasi po yung parking, hindi naman po namin.
Kasi di ba yung pera nasa loob ng bangko? Maglalabas ka ng pera sa labas, isasakay po ba natin sa tricycle, Mr. Chair?
Hindi po. It's since over-the-counter transaction po siya, after release po kasi ng bank sa client, it's call na po ni client where kung saan
Ma'am,
po
can
nila
you please
ilalagay.
speak closer to the microphone?
Hindi na po namin chine-check or minomonitor yung kung anong car po or vehicle
Sino po,
po.
Mr. Chair, Your Honors, yung naghahakwat?
Sila po mismo, yung mga client.
Ibig sabihin, wala pong taga-bangko ang naghahakwat or nagpapalabas?
Wala po.
Yeah. It's just quite unusual, Mr. Chair, that the branch manager who's present here now seems to have probably a temporary amnesia on what has happened. Kasi napaka-imposible pong maglalabas ka ng 125 million cash, 4 na beses, ni hindi mo lang titingnan kung ano yung paglalagyan at ni hindi mo tutulungan yung kliyente na maglabas ng pera. Kasi syempre, alam mong it can invite perpetrators, either ma-hold up, either pasukin yung branch. Kung ganyan po ba, ma'am, nilalak yung branch or parang open to all lang?
Miss Chair, hindi naman po. Yung dun sa lalagyan, ma'am, nakikita naman po namin kasi from the teller, i-release po yung money. So the teller, nakikita niya po kung saan niya ilalagay yung money. So yung dun sa paglabas po, since malaki po yung amount, so from the release po, parang dapat wala na pong touch ang one of the personnel since po ilalabas na po siya sa bank. So ang ano po namin
Dumadaan siya ng teller, bale, doon yung teller, yung parang may mesa po na ganon, ma'am? Bale, igaganon mo po?
Actually, nire-request naman po yun ni client na dapat dun sa discrete place. So, since malaki po yung amount, nire-release po namin siya at the back of the teller.
Sorry, ma'am, at the?
Back of the teller po. Yung medyo discrete po yung area para hindi po naka-expose
Hindi nyo
sa tao.
tinitingnan yung risk ng empleyado ng gobyerno na kumukuha siya ng malaking cash, baka mamaya masaksak yan paglabas ng bangko?
Nasa likod nga po, back of the teller po, nasa back room po ng teller.
Back ng teller, yung dinadaanan niya, yung pa rin yung main door or merong ibang daanan?
Yung exit, yung entrance and exit, isa lang po yung dun sa case po ng Shaw Boulevard branch.
So doon din lumalabas?
Yes, Miss
Okay.
Chair.
At ang naghahakwat nun ay yung kliyente na mismo?
Opo, kasi may mga kasama naman po sila na
Hindi nyo po kilala yung mga kasama?
Hindi po. Miss
Hindi nyo
Chair.
naman hinahatid yung pera papunta sa opisina, sa DepEd?
Hindi po, Miss Chair.
Pero pwede siyang ihatid, Mr. Chair?
Hindi po, Miss Chair.
Bakit po? Di ba meron kayong armored vehicle?
Wala po kasi kaming MOA with regards to the delivery of the cash to the client. Wala po kaming memorandum of agreement with them. So, talagang over the
So
counter.
lahat po ng kung ihahatid dapat may MOA.
If we will be using the armored card po, Miss
Hindi
Chair.
na kung for purposes of safety kasi kawawa naman yung mga empleyado at kawani ng gobyerno kung malay mo may pag-interesan sila. Hindi nyo hinahatid ng armored vehicle papunta dun sa opisina para naman safe sila.
Yun po, kung meron po kaming memorandum of agreement kasi yung armored car is need po ng
Sino po yung teller na nag-release ng pera?
teller po ng branch.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Ms. Chair, since 4 checks po ang issued check for negotiation, iba-ibang teller po yung nag-issue.
So iba-ibang teller
Oo,
siya.
so in our case, 3 tellers po yung iba-ibang nag-serve.
Okay. At usually, is this usual for land bank?
In case po ni Shaw Boulevard, that large amount, hindi po siya usual kasi hindi naman po lahat ng client namin nag-encash ng ganong kalaking amount.
Unusual po siya sa pananaw nyo?
Opo, Ms. Chair.
Yeah. Mr. Chair, the reason why I'm asking this is we're putting the risk of our government officials and our government employees. Imagine, magwi-withdraw ka ganyan kalaki, cold cash. Maybe in aid of legislation, there can also be a cap kasi pwede naman na maraming SDOs or pwede naman to ginawang every other week yung pag-disburse. Tsaka ang tanong rin, there are just a lot of questions, Mr. Chair, because if you get 125 million cash and you bring it to an office, a government office, may vault ba yung government office? Maybe we can ask the representatives from OVP. Meron po tayong vault doon, ma'am, Mr. Chair? Wala na. Can the finance chief answer, Mr. Chair?
Yes, Attorney Sanchez or Attorney Lopez?
Mr. Chair, we have a vault for our cash division, but that is not the same vault being used by the SDO. So I am not aware if there is a separate vault used by the SDO.
Si Ma'am Attorney Zulaika, meron po?
Your Honor, I am aware of a vault as mentioned by the Director for Finance and Admin, for cash. It's used for, I think, understand payroll and petty cash fund.
It's used for? Payroll? Hindi po ba online na po ang payroll natin, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah,
I'm
oo.
sorry. May I refer this matter to our Chief Accountant and Director for Admin and Finance?
Ma'am, just to add, Mr. Chair, just to add to what I mentioned earlier, the vault for the cash division is being used primarily for petty cash fund, National Security and Protection Group for security assessment, and we take their recommendations. For example, if they advise us to add additional blue guards, we take their recommendations and apply it. But we defer
So in
to
this
their
case,
risk
Mr.
assessment.
Chair, yung 4 na beses na kumukuha kayo ng cash na 125 million sa Land Bank at nililipat sa opisina ng Vice President, ano po ang naging security measures na ginawa nyo?
Mr. Chair, I apologize, but I do not have personal knowledge on the specific security measures undertaken.
Can you speak closely to the microphone, please?
Sorry, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I do not have personal knowledge on the specific security measures undertaken after the check was released.
Alam nyo po kaya, maybe
After the check was released.
Alam nyo po kaya, maybe the Chief of Staff or the Finance, would you know sino po ang driver nung sasakyan na kumukuha ng pera?
Your Honor, I am not really privy to financial matters in the office. My role really as Chief of Staff is based purely operations. So I think the better person to answer really for admin and financial concerns would be Director Lynn Sanchez.
Director Lynn Sanchez. So, Director, pag dumarating po yung pera, saan po dinidiretso?
Mr. Chair, after the cash division releases the check to the special disbursing officer, we already have no participation on the encashment or handling
So,
of
ibig
the cash.
sabihin, Mr. Chair, pagkakuha ng pera sa Land Bank ng 125 million, 4 na beses, hindi siya bumabalik sa office ni Vice President.
Mr. Chair, I do not have information on whether bumabalik siya po or hindi.
So hindi siya napupunta sa opisina. Kasi 4 na beses ito, Mr. Chair, Madam Resource Person nangyari. Tsaka ang laki kasi ng amount eh. Ilang kahon po yun?
Yes, Mr. Chair, as mentioned earlier, hindi ko na po
or what part of the Philippines they are in now?
Your Honor, as mentioned early on, we do have a rollout of
Kaya nga, but I'm sure,
But the
meron naman tong
exact-
assignments. Ikaw, doon ka. Ikaw, dito ka. Di, imposible naman na all over lang sila, di ba? Sino po ang may alam niyan? Kasi, again, I'm gonna repeat why I want them here. Because most of the questions are actually directed to them, di ba?
We understand, Your
Eh,
Honor.
pangit naman, kayo tinatanong, ipapasa nyo lang din na dapat sila. It could have been, properly done kung nandito din sila. And we've been treating you fairly naman, di ba? None of you have been
We
cited in
understand.
contempt. You're all here. You're all eating your own food nga, di ba? I noticed. I think it's better than our food. Di ba? So,
I do understand, Your Honor, but as mentioned earlier, number one, I have not really gone through that.
Again, I'm just asking for who among the officers of the OVP would have an idea as to their exact whereabouts? None? Kasi if you're a government officer, di ba? You're assigned to travel. Aren't you supposed to show that this is my certificate of appearance, I went to this particular office to justify your travel? Tama po ba? Di ba? So saan ngayon ang pinupuntahan nila? Is it any of the offices, satellite offices of the OVP? No one will answer?
On my end, Your Honor, I really have no personal knowledge. Kasi ang nabasa ko rin po is various areas.
Who gave the travel authority?
May I see again? Just a moment, please.
Sige.
The travel authority was signed by the Assistant Chief of Staff, Your Honor, Mr. Ortonio.
Pinapa-excuse ko na sana. Diba? So, he's your assistant, right? Can you not call him up and say, where are these persons ba? I'm just interested with Acosta and Farda.
I will try to reach out to him, Your Honor.
Oh, so you cannot contact your assistant, chief of staff?
Oh, because when I arrived, as mentioned earlier,
Oh.
yes, I arrived only and reported to the office yesterday. I have not seen him,
Kaya nga,
actually.
but I'm sure there are means of communication, He being your assistant. In this day and age, I'm sure someone could get in touch with anyone. Would you not agree, Attorney Lopez?
I will try to reach
Okay,
out.
I'll give you a few minutes, ha? Thank you.
No worries, Your Honor.
Yeah, just a quick manifestation, Mr. Chair. Ms. Zulay, Attorney Lopez, how long have you been in government?
Your Honor, I was a recipient of a loyalty award, so for 10 years. So I suppose more than 10 years.
So previous to your position now, you worked as city administrator of Davao City, correct?
That is correct, Your Honor.
So as city administrator, I'm sure travel authorities would come and go your desk.
For certain officials only, Your Honor.
Yes. So but they would come your desk. Ikaw ang pumipirma, ikaw ang signatory, ikaw may authority.
That is,
And you would know that open-ended travel orders are generally prohibited. You cannot issue a travel order that doesn't specify to where you're going, up to when will you be there, and the other details and purpose of your travel. Is that correct?
Your Honor, Mr. Chair, the preparation of, when I was a city administrator, the preparation of documents as regard travel authorities is actually handled by the Human Resource Division.
Yes, I'm not asking Attorney Lopez who prepares them.
Yes.
As an attorney and as a city administrator, you know that it is prohibited, generally prohibited, to issue travel orders that are open-ended, meaning no specific place, purpose, and time.
Your Honor, I would think that in this case, it can be justified because there is a schedule of activities happening on these dates. So at the very least, I would think that it limits
So if you think it's justified,
the areas.
yes, yeah.
In this particular case, Your
Yes,
Honor.
so if you think it's justified in this particular case, let's take this particular case as an example. So what particular places are you speaking of?
That is the matter, Your Honor, that was discussed earlier. I would have to ask and check
So
which
therefore,
areas.
you cannot use this example as that particular case because you yourself have no specific information as to what these various places are. Am I correct, Attorney Lopez?
Your Honor, Mr. Chair, there is a list of activities happening across our satellite offices. That can be indication of which areas they will be traveling to.
So meaning, is this a regular practice in the Office of the Vice President where you issue travel orders recklessly with no specific day, with no specific place, with no specific purpose? Basta ang sinusulat nyo lang yon, varios. Paano ngayon to, Attorney Lopez? Paano ngayon to, si Mrs. Villa del Rey? Nandiyan ba siya?
She probably went on restroom break, Your Honor.
Okay, tatanong ko na lang si si Attorney Sanchez. Kung ganito yung practice sa OVP, paano nyo charge ng per dime? Tapos paano kayo nag-i-issue ng travel voucher? Paano kayo nag-i-issue ng pambayad ng ticket, pambili ng gasolina, pambayad sa kain, sa eroplano? Kung ito, sinasabi nyo, various places. Various places can mean here, there, everywhere. From the North Pole to the South Pole. So, I mean, you can't expect the committee to believe that one reason to why your officials are not present is because they're attending to activities in various places. That's totally unacceptable. Is this a practice in your office, Attorney Sanchez?
Mr. Chair, usually before we issue a travel order, there are attachments to it. The first one would be the request for travel
I'm not asking that,
authority.
Attorney Sanchez. I know the process because I used to work as a chief executive in a local government unit. I know how it works. So don't tell me the process. What I'm asking you, ito ba ay practice sa Office of the Vice President na recklessly nag-i-issue kayo ng travel authority?
No, Mr. Chair.
O, ba't nyo ginagawa? Kung hindi naman pala. So, ba't nyo ginagawa?
Mr. Chair,
So therefore,
Did
kung
not
hindi nyo
issue.
pala talagang ginagawa, ngayon nyo lang ginawa. Kung kailan may hearing tayo sa good government, na parang lumalabas, sadyang iniiwasan nyo na dumalo yung mga opisyalis ninyo dito sa aming pangdinig. Kasi talagang isasabay nyo pa eh. Kung kailan may hearing, sinasadya nyo na wala dito. At yung dapat at yung pumirma pa doon sa travel authority na yon is the same person who promised that he should be here. Mr. Chair, this is beyond disrespect to the committee.
Mr. Chairman.
I mean, at the very least, are you trying to hide the truth? Is it so difficult already for people to say the truth? Nowadays, na you have to come up with all sorts of lies. But I'm telling you, you're gonna run out of excuses eventually. You're gonna run out of reasons eventually. And eventually, we're gonna get to you. So
Chairman.
with that being said, Mr. Chair, maraming salamat.
Thank you. With the indulgence
Chairman.
of Congressman Rog Gutierrez, the chair would like to recognize Congressman Paduano.
Thank you, Kong Rods and the chair. Now, ma'am, alam mo, looking back, no, balikan ko lang yung excuse letter nung nakaraan. For example, in the case of Gina Acosta, may travel authority siya. Di ba, that time? And her travel was, during the time was I think in Bacolod City, sa satellite office. Malinaw po doon sa travel authority niya. Sinabit niyo po rito. Nakaspecify po yung date at saka place. Andito ngayon si Doc Chris Turuhon, in charge of the satellite office in Western Visayas. And during that hearing, I think if my memory serves me right, that was the second invitation. And that was the excuse of Gina Acosta with the official travel order doon po sa Bacolod City, satellite office. Now, today, ang problema nyo kasi, ma'am, Attorney Sanchez, alam mo ba, ang problema nyo kasi ngayon, nilalabas nyo na walang specific area. Ma'am, talagang tinatago nyo. Alam mo bakit? Kasi supposedly, after the travel, if she goes back to your office, may certificate of appearance. And that certificate of appearance dapat coincide or inconsistent with the travel authority. For example, nakastipulate on Bacolod City or Region 6 satellite office. Yung certificate of appearance siya sa ibang satellite office. Will you honor it? Ma'am? Attorney? Will you honor it?
No, Mr. Chair.
Oh, no. That's why, huwag niyong gamiting palusot dito na walang specific time, date, and place. Ma'am, lastly, I just want to warn you. Don't you know, by telling in this committee, you're violating Section 11 of our rules. Letter F po, undue interference. That's our internal rules. You're violating Section 11 of letter F, paragraph F of our rules. Undue interference during scheduled hearing by the committee. I just want to inform you, ma'am. And if you want to check it, you can check it in our website. Nandyan po yun, attorney. You're a lawyer, you know that.
Yes. Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Chairman.
Yes, Attorney
Mr. Chair,
Sanchez.
may I be allowed to respond, Mr.
Yes,
Chair?
please.
Mr. Chair, earlier I was asked to check for records for the travel orders. So that's what I did, Mr. Chair. I just checked, and from the report of our Central Records Unit, they provided me with copies of the travel orders, Mr. Chair. So for the period of November 10 to 15, Mr. Chair, that is what was mentioned by Honorable Congressman Paduano, that Ms. Gina Acosta traveled to a satellite office, and the place is specific. But Mr. Chair, another travel order was issued for the period of November 18 to 22, Mr. Chair. And I'm just basing it, my statement.
And who signed that
on the record.
travel order?
As mentioned earlier, Mr. Chair, it was Assistant Chief of Staff, Lemuel Ortonio.
And he's not present also.
Yes, that is
Eh,
correct.
pare-pareho sila.
Who signed the travel order of Ocdonio?
For the travel, wait, Mr. Chair. For the travel, order number 2024-983, and that covers the period of November 11 to 15. The signatory of the travel order is the Vice President, Your Honor, in accordance with our
Yung
office
ngayon,
order.
sino yung nag-sign ng travel authority? Ito ngayon.
Mr. Chair, for the travel of Ms. Acosta, Attorney Fajarda and Mr. Fajarda, the signatory is Mr. Ortonio. In
Mr.
accordance
Ortonio.
with our
And he's
office
also
order.
absent
That
today.
is- Yes, Mr. Chair.
Paano siya sasagot? But ma'am, last question na lang po, attorney. Regular ba yon? Yung ngayon? Regular ba o irregular? Yung travel authority na yan? In your own experience and based on the practices, supposedly the practices in your office, is it regular or irregular? Without dates, without the specific place?
Mr. Chair, it's not common, Mr. Chair. This is the first time
So that's irregular.
that is not usual, Mr. Chair.
Anyway, Mr. Chairman, ako, attorney, I have just cited our internal rules, no? I hope you will answer truthfully so that this committee will not be forced to cite you in contempt. Ganun lang po. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Chair. But as
Mr.
mentioned,
Chair,
my responsibility is on documents.
Ma'am, as I've told you, you're a lawyer, alam mo po. Salamat po, Chairman.
Thank you, but
Mr.
at
Chair,
this point,
can we request Kong Paduano to extend this request? Mr. Chair, can we request Kong Paduano, since he's already posting questions and looking for Ma'am Acosta, maybe they can call her over the phone kasi on official travel naman siya, so she's still active and performing her duties.
pwede po ba
The finance
pakitawagan na
officer,
lang po
Attorney
ninyo
Sanchez
si
and Attorney Lopez.
Ma'am Acosta?
I will try, Mr. Chair.
Okay. The chair would like to recognize Congressman Rog Gutierrez. Rog.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, just a few questions lang po to continue. I think the committee has already expressed its interest by asking already in Land Bank na pagtaka po talaga yung issue po of the money trail. I think we have established that the cash withdrawn from the Land Bank representing the confidential funds are taken out by the SDO in cash. Hindi pa napadeposit sa Land Bank. And it is in the personal cost of the SDO, which is in line with the joint circular. However, this is 125 million in cash, and in the case of DepEd, 37.5 million per quarter in cold hard cash. But what is not sure yet is where Ms. Acosta and Mr. Fajardo have brought the cash. I think we've established the line so far with the tellers. We're still going to have to establish that at least from the Land Bank up until the deposit, from the release of the check up to the encashment in Land Bank. We've seen that so far, but we still have yet to establish where the cash goes after that. And we have some further questions po in relation to this. Kasi po, ang nakikita po natin, based on the testimonies, even from the last hearing, in the question of confidential funds, it all points to two people po. In the case of DepEd, at least, it's pointing to the SDO and the head of agency, in which case that would be Mr. Fajardo and then Secretary Duterte. And of course, for the OVP, although interestingly, based on our last hearing, it actually was pointed to three people. If we recall the testimony of Attorney Sanchez, she actually mentioned that, based from her knowledge, the persons who would have knowledge of this confidential funds would be the SDO, si Ms. Acosta, the head of agency, which is VP Duterte, and the Chief of Staff, Ms. Zuleika Lopez. So in line with this, just to clarify, I'd like to ask a few questions po, no, kay Attorney Lopez, to the Honorable Chairman. Attorney Lopez, nabanggit po yung pangalan po ninyo last hearing. Just to refresh your memory, I'm sure at the time you were busy po with your personal concerns. We were asking si Attorney Sanchez po and si Ms. Ville del Rey about the processes within the OVP and the disbursement of the confidential funds. And it was mentioned, I believe, specifically by Attorney Sanchez, what we've established, at least with Ms. Ville del Rey, is that wala po silang kinalaman sa disbursement ng confidential funds. Ang alam lang po ng chief accountant is the requirements and that they would have to submit for the release of the check. And kasama rin po dito si Attorney Sanchez. However, Attorney Sanchez, I believe, made that statement that past that point, and what we've established with the Land Bank, the personalities involved with the confidential funds would be the SDO, the VP, and yourself. However, we take note po, Ms. Lopez, to the Honorable Chairman, most respectfully, na binanggit po ninyo that you're only concerned with operations. And by operations, you're talking, I guess, about the social amelioration program ng Office of the Vice President. Is that correct, Ms. Lopez?
That is correct, Your Honor. That is my role as Undersecretary and Chief of Staff of the Office of the Vice President.
Ms. Lopez, I hope Attorney Lopez, I hope you understand how we would find that quite confusing, because generally the idea of a chief of staff would be second to the head of the agency, and by virtue of that, everyone else in that department would be under the chief of staff. Generally, that's how it works. Our understanding is that in the OVP, how many USEC positions are there? May we ask?
There's only one undersecretary position, Your Honor.
And the undersecretary position is that of the chief of staff, correct?
That is correct.
So generally, including the SDO, although they have specific responsibilities under the circular regarding to the confidential funds, they are still under your supervision as the USEC.
The SDOs, Your Honor, do not report to me.
They don't report to you, although
don't.
you are the most senior official after the vice president in the...
Your Honor, if I may be allowed to, Sir Congressman Gutierrez, if I may be allowed to explain my answer. In the Office of the Vice President, although I am the Undersecretary and the Chief of Staff, I am purely handling, as I mentioned, operational concerns. There are areas, for example, that I am not privy to, one of which is the matter of confidential expenses. But as regards the institutionalization of the projects, implementation of the projects, communications that come through the office, internal, issuances of memo, issuances of special orders, etc., they go through me. And also, for external communications, Your Honor, for example, there is a request for referral to for example, the DSWD or the Department of Health. All these matters, Your Honor, are coursed to the Office of the Chief of Staff. And all communications emanate also from the Office of the Chief of Staff, external, especially to those national government agencies. On top of that, Your Honor, I handle the day-to-day operations of, there is a clustering in the Office of the Vice President. For example, in the case of Director Lin, she handles the finance cluster, which is budget, accounting, GSD, no, is under you, the procurement. That is her AOR. On my end, Your Honor, I handle the frontline delivery of administrative support, such as Disaster Operations Center, Legal Affairs Division, and also the protocol team. Those are matters that I have direct hand into and information I am privy to. So yun lang po yung aking areas of concern. And there are areas actually in the Office of the Vice President, katulad, for example, let me just cite, if you allow me, sir, the matter of the appointments or the scheduling of the courtesy calls, etc., on the Vice President. Although it may be true that high-ranking officials call me and say na, USEC, attorney, confirm mo naman yung aming appointment with the Vice President. This is something that I have no say, direct say to, because this is all done by the appointments team. In the same manner, the protocol team of the Vice President, although all the members of the Diplomatic Corps call me as the head of the agency, as the highest official, and as the Chief of Staff, it does not guarantee them that there will be a scheduled courtesy call, because these are matters that are determined purely on that end. So it's I think it's a compartmentalized kind of setup, Your Honor, that there are only certain functions and tasks that I am privy to, in which case that is the one that I have mentioned earlier. But although I would wish to answer really respectfully as regards the matter of the confidential expenses, it is something that I have not really been privy to from the very beginning. So, in the case of the earlier questions by Congressman Acop, rather, it is something that I cannot really answer because I am not privy to the disbursement, utilization, nor liquidation of the confidential funds. So, ganun po siya, Your Honor. That is how it is run in the Office of the Vice President.
Okay. Thank you for the clarification, Attorney Lopez. Well, I only mentioned
Thank
that
you.
because it was the words of Attorney Sanchez that mentioned that you would probably be privy to the disbursement. I think it would be understandable. It would be an understandable statement on the part of Attorney Sanchez because the general understanding of a chief of staff
Okay.
and being the sole USEC of that agency,
Yes.
there would be an understanding that there would be certain that you would have overall supervision. Well, in relation to the SDOs and in line with the circular, we also understand that they have specific responsibilities only to them. But we can't help but be puzzled po, no? And I understand you're telling us now that it's compartmentalized, but still we would think that generally the head of the agency would course things through you. Although necessarily separate yung sa issue ng disbursement of the SDO, wouldn't other matters regarding the SDO, for example, administrative or human resources or logistics-wise, are they not coursed through you in relation to SDO? Because if I'm understanding it correctly, the job of the SDO would also entitle a lot of travel. As you've pointed out earlier, I mean, we've seen that maraming travel orders po ang ating SDO to the point na wala rin po siya today on the because of official travel po, no? So, in relation to that, there's a lot of intermingling pa rin. Although you might say compartmentalized, there are a lot of things that would go through you. I would understand the travel orders are signed by the Assistant Chief of Staff right now only because you were gone for the longest time. But generally, you would be signing off on the travel orders of the SDO. Would that be a fair statement?
Your Honor, I do not sign off on the travel orders of certain officials, or in this case, the SDO. May I just confirm kung sino lang yung pwede kong pirmahan na travel authority? Just the ODU heads ba? Oh. In my case, Your Honor, in the case of the Office of the Vice President, I can only sign off on the travels of Directors Lynn Sanchez and Director Baloro, who is the Director for Operations. All the other travel authorities, I do not sign off on them. It is HR. Okay.
So, Mr. Chair, Attorney Lopez, you're telling us now that even sa pag-sign ng travel orders, may clustering pa po kayo? You are only authorized to issue travel orders for these two officials, and then everyone else has different parang boss? Ganun po ba yung sistema sa OVP? I hope you'd understand the confusion because we were presented before an organization and it all seemed to be like a pyramid, downstream lahat. Although there are clusters, everything's under you. But now we're seeing that there are limits to your responsibility. Are we understanding this correctly?
Your Honor, in the Office of the Vice President, we have a certain delegation of authority. There's only certain papers or documents that get into the Office of the Chief of Staff. And there are also others that go directly to the Office of Director Sanchez, as well as the Office of Director for Operations.
Mr. Chairman, Attorney Lopez, could you please guide us through also? Ano po yung ibang clusters? I think you mentioned financial, appointment, protocol. Operations, of course, is what you're in charge of. What are the other clusters so that we have an idea? So, in line with that, Attorney Lopez, so what you're saying now is confirming what Attorney Poa told us earlier, that if you take a deeper look into the OVP, napaka-compartmentalized. He used the same term, actually. It's very compartmentalized sa OVP. So you are affirming that now po?
Yusek Poa said...
Na compartmentalized po yung OVP. Sometimes, what the left hand does, the right hand doesn't know. Parang what si Attorney Poa, while spokesperson, should be expected to know the ins and outs of the office. Because precisely as spokesperson, he will be relaying this information to the public. When we were asking him, he said compartmentalized po. He does not know about confidential funds. So you now, as the Chief of Staff, you are now confirming ng OVP po, despite the hierarchy that we see in the official organization chart, napaka-compartmentalized pala po yung OVP.
Yes, that is correct, Your Honor. I can only speak for my experience as the Chief of Staff. I cannot really speak for Attorney Poa because there are certain areas in the OVP that I have no information on, or I cannot really have a direct hand on how it all operates. Your Honor.
So, Mr. Chair, in the operation of the OVP, rather than the usual hierarchy where it's a pyramid, where you have the large base with information or data or operations, which passes information upwards to select supervisors, upwards again to director level, ASEC, USEC, and finally to the VP. You're telling us now that the OVP operates in a hub and spoke type of situation wherein the OVP is central and then direct na lang po siya to the different, for example, OVP direct kay spokesperson, direct kay chief of staff, direct kay Attorney Sanchez, for operating different clusters. And each cluster doesn't know what the other is doing.
I can only answer, Your Honor, on my role as the Chief of Staff.
Yes, sorry, and I'll just add to that point. No? And I understand you can only speak as the chief of staff because what you're telling us now is that you have been compartmentalized only as the chief of staff. So now you're telling me what I'm trying to present now, and if you would agree with that, is that the VP is very hands-on but treats you separately. So there's like I said, the hub and spoke. The VP is in the center, and she deals directly with Attorney Poa for other matters which you might not know, then directly with you for Chief of Staff of Operations for matters that only you know, directly to Attorney Sanchez for matters that only the finance would know, and you don't coordinate with each other.
There are cases, Your Honor, that is, in my experience, that is the case. For example, in the case of the spokesperson, it is not something that I am also privy to, the instructions for the OVP spokesperson. It happens, Your Honor, that way.
Thank you. I think this will be more, the compartmentalization of the OVP will be more relevant as we go on. But I'll just go back and focus on the SDOs. Thank you very much, Attorney Lopez.
Okay, thank
so
you.
Yun po, we had an idea, although Attorney Sanchez mentioned that 3 persons were involved with the SDO, it seems to be narrowed down po, no? It looks to be, like with the DepEd, it's 2 people. We have SDO Gina Acosta and the head of agency, which is the vice president. So para sa kalaman po ng lahat, yung joint circular, it dictates there that the SDO is personally tasked with the disbursement and liquidation of confidential funds. And the head of agency is personally tasked to oversee. So what Attorney Lopez has told us now, by excusing herself or by separating herself from the operations of the confidential fund, it now affirms what is in the joint circular. It is down to these 2 people. And in other words, yung SDO po yung inaatasan ng batas natin na humawak at siguraduhin mapunta ang confidential funds sa naayon na confidential expenses. So this is all in line with the circular. Ideally for the SDO, but given that Ms. Acosta is not here, I'd like to ask these questions to Attorney Camora. Apologies, Attorney Camora. Which po, no? Is this an annex to the joint circular, or is there a format that is provided?
Yes, Mr. Chair, it's Annex B of the joint circular.
So as Annex B, even if the correct signatories are there, for example, it's signed by the SDO and signed by the head of agency and properly notarized, if it has been altered in any way that any of the provisions under the certification are different, di nyo po tatanggapin. It has to be worded precisely as Annex B provides. Tama po ba?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
And it would require all of these signatures,
Yes,
such as
Mr.
the head of agency. So we take note po that means that there are very specific things that are required to be certified as to be submitted with the liquidation report. And some of the things that stand out, it says here po, and I quote, incurred by the undersigned. So ibig sabihin po rito, it is the SDO that personally handles and disburses the money.
Yes, Mr.
That is
Chair.
basically the crux of the certification. And it just comes with other caveats.
Yes,
Like,
Mr.
for example, first, what is spent is in connection with the agency's intelligence and or confidential operations and activities. Is that correct?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
And it also says that 2, it cannot be used for payment of salaries, wages, overtime, additional compensation, allowance, or other fringe benefits of officials and employees.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
And 3rd, that the expenditures are necessary and utilized for legal purposes.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
So this means that the SDO should personally know the disbursements and the expenses incurred, and that he should have personal knowledge of all of this. That is basically what the certification is saying.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
And this, hand in hand with the liquidation reports, would affirm again the responsibility of the SDO to disperse the confidential fund in accordance with the provisions of the circular.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Since the SEO handles the fund personally, it necessarily follows that he gives the money. Is that correct? And I believe you answered this with Congresswoman Garin.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
You mentioned actually that there could be possibly multiple SDOs.
They could designate many SDOs.
From all of our agencies po and departments and GOCCs that would have CIF or IF, how many po would have only one SDO?
Actually, Mr. Chair, most have only one SDO. It is the agencies that have multiple SDOs that are fewer.
Okay, so mostly have one SDO.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
And in that case, that SDO is the one in charge pa rin of paying, and it cannot be delegated further.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Okay. So, for example, if we have an informer, which is basically what the CIF is for, no? If you have an informer who needs to be paid, it is the SDO who personally pays this to them.
That is the presumption.
That is the
based
presumption.
on the certification, Mr. Chair.
And based on the requirements of the circular, it cannot be delegated. So the presumption should be reality. No?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
And that is the understanding of the COA.
Yes,
That it
Mr.
is them who personally handles it. And it is them who personally receives the acknowledgement receipt.
Yes,
Exactly.
Mr. Chair.
So the SDO cannot give it to another employee, for example, out of the 125 million, a specific, for example, compartmentalized daw, clustering. So ikaw sa rewards of medicine, ito, 20 million. And then siya na po yung in charge sa, ano, and then whatever ARs that delegated person would receive would pass it on to the SDO. That is not allowed under the circular.
Even if he or she does that, he or she is the one ultimately accountable for those funds based on his or her certification. So, it's under his responsibility pa rin po.
Yes. So basically, command responsibility siya pa rin. But if that
Yes,
were the case, that is not in line with the circular because it should be personally disbursed by the
yes,
SDO.
Mr.
Correct.
Chair.
So we can't be too sure that the SDO, if it were the case that it were delegated, the SDO would not be able to certify it in such a manner. Because
Yes,
supposedly
Mr. Chair.
it's saying there that he's the one who actually dispersed the money.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Okay. And this is the same for payments of rewards. This is not just for the handling of funds in general. Even for
Yes,
payments of
Mr.
rewards and information, it goes the same way.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
The SDO gives payment directly to the recipient, and the recipient is supposed to give the AR or any DEPs that are in relation to that. Ms. Camora, Attorney Camora, so these acknowledgement receipts were submitted by the OVP and the DepEd to COA. This is the proof, this is the documentary evidence of payment that is required by the circular. And now we have that understanding that you've confirmed now that the SDO personally handles the same. So they handle the funds and they handle personally the DEPs.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
So if there's any doubt to the confidential funds, if there is any doubt at all to the DEPs, any doubts to the ARs, which have been hammered down in the last hearing and now in this hearing, this all points down to the SDO. This is their personal responsibility under the joint circular.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
So, for example, one of the things that we pointed out last time in relation to the dates, if there is any problem with the date of the AR, it should have passed to the SDO.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Because unlike, for example, in our usual po natin, Attorney Camora, let's say, in a usual transaction, pumunta ka sa mall, bumili ka ng pagkain, magbibigay ng resibo, you wouldn't pay a second thought on that OR because usually you don't have to liquidate it anywhere. It's just a piece of paper. But as an SDO in which you have a personal responsibility, nakataya pera mo pa rin kasi nakaband ka po to the treasury.
Yes, Mr.
So you would have to check and make sure that all of the ARs are accurate,
Yes, Mr. Chair.
including the date.
Yes, Mr. Chair. Since one of the responsibilities under the joint circular is to disburse the CF and IF in accordance with the provisions of the circular.
Yes. So in the circular, it requires an acknowledgement receipt, and an acknowledgement receipt would require the date. So the date having been filled in for the AR and received by the SDO has the responsibility to make sure that it is correct.
Yes, Mr. Chair, although the requirement is documentary evidence.
Documentary evidence.
payment.
So I'm sorry, but yes, the AR as the DEP
Yes,
would be
Mr.
required to have gone under scrutiny of the SDO. So if we had 158 ARs which have a supposed typographical error, shouldn't the SDO have caught on since they personally gave the money and received the receipt? He would check the receipt. Kung tama yung pangalan, may signature, tama yung purpose, and the date. So the 158 times na mali yung date, supposedly 158 times na dumaan po ito sa SDO.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. So with that, we'd like to ask the COA. I know we've asked this before already, but we're looking into the responsibility of the COA. You've already mentioned many times that the ICFA would only be concerned with the submission of the DEPs and that you wouldn't look no further because generally parang ministerial na lang to a point. But should it have raised some red flags po? Especially now in hindsight, yung 158 with typographical errors ng dates.
because of our hearings here, we're kind of looking into this, that we should be a little stricter on our audit from now on. So
We understand po, no, you mentioned before that one of the limitations of your office is manpower. And I think
Yes,
one
Mr.
thing that the
Chair.
committee will be working on in aid of legislation is to strengthen po the COA, that you would have the proper manpower support to make sure that this does not happen again. I think
yes.
that's one thing personally this representation would like to push forward for the consideration of the committee. But with that said, so I hope now the ICFA would take into special consideration not only the impossibility of typographical errors, the frequency of it occurring, the time span in which it happens. And of course, now, as mentioned by Congressman Adjong, we've seen earlier that there are problems even to the multiple names with different signatures. This should have raised a red flag. And of course, the bogus names that were raised by Congressman Acop, such as Mary Grace Piatos. So these are things that I hope that the ICFA would be more stringent with. But there's one more matter, aside from that, which we have brought up from the previous hearing, that I hope that you could consider. Upon studying po yung DEPs natin, and we already know that there's a question about the time span in which that it was dispersed. Alam natin, questionable yung 11 days, na 5 days pa nga po ay holiday, dispersed po ito lahat. But one more thing we have to consider, now that you have affirmed to us, now that we understand it better, na yung SDO is personally in charge of dispersing the funds, we collated po yung ating mga DEPs. And we've seen po, for example, this is, I think, the DepEd. So this would be by Mr. Fajardo. For the, I believe this is the first quarter of 2023, submitted on the 31st of March, there were disbursements every day po, no? Since the release of the cash. And that disbursements, they would not go less than 10 times a day po. If you could see po in the chart, this is what we've seen. You would notice that the ARs, it would say the address or location. This is one thing particularly with the DepEd. Aside from the name, the signature, and the date, meron pong locations. So, on February 21, 2023, or the very next day after the SDO encashed the 37.5 million in checks, lumabas po sa acknowledgement receipts that SDO Fajardo made 7 disbursements already. This is the day after, in 7 different locations. And the locations are Malolos, Davao, San Francisco, Agusan del Sur, Makati City, Negros Oriental, Negros Occidental, and Davao City. So the very next day, after, I would assume, the check was issued, it was encashed in Land Bank under the Shaw branch. Tama po ba for DepEd? Or
DepEd branch.
The DepEd branch. So the DepEd branch, that is in what city po here in NCR?
Pasig, sir.
In Pasig po na encash, and immediately the next day, he traveled to these 7 places and have these 7 ARs. Did this not raise a red flag of the impossibility of this occurring?
Well, it does, sir. Although during our review, somehow we just accepted the acknowledgement receipt.
For reasons you've already stated earlier po, no,
Yes,
Attorney
po.
Camara. In addition to this, if you go to the day of the first quarter that had the most disbursements, which is March 15, 2023, SDO Fajardo supposedly made 26 disbursements in the following locations: Davao del Sur, Surigao del Sur, Oriental Mindoro, Laguna, Zamboanga del Sur, Cebu, Ifugao, Antique, Batanes, Pampanga, Legazpi, Lanao del Norte, Batangas, Tarlac, Metro Manila, Samar, Davao de Oro, Agusan del Norte, Davao del Sur, Davao de Oro, Laguna, Cavite, Surigao del Norte. Attorney Camora, let's give him a helicopter. I don't think he'll do that in one day. So it really raises a question. How did SDO Fajardo certify and say that he personally disbursed this? Buti na lang po yung DepEd ARs have location. So it really shows us kung saan po sila. Unlike the DepEd ARs, yung OVP po wala. Yung OVP would only have the name, the purpose, the name, the signature, and the date. That's it. And the amount. Pero here we could see in DepEd, it seems to be really impossibility. So you could see the theme, not really the theme po, no, but what we're driving at here. Earlier, according to Congresswoman Garin, and I understand her frustration, there is the physical impossibility of the delivery and encashment of the cash. The questions regarding that, surrounding where it was brought. And then now, even the physical impossibility of the disbursement. Yun naman po yung tanong dito. If truly SDO certifies that he or she is the only person and yes, personal knowledge of disbursement, has gone through the DEPs. How do we explain this? It looks like from north to south, tip to tip po nitong Pilipinas. By Batanes pa rin po. So these are just some of the questions that we have. And if we look at the chart earlier, it happens multiple times. For February 25, there were 21 disbursements across 18 different localities. February 27, 21 disbursements across 18 localities. March 3, and the list goes on. And if you notice the chart, every day po yun. Every day po may disbursement. So it really raises the question po, no?
Yes, Mr.
About
Chair.
the legal, the veracity of the certification. We're now seeing the consequences of our current format that we have, that a single signature, which the COA just blindly, not to fault you, again, we understand the reasons that you have, that you lack manpower and all that. But napakahirap po to because we're talking about the most difficult to account for, confidential intelligence funds po, no? So, if I may continue, Attorney Camora, and again, I understand frustration. I wanted to ask this to the SDO personally. I think they would have been able to answer. But on the light side na lang po, to make the most of the information that we have, at least on the side of the COA, that you'd understand the frustration of this committee, and that you'd understand po where we'd want to proceed with this. It goes the same with the OVP. If I may continue, Mr. Chair, the pattern of the OVP is that even if it does not have the locality or the address, the disbursements are really dubious and curious because it really makes use of these disbursements in a way that you would find hard to believe. Just the number of disbursements given in the number of days, it really raises some questions po, no? Like, for example, on December 23rd of December of 2022, this is close as in relation to what Congressman Acop mentioned. There were a lot of holidays in those 11 days. And in fact, Noche Buena would have been the number one thing that people would be preparing for. But on the eve of Christmas, or the day before, when you would be preparing for the eve of Christmas, on December 23, at least 103 individuals received a total amount of 15 million pesos. I mean, just 15 million pesos for 103 individuals. If truly the SDO is certifying that personally I think this is SDO Acosta, she disbursed this, it really raises the question kung the possibility po, no, of how they did this. So, and this would include a bunch of things. So it's very much payment of reward, payment of information, medicine. The safe houses were also included there. Given the various clusterings, if you would call it that, parang it leads to the, I would not say impossibility, the improbability of the AR submitted. So I think we really need a strict scrutiny po, no, of the DEPs that are being submitted. I'd just like to point out that based on this study, the days where the OVP gave confidential funds, over 100 recipients, all happened in 2022. And this is the time that had the 11-day period. So you could see na, I don't know if it's intentional, pero minadali po talaga. There was really quick disbursement. And in line with that, just one last question, Attorney Camora, and which was brought up by Congressman Acop. He was driving the point with Attorney Sanchez that you could obligate the confidential funds. If you don't consume, for example, because this is cash advance system, you advanced 125 for December of 2022, and you've only consumed, for example, 100 million. Does that mean mawawala na po yung 25 million, or does it carry on to the next quarters? Sorry, let's not do 2022 kasi last month na yun. Let's say for yung GAA provided na CIF. If in the first quarter of 125 million, na consume lang po is or what's justified is 100 million, what is the effect for the second quarter? Can they disburse 150 million, or are they limited still to the quarterly limit of 125?
Mr. Chair, the cash advances for the whole year. So as long as the cash advances are within the year and the last cash advance was liquidated, they could cash advance again for the next like quarter or the next quarter, since most of them do it quarterly.
So for example, on the 31st of March, I've consumed 100 and I justify with a liquidation report of 100 million. I still need to justify the 25 left, even beyond March 31. That would be allowed for the first quarter?
Can you repeat po?
Sorry. So yung first quarter po, meron tayong cash advance of
Yes,
125 million. Ang nakonsumo lang po ng opisina ay 100 million lamang. May 25 million po na balance. Does that mean I can still justify the 25 million after March 31?
No, Mr. Chair. If it has been cash advanced for that period and the amount that was unutilized should be returned by the SDO.
It should be returned to the SDO.
Yes,
Yung
Mr.
sinasabi
Chair.
po ni
Since yung
Congressman
liquidation
Acop,
po is yung buong amount po dapat.
but it could be obligated in that time. It doesn't have to be dispersed. You could obligate for the 25 million pa hindi naman return. I believe that was the point that Congressman Acop was making.
Pwede naman po
Pwede.
yata. As long as it is still within the year of the it's still within the year, so yung cash advance is still for the year.
Thank you, Attorney Comoro. So yun lang po, just to manifest, it really drives the point that it seems to be, there are questions po with the timing and the accompanying DEPs, and I'm sure that we're still going to go back to this. There were other questions, but unfortunately, wala po yung ating SDO, so I'll have to hold on to that. Mr. Chair, with that, I'd yield to other interpellators. Maraming salamat po.
Just an interjection, Mr.
Yes,
Chair.
Congressman Franz Castro.
Yes, so excellent no yung pinakita nating pag-analyze nung utilization noong confidential funds in 2023 and even in 125 in 2022. The possibility, the improbability physically nung pagbabayad ng SDO nito doon sa mga binanggit natin ano na kung ito man ay reward or whatever or reward. So ano ngayon ang gagawin ng Mr. Chair? Gagawin ng COA doon na obvious na sa pag-analyze natin, even Attorney Camora, nagsasabi siya na parang imposible. Tama ba 'yon? In one date, in one day, in different places, magagawa ba ng SDO na pumunta para bayaran yung mga sinasabi natin na dapat na bayaran in a day. Sabi nyo kanina at sabi natin kanina no, imposible. So that is yung sa pagre-review ninyo nung ipinasa ng mga acknowledgement receipt, etc. So Mr. Chair, ang tanong dito, kasi hindi lang tayo matatapos na ito na yung nangyari, parang nakakatawa na talaga eh. Ano yung SDO na yon, Mr. Chair? Lumipad mula sa isang lugar patungo sa isang lugar in eight places lumipad kung siya lang talaga yung nagdi-disburse. So talagang parang pinapatawa tayo no, pinapatawa ang taong bayan ng Office of the Vice President na nagagawa ito. No? So ano ngayon ang gagawin ng COA? Are you still going to accept those acknowledgement receipt or those na mga disbursement na tingin natin ay panloloko lang, niloloko na tayo, 'di ba?
Regular ano po, but since these things have been pointed out, I think we will be basing our reviews na based on what we have discussed here in this hearing. And as to the cases po ng sa OVP and DepEd, yung sa 2023 especially po, AOM pa lang po yung status nung audit actions namin, and under review pa rin po yung mga compliance nila. So we will take po in consideration lahat po ng napag-usapan natin and be more circumspect in our review. Although mahirap since yun nga po marami pong transactions, but moving onwards siguro po i-apply po namin lahat ng mga learnings namin dito sa hearings na to. Although mahirap po talaga.
Kahit na common sense, i-apply nyo dyan. No? Kahit na common sense, Attorney Camora, i-apply nyo dyan.
Yes,
no? Talagang imposible na talagang ito maaring ibinulsa, di ba? O maaring kung saan na napunta. Kaya imposible yung nangyari na sa isang araw pumunta ka sa iba't ibang probinsya para mag-disburse.
Yes, Mr.
No? Imposible
Yes, Mr. Chair.
'yon. At gamitin naman natin yung yung kahit na konsensya or kahit na common sense para diyan po. At gusto natin na dahil ito ay under review, sinasabi niyo hanggang kailan po Mr. Chair yung review nito?
Hindi pa po namin masabi, Mr. Chair, since ang mga involved po ay kasama po dito sa hearing madalas. So, we will try po as soon as kung...
Okay, so Mr. Chair, no, I hope yung COA would be prudent enough, ano, at saka talagang tignan nyo talaga kung paano ginagamit ng Office of the Vice President at saka ng DepEd before itong confidential funds. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chairman,
Um,
can I,
Okay, with the indulgence of Congresswoman Luistro, the chair would like to recognize Senior Deputy Speaker Don Gonzales.
thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I'd like to address my question lang na three item lang kay Attorney Sulaika Lopez. Ma'am, who is your Assistant COS? Who is your Assistant Chief of Staff po, ma'am?
The Assistant Chief of Staff is Mr. Lemuel Ortonio, Your Honor, Mr. Chair.
Sino po ang pumipirma sa travel order ni tawag dito si Lopez, si Ordoña? Nasa abroad. Ano pangalan nun?
Ako po
Hindi,
yun.
yung si pangalan nito. Si nasa abroad. Sino pumipirma sa mga travel order ng office?
In the OVP, Your Honor, there is a delegation of authority. There are certain officials that I signed for in their travel authority. There are also other officials that Mr. Ortonio signs for.
No, who signed the travel authority pala of Gina Acosta?
Mr. Lemuel, no? In the travel authority shown to me, Your Honor, it is Mr. Lemuel Ortonio.
Okay. Number 2 question, ma'am. Kung tama po, hindi po niyo pwedeng i-recall yung travel order ni Gina Acosta to attend the hearing as Chief of Staff, ma'am?
Anong date na kay Gina?
Ikaw ma'am, ang Chief of Staff, di ba?
Yes, that is correct. No, I was also asking Director Lin kung anong dates po siya yung covered ng travel authority. Okay. We will consider, Your Honor. We will consider.
No, you just answer my question, ma'am. If yes, you can recall the travel order of Miss Acosta, ma'am. You are the boss.
I was not the person, Your Honor, who issued the travel authority.
Precisely po. Precisely po.
Yes,
So
but we
meaning
will-
to say, if you cannot answer, they're not really using the travels. Umiiwas lang po sa pag-attend nitong hearing na to. Tama ho ba?
Your Honor, like I mentioned earlier, kakabalik ko lang ho. I will have to study and look into the matter.
Okay, I have 2 questions. Number 1, kung yes, you can recall the travel authority of Ma'am Gina Acosta. And number 2, kung hindi, iniiwasan lang po umattend dito sa ating hearing ng good government. Tama ho ba, Miss?
Your Honor, as to the earlier suggestion on your end to recall the travel authority, I will look into it, Your Honor, and consider. But as I mentioned earlier, kakabalik ko lang ho sa opisina, and the travel authority is not something that I saw and have gone through. Ngayon ko lang po nakita through the phone of Director Sanchez. But we will consider Your Honor's recommendation.
Yes, please. Give me the date lang po kung kailan pinirmahan ng assistant COS nyo yung travel authority ni Gina Acosta.
Just a moment, please. Your Honor, the document indicates that it was signed November 14, 2024. Your Honor. Mr. Chair.
Saan po siya nagpunta, ma'am?
Si Ms. Gina Acosta po.
Opo.
Wait, just a moment. Can you please? Just a moment. All right, per travel order number 2024-1036, in the interest of public service, With Your Honor, I would like to read the entire travel order in toto. Gina F. Acosta is hereby authorized to travel on official business to continue the monitoring and facilitation of the preparations and rollout of OVP anniversary activities in various areas on November 18 to 22, 24. Then, while outside her official station, she's authorized to collect allowance for daily travel expenses, incur actual travel expenses in accordance with Executive Order Number 77/2019, chargeable against OVP funds, subject to existing budgeting, accounting, and auditing rules and regulations, including but not limited to the internal financial controls and spending guidelines. The date is November 14, 2024, Your Honor.
Attorney, ano trabaho po ng SDO? Di ba SDO po si Gina Acosta? If meaning SDO, siya ang disbursement officer ng OVP. Bakit siya ang umihikot regarding for the anniversary of the OVP?
Okay.
Meaning to say November 4, 18 to 22.
Okay.
Outside the country uto?
No, Your Honor, it is within the country. It is within the country. As regards to the question, earlier question, what is the work of Ms. Gina Acosta?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, may I know what is, just a moment. What is? Okay, Your Honor, Ms. Gina Acosta is a Vice Presidential Officer 6, Staff 6 of the OVP. And as such, apart from being an SDO, she is also responsible for, she has also other tasks and functions, Your Honor.
So she's concurrent. So is staff 6 and then she's an SDO also. Concurrent siya. Office of the Vice President and then
I understand
SDO.
the SDO is a as a designation only, Your Honor. She is VPSO, that is her position title.
Okay, thank you. Pero ma'am, pwedeng ma-recall mo yung travel order niya para mag-attend siya sa next hearing si Ms. Gina Acosta.
Okay, we will consider, Your Honor, the recommendation.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you also.
Thank you.
Just point of clarification lang.
Yes, DS.
Sorry,
Suarez.
with the indulgence of Congresswoman Luistro. Kailan po ba yung anniversary celebration?
The exact date for the OVP 89th anniversary, Your Honor, is November 15, last November 15. However, in celebration of that particular anniversary, we have actually, just a moment, month-long series of activities, Your Honor, as confirmed by the Director for Operations.
So your anniversary is on the 15th.
November 15th, yes.
That was 5 days ago.
That is correct.
Correct, right?
Yes.
You knew about this hearing. When did we, Comsec, when was our last hearing? November 11. So that was 9 days ago. We're November 20 now. So in between that time, it's impossible. It is humanely impossible for the second highest office in the land not to know about the hearing on good government. So, and you've already celebrated. You said the celebration was on the 15th.
That is correct, Your
Yes,
Honor.
and from what I understand, I think on a memo that was released by the Office of the Vice President, the celebrations are supposed to be simple. That is correct, right?
That is true, Your Honor.
So how can you have a simple celebration that would last a month?
Your Honor,
So
this-
you're saying you're celebrating the anniversary of an office from November 15 to December 15?
Your Honor, when we say celebration, we simply mean the rollout of projects and activities across the country, Your Honor, in our various satellite offices. In most cases, the Vice President will be present also to celebrate with the satellite offices.
Okay, yeah. So I
It
understand.
is simple, actually. It's a simple
Yeah,
program.
I
Your Honor.
understand that, but you know what? It's not a legitimate reason for number one. It's a special disbursement officer. An SDO doesn't supervise over events. I would expect the chief of staff to supervise over events. I would expect maybe an executive assistant to supervise over events. But why a special disbursement officer whose primary focus is money, finance, supervising over preparations for events? Is Gina Acosta an event specialist?
Your Honor, the Ms. Acosta's task as SDO is a designation on her end. Her position title is really Vice Presidential Staff Officer 6 or 6.
Hindi. Edward Fajardo, where is he? Is he also supervising celebrations? Ano ba to? Naging event specialist na ba tayo? Sunshine Fajardo, missing also. Is he also supervising events? Ano ba sila? Sila mag-MC ng event? Silang in charge sa physical preparations? Hindi ba kayang gawin ng mga satellite offices nyo yun? Nandito yung mga satellite offices nyo. Who's in charge of the satellite offices? Yeah. You cannot handle an anniversary preparation? It's yes or no. Can you handle an anniversary preparation? Can you handle the rollout of programs?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
There you go, Attorney Lopez. They can. They do it. Do you do it on a regular basis? Do you do it on a regular basis?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
So why supervise?
Again, for the record, Your Honor, I only saw the travel authorities.
Anyway, yeah.
Right
So,
now.
can you just do me a favor, Attorney Lopez, with the indulgence of Congressman Gonzales? Tawagan mo nga. Sigurado naman akong sasagot sa iyo yan. Ikaw ang chief of staff eh.
I will just try to reach out, Your Honor.
I already asked her to do that a few minutes ago, Mr. Chair.
Huh?
I already asked her an hour ago to contact his the vice.
Baka
the
nasa
assistant,
ibang planeta eh. Anyway, so sorry for my statement.
Respectfully,
Congressman Gonzales.
respectfully, Your Honor, Mr. Chair, I can only really reach out if he does not want to get in touch or revert. I cannot force Mr. Ortonio. But I already texted him. Your Honor.
Mr. Chairman, if I may, sabi mo yung anniversary ng OVP is November 15, at sabi mo dun sa letter of authority to travel, is for the preparation of the OVP anniversary. So, ang date po ng authority niya is November 18 to 22. Meaning to say, tapos na po yung anniversary bago nyo binigyan ng letter authority to travel. So, kayo po nagsabi dito kanina, ang anniversary nyo is November 15. Pero ang reason is for the preparation of your OVP anniversary. Parang tapos na ho yung anniversary at binigyan nyo siya ng TA ng November 18 to 22.
Opo. Your Honor, for the record, the Office of the Vice President has 1 central office, 10 satellite offices, and 2 extension offices. There are a series also of activities happening in various locations, but it does not all happen in one day. To give time to the Vice President to participate in the activities of the satellite offices. That is why, Your Honor, it was scheduled month-long. That is the reason.
Okay, thank you, Mr.
Respectfully.
Chairman.
Mr. Chair, one question only.
Congressman Jill.
Pwede ba malaman namin sa OVP kung sino yung official na in charge doon sa pag-book ng plane tickets also with accommodation? Just to know the whereabouts of these officials, Mr. Chair.
I have no personal knowledge on this matter. Maybe the Director for Admin.
How about the other officials from the OVP?
Attorney Sanchez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, we have a travel arranger in the office under the procurement division. But she's only...
Ma'am, wala rin kayong alam. To cut the long story short.
No, no, Mr. Chair.
Wawa naman yung opisina nyo. Lahat hindi alam kung nasaan yung mga tao ninyo. Nagkaroon na yata kayo ng amnesia lahat. Ano po ba nangyari sa opisina ninyo? Lahat walang alam. From the chief of staff down to the department head. Lahat hindi alam.
Mr. Chair,
Or meron po kayong pinagtatakpan.
Mr. Chair, for flight bookings, Mr. Chair, there is a person assigned to flight bookings, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, I think that is procurement under her office, Mr. Chair. Attorney Sanchez, can you not call that person now? I'll give you 5 minutes po.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chairman,
The chair would like to recognize Congressman Ino D.
may we also ask what exactly is the event that's currently happening today? Meron ba po tayong, I don't know if I missed it earlier, ma'am, that they have to attend to? Ano po ba yung event or program na ginagawa ngayong araw na ito na ina-attendan ng mga staff po ninyo?
Okay. Your Honor, for this question, may I refer you to our Director for Operations?
Okay.
No? Director Baloro, please, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yes, you are Mr. Norman Baloro.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, the programs for the month of November.
No, for today.
Yes,
For
this
today.
is for the OVP Thanksgiving ceremony, Your Honor.
Where, may idea po kayo details of the event or the program?
For the event, Your Honor, it's somewhere in Caraga, Your Honor.
Somewhere in
Caraga.
Caraga? Wala po kayong exact venue or details of...
No, Your Honor, because we have also our satellite lead who is also assigned in Caraga, Your Honor.
Can we ask the head of the satellite offices? So, can you coordinate with them? Ano po ba yung exact program natin ngayong araw?
Si Miss Regina
Of course,
Tecton.
we just have to ask.
Sino po yung head
Kasi
ng
nga po, we're all
satellite?
confused. Saan po yung mga taong ito? Ano po yung mga programa? Ngayon,
Maayong hapon kaninyong tanan. Mr. Chair, for today, the activity is in Caraga, I think in Hingoog, but the exact details will be under the satellite lead in Caraga.
do we have any coordination po with the satellite team in Caraga office, ma'am?
I will refer you to the Director of Operations because we are all under
Chair,
the
Mr. Chair,
operations.
just-
po.
may I-
This
may I-
has Mr. Chairman, we cannot have a referral office. Lahat na lang ng tanong, i-refer dito, i-refer dyan, i-refer dito. Wala ba kayong...
Pero ako po naso-surprise kasi yung director ng operation nandirito. Yung Special Project Division nandirito. Pero yung SDO, yun ang umiikot.
Mr. Chair.
Hindi ba dapat yung operation ang umiikot, hindi yung SDO?
Mr. Chair, may I interject?
Yes, Congressman
Just a very
Zia.
brief lang po. I think there seems to be a disconnect. Parang it's not only me, hindi nagko-coordinate but disconnect. I think kayo po yung head ng operations, Mr. Baloro, di ba?
Mr. Chair.
I think, Mr. Chair, you should know because you're the central office eh. Diba? Mga satellite offices, are you telling us that the satellite office work independently from yours or that they don't at least send to you? I presume that's a very important occasion or activity. So, I mean, a simple question asked by Congressman Ino D. You cannot even tell us the exact location. What program is this? I mean, you're supposed to know everything because these are satellite offices. Are you telling us that you don't care at all to even know the details? Kayo po yung sa central office eh. These are satellite offices. I mean, there seems to be a disconnect kasi nagtuturuan po kayo eh.
Isa lang po ang maliwanag dito eh. From Chief of Staff down to the Director, puro walang alam. Di parang may nagtatakipan po dito.
Mr. Chair, dagdag ko lang. So, kanina, Mr. Baloro, hindi mo alam kung saan eksakto sa Caraga ginaganap yung anniversary ninyo?
Mr. Chair, with regard to the places, because we have several locations po for Caraga. So we have also our satellite leads who's now in charge with the identification of the location for the OVP anniversary in Caraga. Your Honor.
Okay, several, marami. Ano-ano yung mga lugar na yun?
With regard to you, that with honor, may I also have a time for me to call with our satellite lead?
Alam mo, nagloloko na tayo dito eh. Sa totoo lang, kung meron man nagtataka kung bakit nabawasan yung budget ng OVP, ito naging dahilan eh.
Your
Kasi
Honor.
hindi nyo may paliwanag. Simpleng activity ninyo. You can't even say for a certain fact kung nasaan. Sasabihin nyo maraming activities somewhere in Caraga. Tapos hindi nyo man lang masabi kung saan. Anong klaseng celebration yun? Sobrang laki ba ng opisina ninyo na kaya nyong sabay-sabayin lahat ng barangay, lahat ng bayan sa Caraga Region? Not unless, of course, you're making a mockery of this committee. Mr. Baloro.
Your Honor.
Hold on. Are you making mockery of this committee, Mr. Baloro?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, so if no, then treat us with respect. Where are you celebrating the activities of your celebration today? You are head.
Caraga, Your Honor.
Where there? Do you know how big the Caraga region is?
For my personal knowledge, Your Honor, no.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair. Your Honor.
Yes, Attorney Lopez.
Your Honor, Mr. Chair, respectfully, may I be given a minute, please, to just discuss and confer with Director Baloro, if that's all right.
Pwede niyo po bang tawagan ngayon si Miss Gina Acosta, speaker po ninyo?
Si Miss Gina Acosta.
Miss Gina Acosta. Paki-speaker po nga po ninyo.
Mr. Chair, may I just add that
Yes,
for
Congresswoman
an
Luistro.
event as big as the anniversary of the office of the Vice President, I do not understand why the operations head is not knowledgeable about the place of the celebration and the matters connected thereto. And more so, Mr. Chair, it is a common practice that when one applies for a travel authority, it goes with the travel authority, the invitation or the program of the activity. Kayo po'y operations head. Wala man lang hubang program or invitation where we can make reference as to the place of the celebration and the officials who are supposed to be there other than the SDO.
Your Honor, for the 2024 Thanksgiving activities, Your Honor, I just learned that
Is it Thanksgiving or anniversary?
Thanksgiving anniversary. It's in line with the OVP anniversary, Your Honor. The title of our program, Your Honor, is Thanksgiving.
Thanksgiving anniversary celebration of OVP. And
Thanksgiving activity,
and
Your
it
Honor.
ranges for one whole week.
Yes, Your Honor.
Can you
up-
please cite again the inclusive period for that celebration?
Yes, Your Honor, from after our event on November 15, that is the 89th anniversary of the OVP. Right after that, we have our scheduled for the OVP Thanksgiving activities for all the 10 satellite offices, Your Honor.
Sandali po, ang pinag-uusapan muna po natin is celebration today.
Today, Your Honor, is the OVP Thanksgiving in Caraga, Your Honor.
And where in Caraga is it being celebrated?
It is simultaneously celebrated in, I've learned now, Your Honor, in our three municipalities. It's one city, Your Honor, it's in Hingoog, Magallanes, and Butuan City, Your Honor.
And why did you not seek for an excuse when you are the operation head and you're supposed to be the first person who's to attend that celebration?
Your Honor, because I went to Panay and Negros Islands already, Your Honor, last week. This is in province, it's municipality of Malay and municipality of Macataw in Aklan. So the reason why, Your Honor, for me to have a rest, Your Honor, my time also in the central office to sign few documents with regard to the medical and burial assistance. So the reason why, Your Honor, I need also to...
And how about the program and the invitation which are supposed to justify the travel authority of your SDO?
Your Honor, with regard to the SDO, Your Honor, is I am the one who signing. I'm not the one who signed the document, Your Honor.
Yes, I understand, but as an operation head, you're supposed to receive as well, di ba? A copy of the program and the invitation, because you are the focal person in terms of field operation. Am I correct?
Yes, but Your Honor, with regard to
Hindi ka ba nila inimbita?
for Caraga, Your Honor,
As operation head, you're supposed to be invited. Tama po ba ako?
as part of my job, Your Honor.
I wish to see the copy of the invitation and the program. Would you like to produce them today?
Your Honor, with regard to my, Your Honor, with regard to my travel order, I'll provide the committee, Your Honor.
Which travel order are you referring to, Mr.?
For the schedules of the Thanksgiving activities, Your Honor.
What we are discussing today are the activities where the SDO is supposed to be present as provided in her travel authority. I do not understand why in her travel authority, the documents which are supposed to accompany them, the program and the invitation, were not mentioned by Attorney Zulaika and Attorney Sanchez.
Your Honor, I don't have the knowledge, Your Honor, with regard to the travel order of our SDO, Your Honor, because I am not the signing authority, Your
But
Honor.
do you have a knowledge in as far as the existence of this program and invitations are concerned?
With regard to the OVP Thanksgiving for Caraga, Your Honor, yes.
You have?
With regard to, Your Honor, with regard
Do you have
to
copies?
Thanksgiving.
Do you have copies?
With regard to the executive brief, Your Honor, I have.
Can you please share it to the committee? The invitation and the program for the Thanksgiving anniversary celebration in Caraga,
Yes,
where your SDO is supposed to be present.
With regard to the presence of our SDO, Your Honor, I cannot give you...
Because
with
that is the justification provided in the travel authority. So I suppose that he's there attending the activity.
Your Honor, I can only provide you, Your Honor, the executive brief of the program of the Thanksgiving in Caraga, Your Honor.
Mr. Chair, can we please direct our secretariat to solicit the copy of the program of activity as well as the invitation, Mr. Chair?
The Secretariat is requested to please get hold of the copy to Mr. Norman Baloro. Ating Secretariat?
Mr. Chair, quickly lang po, if I may, I'll be allowed to interject with
Yes, Congressman
yes,
Sia.
with indulgence. I guess earlier, Mr. Chair, Congressman Flores requested our Sergeant at Arms to communicate, the issuance or the contempt order that we have just issued against certain individuals, and I guess SDO was part of among those individuals who recited in contempt. Did I hear it right, Mr. Toledo, Mr. Baloro, that you are currently today celebrating a Thanksgiving anniversary of the OVP, and probably these three areas, andun si SDO?
Caraga, Your Honor.
Yes, in Caraga. Kasi yun po yung reason niya kung bakit hindi siya pumunta dito. And maybe if we can go back to the earlier motion of Congressman Flores, we can already communicate kung nandun siya, maybe as a sergeant at arms, so that they can issue already. And they can probably confirm whether this si SDO ay nandun talaga sa Caragas para ma-secure natin siya. Mr. Chair.
The Secretariat is COMSEC.
Mr.
May-
Baloro,
May
sorry.
we request the Sergeant at Arms? Where's the Sergeant at Arms? Pakitawag po.
So Baloro,
Yes,
paki-mention
please
lang po yung areas you just learned just now, texted to you.
Your Honor, for the Caraga Satellite Office, Your Honor, for the Thanksgiving activities, we have simultaneously have the program for Hingoog, Magallanes, and Butuan City, Your Honor.
Oh, there you are, Mr. Chair. Hingoog,
Magallanes,
Magallanes,
Magallanes, and Butuan City, Your Honor.
and Butuan City. Okay.
Mr. Chair, can I just add?
Please continue.
Mr. Baloro, what is the activity tomorrow? Where?
For the activities tomorrow, Your Honor, this is still for confirmation because, however, to answer your question, is in Southern Mindanao Satellite Office, Your Honor.
What towns po?
This is somewhere in Marilog, Your Honor.
Marilog, that's Davao City.
Yes, Your Honor.
Oh, no other place?
With regard to the Thanksgiving for the
I
Southern...
mean, the programs that you're, where supposedly Fajarda spouses and Acosta are to be supervising tomorrow.
For the program here, Your Honor, it is in Southern Mindanao Satellite Office in Marilog, Your Honor.
In Marilog. Okay. So if they will not be in Marilog tomorrow, meaning they will be absent from their function supposedly. They were sent there supposedly to help out in this particular activity, correct?
Your Honor, to be honest, I don't have really the knowledge with regard to the travel order of the SDO, Your Honor.
You just heard Attorney Lopez read it out to you. To all of us.
Your Honor, I only have the knowledge with regard to the activities
Okay.
under the
Now,
operations,
as the
Your
head of operations, supposedly, alam mo kung sino yung pupunta doon from your office to help out, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
And then you heard Attorney Lopez say that these persons were issued travel authority by Attorney Ortonio to help out in these activities. Correct?
I presume, Your Honor, their
You
presence
presume.
will be there.
So I also presume that they should be there tomorrow. Otherwise, they will be absent and they will not be doing the performance or they will not be performing their duties of which they were tasked to do. And of which they're saying that they're absent now because they're doing these functions. Correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
So they should be there tomorrow.
I presume, Your Honor, their presence will be there tomorrow, Your
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. The Chair would like to recognize the next interpellator, the Honorable Jinky Luistro.
As a follow-through, Attorney Sulaika, ilan po ba ang key officials ng OVP? I'm referring to key officials only.
There are 5 key officials, Your Honor.
Can you please mention these 5 key officials?
The undersecretary,
Can you please include the name?
Oh, yes.
Assuming this position.
Yes, for number 1, the undersecretary, that is me, Zuleika Lopez. Our assistant secretary, Mr. Lemuel Ortonio. Our director for admin and finance services, that is Director Rosalyn Sanchez. Our director for operations, that is Mr. Norman Baloro. And our director for strategic management office, that is Attorney Sunshine Fajarda, Your Honor.
How important is this Thanksgiving anniversary celebration in Caraga? It's not even at the NCR. It does not even represent a regional representation because he made mention only of 3 specific LGUs. Why? Of all key officials. Bakit naman po sa dami ng opisyal ng OVP, ito pang matagal na pong iniimbita ng Good Government Committee na si SDO Gina Acosta at si Assistant Chief of Staff Ortonio ang nakaisip na mag-represent ng OVP sa Thanksgiving celebration.
Your Honor, I cannot answer that because, for one thing, I was not the one who issued the travel authority. For another, I cannot presume to understand or know of the wisdom of the person who actually signed it. So, therefore, I cannot really directly answer that question.
To continue,
Respectfully.
Attorney, it is not my intention to undermine the significance of those activities in Caraga. But we are thinking individuals here between defending the institution, the office of the OVP, and attending the Thanksgiving celebration in the 3 LGUs in LGU. Hypothetical lang po. Which do you think is more important?
Your Honor, every activity we roll out, whether it's in the NCR or in our satellite
Mr. Chair,
offices.
can we please direct our resource speaker to answer the question? This is a hypothetical question, Attorney Lopez.
Please
If you
answer
will be made
responsibly.
to choose, saan ho ba kayo pupunta? Sa hearing ng Good Government Committee, where you will be given the chance to defend the office pertaining to the issues surrounding it, particularly the utilization of confidential fund, or the Thanksgiving celebration in the 3 small LGUs of the Caraga region.
Your Honor, Mr. Chair, the decision to attend the committee hearing of this honorable committee is a personal one.
I understand, Mr. Chair, but this is a hypothetical question that is being raised to our resource speaker.
I can only answer for myself, Your Honor, and my decision was to attend today's hearing.
Thank you, Attorney Salaika. Now to proceed, Attorney. Tagasan po ba kayo? Where did you originate?
I was born in Davao City, ma'am.
Can you please enlighten us where in Davao at kailan po ba kayo pinanganak? At least the year.
Your 1974, Your Honor.
You were born 1974 in Davao City, and I
That's
understand you were appointed as city administrator for a long time of Davao City. May I ask, Attorney, kailan po ba yung first encounter ninyo with our Vice President?
My first encounter with the Vice President was really because of work, Your Honor.
In other words, hindi po kayo childhood friends, hindi po kayo classmates, you are not even friends prior to your appointment as city administrator. Tama po ba ako?
Your Honor, the Vice President was, I was an upper class of the Vice President in the College of Law of San Beda, Your Honor.
In other words, you were schoolmates during the law school years. Tama po?
We were schoolmates, but we were not, how do you call that, friends?
Acquainted?
Or acquainted.
So when did you become acquainted with each other?
When I took on the position of Secretary to the Sanggunian, Your Honor.
When was this, Attorney Lopez?
I think 2007, Your Honor.
So this is prior to your appointment as city administrator.
That is correct, Your Honor.
You were first appointed as Sangguniang Bayan Secretary in 2007 before you were appointed as city administrator from 2010 until 2022. Is my data correct? Are my data correct?
There is a gap, Your Honor, because for a time, the Vice President was not the mayor.
Yes.
So just for, I think, 6 years, I was city admin for 6 years.
Let us go to your position as city administrator, Attorney Lopez. Ano po bang functions ng isang city administrator?
Your Honor, the city administrator, in my experience, we actually develop plans and programs on how to effectively and efficiently implement programs and projects that are initiated by the local chief executive. That's one. And then another would be the coordination with all the city department heads. In the case of Davao City being a highly urbanized city, I think we have around almost 40 city department heads, Your Honor. Not to mention, part of my task also is to chair and preside over various committees of the city, such as the Zoning Committee, Tourism Board, Davao City Investment and Promotion Committee, etc., totaling also more than 30 committees. Apart from that, of course, the city administrator is also tasked with the administrative delivery of administrative support services, particularly in times of disaster operations, notable of which is, for example, there's massive flooding, or in the case of COVID in 2019.
That is an ample function, Attorney Lopez. And in fact, our time allotted for committee hearing might not be enough for you to be able to share with us the so many functions of a municipal or city administrator. Am I correct?
Yes, Your
But
Honor.
I have some specific questions for you. As city administrator, do you recommend to the LCE the appointment of key officials?
Your Honor, in my experience, I never proposed a recommendation for key officials.
But do you believe that as a city administrator, you have the discretion, the power, the opportunity, the position to recommend people who deserves appointment as key official? With the ample function that you have shared to this committee, I believe yes.
Your Honor, perhaps prepare a short list for consideration, but I cannot really make that recommendation because that exercise belongs to the appointing authority. It's the
Yes,
local
but
chief
if the
executive.
appointing authority will be soliciting your position relative to the people who are supposed to be appointed for key positions, would you give your opinion concerning this matter?
Your Honor, in my experience as the city administrator of the vice president, when she was then mayor, she never asked me for any particular person or name that she should consider.
How about in the execution of contract in behalf of the LGU? Do you give your legal opinion, especially considering that you are a lawyer?
Your Honor, in the city government of Davao, there is only one lawyer, and that is the city legal officer. So all contracts that are executed or performed or entered into are reviewed and given legal opinion by the city legal officer, Your
If
Honor.
there are occasions when the opinion of the legal officer is not in consonance with yours, don't you volunteer your opinion being the city administrator and a lawyer at the same time?
Your Honor, I can only confer really with the city legal. But at the end of the day, it is the city legal who will make that final recommendation to the city mayor.
In
Or the local
scheduling the LCE in very important meetings, do you give your opinion as well as to which meeting she should be giving priorities?
Your Honor, from the very beginning, that was very clear to us that we do not really involve ourselves in the appointments or the scheduling of our principal.
How about in
Then-
budget preparation, Attorney Lopez? Don't you give your insights about which item, which program needs bigger budget compared to the others?
In the preparation of the budget for the city government, Your Honor, what is being done is that the city department heads, all 42 of them, I think, more or less, make a presentation as to their priority programs.
Is it not that you are the one at the core, at the center of all these department heads, being the one representing the office of the LCE?
No, Your Honor, I sit in only as city administrator.
As a
There is
matter of
also
fact, as city administrator, you do help reconcile the budget of all the departments of the LGU. Tama po ba?
Your Honor, it really depends on for one, the presentation of all the projects and programs of all the city department heads. And then we make that presentation to the local chief executive. And then the local chief executive will decide which programs will be prioritized. We do not have.
Do you mean to tell us that you do not recommend with respect to the programs which needs to be provided with budget?
Your Honor, my role really is that once there's an identification of a particular project, for example, may I be allowed, Your Honor, to give an example, just a short one, a brief one. For example, our collaboration with the National Museum of the Philippines for the establishment and construction of the National Museum of the Philippines in Davao City. All right. So this was an item that was proposed by some of the city department heads. So it is one of those projects that we presented to the local chief executive. And once she says that, yes, we will do this project and the timeline is set for this period, that is the time that I, as a city administrator, come in and start talking to key officials from the National Museum of the Philippines, draw the necessary legal documents that will document.
You wanted to tell us, Attorney Lopez, that the LCE approves first before you have the hand of being part of that program or
Yes.
activity. Is that what you wanted to tell us?
That is correct, Your Honor, because my role really as city
In all
admin,
matters concerning the office of the city of the mayor, you wanted to tell us nag-approve muna ang mayor bago ka umakto as city administrator?
that is correct, Your Honor, especially in projects such
Attorney, if I may interrupt, that is quite hard to believe. Because as city administrator, you're supposed to check all the programs, all the concerns, all the decisions, all the matters that will be presented to the LCE before her decision. Is that not the real situation of a city administrator?
Your Honor, I can only speak from my experience working with the local chief executive.
If you are not giving these recommendations to the LCE, then who gives the recommendation?
Your Honor, in that example that I gave, that was an output of the briefing with the several city department heads. That is one of the programs and projects that was listed. These are projects that we prepare and report to the local chief executive for consideration.
Kanina po may binanggit kayong you're heading all the committees. Tama po ba yun?
I preside, Your Honor.
You also made mention about the different departments. What do you do with the different departments?
Coordination, Your Honor.
You coordinate with the different departments and you draft programs and do the implementation as well as the coordination with the rest of the departments of the LGU. Tama po ba yun?
Yes, Your Honor. For example, in the case that I mentioned earlier, ma'am, in that partnership with the National Museum of the Philippines, it has to be approved first that we will embark on that project before we actually proceed any further.
Are you aware that city administrator is oftentimes referred to as Little Mayor? Have you heard of that?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes. Why do you think the position of, or the person, the city administrator, the municipal administrator, the provincial administrator are being referred to as Little Mayor?
Little Mayor, precisely, ma'am, because you are the go-to person of all city government, city department heads, and then sometimes you traffic the deliverables and the projects that are expected per city department head. In other words, Your Honor, my role really, I am not a city engineer. I am not a city veterinarian. But what I do is, if there is an issue on ASF that the local chief executive wants addressed, I coordinate with the city veterinarian, who is actually the expert on that program. That is my role, Your Honor. It's purely, how do you say this? Ensuring that they are able to come up with their projects that they have proposed themselves, and it is delivered at a certain timeline as they have committed. Your Honor, I speak from my experience. That is how it was done when I was city administrator for the local chief executive.
Do you mean to tell us, Attorney Sulaika, that for the longest time, that is 2010 to 2013, and then 2016 to 2022, your
2016.
opinion and recommendation was never solicited by your LCE?
Maybe on matters, Your Honor, such as, for example,
That is quite hard to believe, Attorney Sulaika, because otherwise, we will not be able to come up with this little mayor thing, which is being used to refer to the city administrator, if indeed walang kapangyarihan ang mga administrators. As a matter of fact, this representation used to be a municipal administrator.
Your Honor, Mr. Chair, respectfully, I can really just speak from my experience. That is the style that I was accustomed to under the local chief executive.
Kanina po may mga programs kayong nabanggit which you implement. Can you please cite some in brief?
Katulad po nung na-mention ko ng collaboration.
Just the title, Attorney.
The construction, Your Honor, and partnership with the National Museum of the Philippines for the establishment of one such branch in the city of Davao.
What else?
The high priority bus system, Your Honor, that we started during the term of Vice President Inday Sara, but it's still ongoing right now. The Davao-Samal Connector Bridge, which also we started with, but it is still ongoing, as well as the pending, among others, the pending waste-to-energy projects. One of those that was finished is the underground cabling.
Just give us a rundown. What these programs did you implement during those times? We are talking about 9 long years, you sitting as the city administrator.
Yes, Your Honor. These were projects that were proposed by the city department heads.
So can you please give us a rundown? Ano po ba yung mga programs na yun? 3 pa lang po yung binigay nyo. We're talking about 9 years here.
Another one would be the Davao Bypass Road, which is a partnership with the JICA group.
Parang yung binabanggit nyo, ma'am, ay mga construction project. Tama po ba?
Meron din pong other activities, Your Honor. Of course, the celebration of all the festivals that happen in a year, which is tatlo, which is the Charter Day celebration, the Kadayawan Festival, the Pasko Fiesta, that one.
Do you mean to say, Attorney Sulaika, that among these programs coming from the various departments, you are partnering with the department head in terms of implementation?
Your Honor, the person responsible for the implementation really is the city department head. For
Sunod ko pong itatanong sa inyo, if you are not recommending, you are not suggesting, and then you will be telling me it is the department head who implements, ano pong ginagawa nyo as city administrator?
Ma'am, I ensure that these projects happen
You
and
oversee.
are delivered on time.
And in overseeing, of course,
Or
you coordinate with the department heads. Tama po ba?
That is correct, Your
And you
Honor.
will agree with me also na lahat po ng programs na ito, we cannot implement them without the necessary budget. Tama po?
Yes, there is a budget for such.
And considering the length of time that you've been sitting as the city administrator of Davao City, you are well-versed pagdating po sa budget ng LGU. At least you are familiar with the budget of the LGU.
Familiar, yes. Not as familiar as, but as the finance cluster of the local
Because you said
government
you
would be-
coordinate. You coordinate with the different departments. Tapos sabi niyo po kanina, the budget preparation is being submitted by, the proposed budget are submitted by the different departments. So I suppose that in your coordination with the different departments, you are aware also of the budget of the LGU. Am I correct, Attorney?
For big ticket projects, Your Honor, yes, I am aware because they make the presentation, the city department heads.
What is that for?
For projects that like similar to the ones I mentioned early on. Your
Yes,
Honor.
and I suppose that when the project has a very huge allocation, you will be aware as well. I want to be enlightened about the budget of Davao City during your time as city administrator 2010 to 2013, 2016 to 2022. Ito po'y na-flash na natin noon, and I want to share it again to the committee. Kindly flash the confidential budget of the Davao City. This is 2016 to 2022, Attorney Salaika. And apparently, in our previous hearings, we were able to show that among all the LGUs in the entire country, ang Davao City po ang nagkaroon ng pinakamalaki na confidential fund. Being the person who coordinate all the programs with all the focal persons and department heads. Can you please enlighten us? 2016 to 2022. Paano po ba natin na-utilize itong confidential fund na ito?
Your Honor, Mr. Chair,
Please
if I may-
continue.
Yes. I appear here, Your Honor, pursuant to the subpoena that was issued me in line with the privileged speech of the Honorable Valeriano. It is in my capacity as the Undersecretary of the Office of the Vice President. I am not here, nor am I connected with the city administrator or city government of Davao. So I feel that I am not really competent to discuss budget concerns primarily because, of course, with all due respect to the new city administrator and also the administration of the city government of Davao, Your Honor.
Mr. Chair, I wish to remind the resource speaker that the confidential fund which is being shown in the screen pertains to 2016 to 2022. The time when our resource speaker was the city administrator. Earlier, she explained a lot about coordination with the different departments concerning the program implementation. And I wish to believe that this confidential fund is part and parcel of some of the programs which they have implemented already in Davao City. So contrary to her manifestation, Mr. Chair, it is my humble opinion that she is in the best position to enlighten us. Saang programa po ba ginamit itong confidential fund na ito?
Your Honor, Mr. Chair, I mentioned earlier my role as city administrator. It is really to ensure the efficient and effective implementation of projects that are proposed by our city department heads and are approved by the local chief executive. I also mentioned, Your Honor, that part of my task is to coordinate with the city government departments, which are the various, in various different areas: city budget, city engineer, city taxation, local city zoning, city planning. These are the operations part of running a local government, Your Honor, Mr. Chair. in my experience and in my term as the city administrator, I have no direct knowledge, no personal information as regards the confidential budget of the city government of Davao.
Mr. Chair, if
It is
the
not-
resource speaker is making a representation that he has no knowledge whatsoever about the program utilization where this confidential fund were spent, then who has knowledge over the utilization to which program of this confidential funds?
Your Honor, I can only speak for myself.
Mr. Chair?
On my end, Your Honor, respectfully, much as I want to give a definitive answer, I have no personal information as to the utilization, disbursement of the confidential funds.
Mr. Chair, I just find it strange na si Attorney Sulaika po, alam niya yung tungkol sa museum, alam niya yung JICA project, and yet she has no knowledge whatsoever with respect to the huge amount of confidential fund that is from 2016 to 2022. If we can share it again in the screen, ang laking pondo po nito. As a matter of fact, if we will be following the joint circular during that time, this is 30% of the Peace and Order program of the LGU of Davao. Hindi ko po maintindihan why we've been hearing that Davao City is the most livable place to live, the most peaceful place in the Philippines, and yet mayroon pong ganito kalaking halaga ng confidential fund. So, considering, Mr. Chair, the ample function, authority, discretion of an administrator, anyone who is assuming the position of an administrator, I do not understand why Attorney Sulaika could not enlighten us, at least of what she knows, to which program these confidential funds were utilized. If I may read, Mr. Chair, 2016, this is 144 million. 2017, this is 293 million. 2018 is 420 million. 2019, 2020, 2021, and 2022, 460 million. I wish to believe, Mr. Chair, that after the LCE, after the mayor, the next person who is aware about the program implementation, which includes the budget utilization, is the city administrator. As admitted by the resource speaker, she is the one coordinating all the programs. She is the one coordinating with all the departments. How come she has no knowledge at all with these huge amounts of confidential fund which were utilized in Davao City from 2016 to 2022? That is a manifestation, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair.
Congressman Konghun.
Just a small question, Mr. Chair, in line of the questioning of Attorney Luistro, Congressman Luistro. Madam Zuleika Lopez, do you have an authority to sign checks nung mayor, si VP Sara, si Mayor Sara?
Wala po.
Hindi ka pumipirma ng cheque? Hindi ka nabigyan ng authority na pumirma ng cheque?
I do not anymore recall, but I think I signed. It's a delegated authority to the assistant city administrators, but in the event that they are on leave or on official travel, ako yung nagiging isang signatory. But it is not a usual task that I perform.
So you sign checks? You sign checks?
Some, Your Honor.
Vouchers? Of course.
Yun ba yung kadikat ng check? Yes, Your Honor. Only in instances
Including confidential funds? Of course.
No, Your Honor. as I mentioned earlier, respectfully, my role as city administrator is really, my task is confined to the operational.
Madam Sulweka, ano rin po ako, naging mayor po ako ng 9 taon. Usually po, isa sa mga responsibilidad ng chief of staff, sine-check po lahat ng voucher na pinipirmahan ng mayor. At usually po, ang administrator, pumipirma po ng mga vouchers, including confidential vouchers na confidential fund vouchers.
Your Honor, Mr. Chair, I am not the chief of staff. I was the city administrator.
Or the more reason why na
The
ikaw ay
local-
pumipirma.
Yes, Your Honor. The local chief executive has another and a person in a chief of staff of the city mayor's office. I am not that person.
But
So
you s-
for documents, I would assume that before it gets to the city mayor, there is a person who will review it for the city mayor's office.
But you signed vouchers of the local government unit of Davao?
Only in instances, Your Honor, that the person assigned or tasked with that function is on official business or not present.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Chair, I find
Yes,
it strange
Congresswoman
that
Luistro.
Attorney Lopez is claiming that she signs vouchers only on official business.
No.
But that's what you said.
No, Your Honor. Meron kasi pong taong na-delegate yung authority to sign for checks like payroll, etc. Merong pong taong yun.
When you say official business, Attorney Silaika, does that not include the utilization of confidential fund?
Again, Your Honor, I can only speak for my experience. I cannot speak for how it is in other local government units. I cannot. It is only from where I come from. I was city administrator for all of 9 years. All of 9 years, Your Honor. And my task really was to handle and ensure that all the projects, all the infra, all the other collaborations and projects that we have planned for the city government of Davao is implemented according to schedule.
So,
That
Ma'am-
has always been my role.
Ma'am, as city administrator of Davao,
Yes, Your Honor.
you are saying that you do not sign checks. Is that correct? As city administrator of Davao for the past, ilang years po ba yun? 6 or 9 years?
9 years.
9 years.
9 years. You do not, you have nothing to do with the checks. Wala po kayong pinipirmahan? No, just answer yes or no. May pinipirmahan po ba kayong cheque o wala as city administrator?
Merong mga instances na napipirma ko, Your Honor. Because
Hindi po ba part ng trabaho niyo yan as city ad na
Hindi.
signatory kayo ng
I have,
cheque?
Your Honor, as city administrator, meron pong 2 pang assistant city admin who is tasked with that job.
Okay. Yung tanong po kasi nila, bilang city ad, kayo po ba ay isa sa mga signatory sa cheque referring to confidential fund?
Your Honor, I have no personal information
Hindi,
or knowledge.
no.
None.
So, ni isa po, wala po kayong pinirmahan
Wala po.
na confidential fund. Yun lang po yung ating tanong nila. Tama po? Wala?
Wala po.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, to substantiate the representation that was given to us by Attorney Silaika, may I ask if she will be generous enough to share the vouchers which she signed during her time as city administrator?
Your Honor, I cannot anymore recall. And I feel that I am not, I do not have that information right now, so I cannot really share this information, if ever.
To continue, Mr. Chair,
Please continue, Congresswoman Luistro.
I understand, Attorney Silaika, that in 2022, You were one of the 4 officials from Davao City who were brought to the OVP by the Vice President. Tama po ba?
That not brought, but we applied. Sumama po kami.
All right. You applied and you were admitted to the office of the Vice President. Am I correct?
Yes.
That is actually the pronouncement that was made by the Vice President. 4 high-ranking Davao City Hall officials have joined the OVP. That was her press statement. Can you please enlighten us? Sino po ba itong 4 na ito?
The other one, the second one is Mr. Lemuel Ortonio.
The one who did not attend the hearing.
And the third, I do not anymore recall, Your Honor.
Attorney, 4 kayo, hindi mo pa maalala.
Okay. Miss Jean Rose Texon. Sorry, forgot you. Sorry. It's Miss
May we
Jean.
know the position of Miss Jean?
I was the City Tourism Officer of Davao City.
And in OVP, you are?
I'm
What
the
position?
satellite lead of the Southern Mindanao Satellite Office.
Satellite lead.
Yes, ma'am.
Who's the 4th official, attorney?
Your Honor, the one, Miss Carla Echavia, in charge of the appointments team. of
I
the
recall,
Vice
Attorney Salaika, that during the last hearing, you failed to attend. Tama po? And you gave your explanation already kanina. It was a medical emergency in United States. Tama po ba?
Yes, Your Honor.
I watched the press con of the Vice President, and she was very explicit about saying that she gave her authority, her travel authority to you.
She gave me authority to travel.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. But she did not make mention about the rest of the OVP officials who were not able to attend during the last hearing. Is it correct to assume that kayo po ay very close sa ating Vice Presidente? Reason why she really takes the initiative of justifying your absence, your travel during the last hearing?
Your Honor, my proximity to the Vice President or to the principal is really because I am the Chief of Staff. And then I report to her on updates on the operations that happen on ground. So,
Why do you think she did not justify the absence of Gina Acosta, of Ortonio, Sunshine Fajarda, Edwin Fajarda? Bakit po kaya among all these officials, tanging kayo lang ang ginustify niya because of the travel authority that she issued in your favor?
Your Honor, Mr. Chair, I cannot presume to answer for the Vice President. She may have her reasons. But I filed the necessary request because it was a medical emergency. That's why I had to leave immediately that very same day.
Of course, Attorney, you understand that this is the 6th hearing already?
Yes, Your Honor.
May I know if you watched the previous hearings?
Hindi po lahat.
Or at least you heard about what happened during the previous hearings?
Are we talking about the hearing, ma'am, last? Hindi ko na po na
The last
nasundan.
5 hearings. If you didn't watch the last 5 hearings, at least you've heard about the salient developments that went through during those last hearings.
Yes, I have heard some. Yes.
Of course, because this involves the OVP and the
Correct.
DepEd. Tama
Correct.
po ba?
Yes. I have
Do
heard
you
some.
know Yusek Mercado?
She used to be with the Department of Education, Your Honor.
That's what we understand as well. And you are with the office of the Vice President.
That is correct, Your Honor.
Were there occasions when you also join the operation or program implementation of the DepEd?
No, Your Honor.
Were there occasions that you met with the officials of the DepEd?
All operational concerns that are brought to the Office of the Vice President, because at the same time, she was also then the Secretary of Education, are matters we refer to USEC POA when
I understand.
he was...
But the question is about you, Attorney Zulaika. Mayroon hubang mga pagkakataon na pumunta kayo doon sa DepEd para makiisa sa mga program implementation?
The only instances, Your Honor, that the Office of the Vice President were in DepEd were for instances when the Vice President receives courtesy calls in the bulwagan ng edukasyon.
Were there occasions when you joined the meeting of the key officials of DepEd?
No, Your Honor.
Were there occasions that you represented the Vice President in the official functions in the Department of Education?
No, Your Honor.
None at all.
None.
In one of those hearings, Attorney Zulaika, Yusek Mercado testified that she was asked to allow this negotiated procurement of the department computerization program budget. And she refused. And after some time, you asked her to resign. The reason why you asked her to resign is because she refused to conform to the negotiated procurement of the department's computerization program. Can you please enlighten us on this?
Your Honor, Mr. Chair, I was instructed by the Vice President to call Yusek Mercado and tell her that the principal has lost her trust and confidence in
Sabi
her.
niyo po kanina, hindi po kayo nakikialam sa DepEd, di po ba?
Your Honor, that was just an isolated incident. In this case, ginagawa ko po lang yung trabaho ko because the Vice President was also the Secretary of Education. And in that instance, she said that I was to be the one to advise Ma'am Gloria that the principal has already lost her trust and confidence in Ms. Mercado for certain reasons, and that it cannot be Mr. POA who will handle it because to prevent friction among senior officials in the Department of Education. That the thought being, if it were Mr. POA who will be the one to say that to Ma'am Gloria, it might create unnecessary friction in the working relationship of the senior officials of the Department of Education, Your Honor.
But at least, Attorney Zulaika, you confirm that you were the one who asked Yusek Mercado to resign.
Yes,
from
I was
DepEd.
instructed by the Vice President to do so.
In your capacity as a lawyer, Attorney Zulaika, do you believe that you have a legal basis to do that?
Your Honor.
Yes or no, Attorney?
Yes, I had legal basis to do that.
Why?
Because
Your
Honor,
office is with the OVP and the person you're asking to resign is with the DepEd.
Your Honor.
Because if you
I
will
am
be claiming that you have the legal basis to do that, then the people in the DepEd has the legal basis also to meddle in the operation and separation of employees of the OVP.
Your Honor, Mr. Chair, for the record, this is an isolated incident. It was an instruction given to me by my principal, and at the same time, my principal was also the Secretary of Education. So it was a task that I simply did, which was to advise Ms. Mercado that given that the principal, to advise her that the principal has lost her trust and confidence in her, and then to please submit a letter of resignation. That was a task I had to do. I did, Your Honor, Ginawa ko lang po
Will
yung
you
trabaho ko.
welcome Attorney Sulaika, the DepEd official, coming into the office of the Vice President, meddling on the operation of the OVP? Would you welcome that? Yes or no? I believe no.
Again, Your Honor, Mr. Chair, it was really an isolated incident where I was instructed by the Vice President, who was also the Secretary of Education during that time.
Attorney, please enlighten us. Walk us through. Kwento niyo po sa amin. Paano po nangyari itong pagkikita ninyo at pag-uusap ninyo ni Yusek Mercado?
I was instructed first by the Vice President to call on Mr. Mercado.
Kailan po yan?
Ay, hindi ko na po maalala.
At least the year and the month.
I think last year, Your Honor.
Last year, this is 2023. Anong buwan ho ba ito?
I am sorry, Your Honor, I cannot anymore recall. But it
First
was not
quarter,
this year.
second quarter?
I cannot anymore recall.
You
Your
should
Honor.
have remembered this because you are asking a high-ranking DepEd official to resign. This is something which is very remarkable.
Your Honor, Mr. Chair, it was,
Please continue.
thank you. It was really a task that was given to me, which I performed.
Yes, but please walk us through. Paano, kailan, nangyari po itong pag-uusap niyong ito ni Yusek Mercado?
Hindi ko na po maalala yung time, ma'am. Or yung buwan o yung period.
Saan po kayo nag-usap?
Pinatawag po namin siya sa Office of the Vice President Central Office.
And then,
Uh,
did you personally call her?
No, Your Honor.
So who called Yusek Mercado?
Mr. Lemuel Ortonio, I understand.
Mr. Lemuel Ortonio. And then, what happened?
Then she came to the office, Your Honor, and then we sat with her and then told her
When you
about-
said we, who are among those
Mr.
who
Lemuel
talked with
Ortonio.
him? The three of you?
Yes.
Just the three of you?
That is correct.
And how did the conversation start?
Sinabi po namin sa kanya na the reason that she's called there, and then we told her that we were instructed, we were operating on the instruction of the Vice President, who was also the Secretary of Education that time. We told her that the principal has lost her trust and confidence sa kanya, and for
Would you know, Attorney Sulaika, kung gaano na katagal na nagtratrabaho si Yusek Mercado sa DepEd when this incident happened?
I would assume, Your Honor, that she has been working with the government for quite some time.
Like 40 years, 30 years?
Maybe, yes.
And you will agree with me that this is a very serious thing, asking somebody to resign, somebody who has rendered service in the government for more than 30 years already. Tama po ba?
Your Honor, Mr. Chair, this is not to also belittle the credentials of Yusek Mercado. It is not. But the reason that I was instructed to tell her that the principal has lost her trust and confidence in her already, Your Honor. So, yun lang po yung sinabi ko at yun lang po
Attorney,
yung-
you are a lawyer. It is fundamental upon us to follow due process. Did you accord Yusek Mercado the fundamental right to due process?
I told her the reasons why, Your Honor.
Yes, did you give her ample opportunity to explain her side?
Yes, Yusek Mercado explained, but I told her that I was not the person that she was to talk to because I am not part of DepEd. I told her to take these concerns to the Chief of Staff or the Office of the Secretary in the Department of Education.
Medyo unfair po yan, Attorney Zulaika. When you will be advising Yusek Mercado that she has to tender her courtesy resignation, you will be claiming that that is an instruction coming from your principal. And now that Attorney Zulaika is trying to explain
Attorney
herself,
Mercado. Attorney Mercado.
Yusek Mercado is trying to explain herself, you will be telling her that you do not belong to DepEd.
I listened to her, Your Honor. I did. I listened to her. But at the end of the day, I cannot make that decision because I am not with the Department of Education.
Of course, you understand the theory of constructive dismissal. Do you? You do. Because we are lawyers. Please enlighten the committee. What is constructive dismissal?
Your Honor, Mr. Chair. What I did was really in pursuance of the instruction of the Vice
Mr.
President.
Chair, can we please direct our resource speaker to be responsive to the question?
Attorney Zulaika,
Yes,
I
Mr.
understand that you have back problem. Would you like me to declare 1 minute suspension?
Thank you.
1 minute
Thank you.
suspension is declared by the chair.
I appreciate that, Your Honor.
Pinapapahinga ng bank.
Session resumes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, just a quick.
Deputy Speaker,
I just couldn't help but
JJ
notice. Attorney Zulaika, can I just ask the identity of that person you were conferring with while we were at recess?
Mr. Attorney Lito Go, Your Honor.
Yeah, what he serves what purpose?
Your Honor, in the subpoena, I was allowed and afforded counsel.
Okay. No, I'm not denying you of that right. My question is, have they entered their appearance into the committee?
Comsec, would you please enlighten us?
Not yet, Your Honor, although they were also present here in the previous hearing of November 11, Your Honor.
What do the rules of the committee dictate, Comsec?
At least entry of appearance, Your Honor, for counsels. Even in our previous meetings, it was done, Your Honor.
Okay, so to the lawyers, will you enter your appearance?
Entry na lang, sir. Pa-entry na lang. Verbal. Ako, verbal na lang. Okay lang.
Wait lang, sir. Mr. Chair, I'm Attorney Lito A. Go Jr., respectfully appearing before Attorney Zulaika Lopez, Mr. Kelvin Teñido, and Ms. Edeline Rabago.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much, Attorney Go. And yes.
Good afternoon, Your Honors, Mr. Chair. I am Attorney Anel Martin Antero. I represent Attorney Lynn Sanchez and Ms. Julieta Villa del Rey, as well as Dr. Sarongon, Ms. Regina Texon, and Director Norman Barlongon. Baloron, Your Honors.
And they have availed of your services in their private capacity, is that correct?
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
And also for Attorney Go?
Yes, Your Honor, that is confirmed.
Thank you very much.
Okay,
That's
maybe-
it, just for procedural matters. Thank you very much.
May we remind both councils that the participation of the legal councils is limited only to advising your client of their legal rights. Yun lang po ang pwede ninyong gawin, okay?
And also for other resource persons, kung meron po kayong abogado, mas maganda na ipakilala nyo na kaagad yung abogado ninyo bago tayo mag-umpisa para lang hindi tayo magkaroon ng aberya o problema habang tumatakbo tayo. Kasi iniiwasan po natin yung sa kalagitnaan sa kanyo lang ipapakilala yung mga abogado ninyo. Procedural matter lang po namin sa committee niyo. Maraming salamat. Thank you very much, Attorney.
Thank you po. You may proceed, Honorable Chingy Luistro.
Mr. Chair, we are asking for the enlightenment of Attorney Salaika with respect to constructive dismissal.
Yes, Attorney Lopez, please.
Yes, Your Honor, Mr. Chair. From what I recall, constructive dismissal happens when an employee is forced to resign under certain circumstances. In the case of Yusek Mercado, she has the rank of undersecretary, and she serves at the pleasure of the appointing authority. So, given that the principal has lost her trust and confidence, then we can also ask for her to resign.
To add, Mr. Chair, by constructive dismissal, you are placed in a situation where you have no other option but to resign. I understand that Yusek Mercado is occupying a position of confidence. However, Attorney Salaika, you will agree with me that the requirements of due process, notice and hearing are fundamental. Did you follow the requirements of due process before you asked Yusek Mercado to resign? I believe that the question is answerable by yes or no.
I informed her, Your Honor, of the reasons why. She also
Did you
explained.
follow the requirements of due process before you asked her to resign?
Please be responsive.
Yes, I followed the due process.
If you
procedure, Your
did,
Honor.
mayroon ho ba kayong pwedeng i-present na notice of hearing where she can explain herself?
What, Your Honor, if I may explain, in that isolated incident, I asked her, I told her the reasons why the principal has already lost her trust and confidence, and she did, which I think is a minimum, qualifies really as a due process. For what reasons were she being let go of? And then she also explained her side. She was given a chance to explain her side.
Mr. Chair, if Attorney Salaika is maintaining the position that she followed the requirements of due process, question number 1, did you give her a copy of the complaint? Yes or no? No. Did you set a hearing for her? Yes or no?
No, Your Honor.
3, did you come up with a resolution on the issue that is being charged against her? Yes or no?
No,
I
Your
believe
Honor.
no. And therefore, you did not follow the requirements of due process. Mr. Chair, I wish to proceed. Attorney
Please proceed.
Salaika, who decides on the amount to be disbursed? To guide you, we are leading to the confidential fund of the OVP. Sino po ba ang nagde-decide when it comes to disbursement? And may I request the Secretary to please flash the disbursement voucher. I wish to believe that at least you are aware of this being the Chief of Staff of the Office of the Vice President. Can you please enlighten us, Attorney Salaika? Who decides? Sino po ba ang may call pagdating sa amount to be disbursed? With respect especially to the confidential fund of the OVP.
Your Honor, I have no personal knowledge of this DV because it never passed through me.
Saan po ba kayo nag-opisina, Attorney Salaika? Do you share the same office with the Vice President?
Yes.
Yes?
That is correct.
So, can you please walk us through? Ano ho bang itsura ng opisina nyo? Nasaan po ba ang lamesa nyo in comparison to the table of the Vice President?
Your Honor, the Vice President is not in the office 7 days a week or 5 days in a work week, Your Honor.
In other words, sino po ang nagdadala ng mga disbursement voucher sa ating Vice President?
I think, ma'am, the question is best directed to the Director for Finance and Admin.
Hindi po ba kayo ang nagdadala ng disbursement voucher?
Hindi po, Your Honor.
But at least can you confirm to us that with the signature of the Vice President affixed in the disbursement voucher, he's the one, she's the one who has the call in terms of disbursement? Yes.
Your Honor, I have no personal knowledge, so I am not the best person to answer the
You've
question.
been with the President since...
The Vice President.
With the Vice President since her time as Mayor of Davao. That is 2010. Tama po?
Yes.
And you're very much familiar with her signature. Tama po? You're very much familiar with her signature. I am asking you, ma'am, if having worked for the Vice President since 2010, you're very much familiar with her signature?
Yes, Your Honor, but...
And would you confirm that the signature affixed in the disbursement voucher is the signature of the Vice President?
Your Honor, may I know if this disbursement voucher came from the OVP?
Maybe we can ask the COA to confirm if this is part of the documents of the OVP. Attorney Camora?
Attorney Camora, you are recognized.
This is the one you submitted to them.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
With that confirmation, would you confirm that the signature belongs to the Vice President?
Your Honor, Mr. Chair, if these were the documents submitted to the Commission on Audit, if this were the documents, then that would be the signature of the Vice President.
And it is because of this disbursement voucher that the succeeding slide, the check, was issued in favor of Gina F. Acosta. Would you confirm that? Attorney Salaika? Paki-zoom po nung check. Secretariat, kindly zoom the check. The next slide, please. This one is the voucher. You confirm, Attorney Salaika, that because of the disbursement voucher signed by the Vice President, this check was issued in the name of Gina F. Acosta.
Your Honor, Mr. Chair, I have no personal knowledge as regards this one because it never really passed through me. It is signed, I understand, by Director Sanchez and Mr. Ortonio.
Hypothetical tayo, Attorney Salaika. Kapag nag-i-issue ng voucher, anong kasunod?
Check, Your
Check.
Honor.
without specific reference to this check. And then let's go to the utilization of confidential funds. Secretariat, kindly flash the accomplishment report. Dito po sa accomplishment report, naka-itemize ang expenditures from the 125 million spent on the last quarter of 2022. Ito po yung ginastos in 11 days. Can you please enlighten us? Sino ho ba ang nagdi-determine nitong mga information na bibilhin?
Your Honor, I have no personal knowledge as to the disbursement or utilization of the confidential funds. My job and my role really in the Office of the Vice President is confined to certain areas, primarily operations.
How about with respect to the payment of reward? Who determines who will be given reward?
I have no information as regards that, Your Honor, because these are documents that they really did not pass through me.
How about with respect to the rental of other incidental expenses relative to the maintenance of safe houses? Who determines this?
Hindi ko po alam, Your Honor.
Hindi nyo rin po alam. The purchase of supplies. Sino po ba naglilista ng mga bibiling supplies?
Your Honor, I have no personal knowledge.
Next, the provision of medical and food aid. Who determines who will be the beneficiaries of this medical and food aid?
Your Honor, as mentioned earlier, Mr. Chair, these are documents that did not pass through the Office of the Chief of Staff. So I really have no
The
personal...
question, Attorney Zulaika, is no longer on the documents, but the purchases, the expenditures that are mentioned in the document.
I have no information on that, Your Honor.
The last item, Attorney Zulaika, payment of incentives or traveling relative to the confidential operation. Who determines this?
I have no information, Your Honor.
In the previous hearings, Attorney Zulaika, General Mempin testified. And he said he has no knowledge about this. You are the Chief of Staff, and now you're saying also you have no knowledge about this. The question is, who has knowledge about the utilization of this confidential fund?
Your Honor, Mr. Chair, I can only really answer for myself. These are documents that did not pass through me, so I have no personal information as to... I am not privy to this kind of information, Your Honor. So
Mr.
I
Chair.
cannot answer.
Mr. Chair, I do
Your
not want to
Honor.
sound repetitive, but it is really unbelievable for a Chief of Staff to have known nothing about the utilization of the huge amount of 125 million, not even one of the several items that was mentioned in the accomplishment report. And the question that is left unanswered, kung hindi ito alam, this is OVP, ni Yusek Mempin. Kung hindi ito alam ni Attorney Zulaika, sino pong nakakaalam nito, Attorney?
Your Honor, I do not presume to know the answer because, again, these are documents that really did not pass through my office. There are certain areas in the Office of the Vice President that I am not really privy to. There is information that I am not privy to. So I cannot give you a definitive answer. Respectfully, Your Honor, much as I want to give a definitive answer, these are matters that are information that are not available to me. Mr. Chair.
Attorney, I want to go back to the issue on Yusek Mercado. Sabi niyo po kanina, isolated occasion ito?
Yes, isolated incident.
During the time that she gave her testimony, she made mention that there are 5 other DepEd officials whom you advise to resign.
That is correct, Your Honor. I was also instructed by the
In other
Vice
words, this is
President.
not an isolated occasion.
Um, it's a task, Your Honor, that I do not do as Chief of Staff on a regular basis. That is what I meant. These were instructions that were given to me by the principal, primarily because she said that it cannot be Michael Poa who will handle it because it will already create friction among senior officials in the Department of Education. It was a task that she gave me, which I fulfilled and did, Your Honor.
I just want to remind you, Attorney Salaika, of your statement, initial statement, that there was never an occasion that you meddled with the operation, program, or project of the Department of Education. And then we made mention about Yusek Mercado. You said that this is an isolated occasion.
Yeah.
Now you admit that there are 5 other DepEd officials whom you advised to resign. Do you honestly believe na kung 6 na sila, isolated pa yan?
When I say isolated, ma'am, I use the term in a manner that it is not something I do regularly. It is only upon instruction of the Vice President, Your Honor, Mr. Chair, because she was also at that time the department secretary.
Can you please enlighten us? Who are these 5 other DepEd officials whom you advised to resign?
I think, Your Honor, 4 lang po sila.
And the 5th is Yusek Mercado?
No. I think the 4th is Miss Mercado, Ma'am Mercado. Mr. Ablan. I forget his name. I think Mr. Arnuco. Mr.
Come again?
Arnuco.
Arnuco.
Mr. Arnuco. And the head for legal, I forget his name. I think Attorney Braid.
He's a lawyer.
Attorney Brady.
I wonder what made you ask him to resign. Is he the legal head?
During that time, yes, I think, because he had the rank of USEC, I understand.
And the 4th is Yusek Mercado.
Yes.
Can you please state in brief, what is the reason for asking Ablan to resign?
That one, I think it is still the same, Your Honor, loss of trust and confidence.
Arnuco, the same?
Yes.
Attorney Bradit, the same?
Yes, Your Honor.
And Yusek Mercado, the same?
Yes.
Loss of trust and confidence. This notwithstanding, I am inclined to believe, Attorney Salaika, that what happened to Yusek Mercado happened also to these 3 other DepEd officials. No copy of complaint, no schedule of hearing, no resolution or decision explaining why you are asking them to resign. And therefore, what you did to them is constructive dismissal.
Again, Your Honor, may I just clarify for the record, it was an instruction by the Vice President. She instructed me to call them and let them know that she has lost her trust and confidence in them.
Mr. Chair, my last question is about the notarized certification by Attorney Abelia. Secretariat, kindly flash the certification of DepEd Confidential Fund 2023, first to third quarter, and then OVP 2022 Confidential Fund, as well as OVP 2023, first to third quarter. Mr. Chair, I wish to manifest that this certification were used in support of the accomplishment report. And this certification were notarized by a certain Attorney Abelia, whom I understand was invited also but did not appear in today's hearing. Tama po ba tayo, Secretariat? She's one of those who did not appear in today's hearing. Nevertheless, Attorney Zulaika, are you aware of these documents?
I am not aware of this document. It's only now I see it, Your Honor.
Tataka lang po ako, Attorney Zulaika, you are the COS who therefore is assisting the Vice President as to the documents that she should sign and she should not sign. Ang dami po ng pinepermahan niya. And I thought that it was you, being the Chief of Staff. I do not understand kung bakit you did not assist her at all in all these important documents concerning the utilization of confidential fund. If you're saying again that this did not pass through you, eh sino ho ba nag-a-assist sa ating Vice Presidente sa mga ganitong dokumento?
Your Honor, this is the first time I see it. I would not know who is the one who was assigned to give it to the Vice President.
Attorney Zulaika, I'm about to end my interpellation. These are seven documents. And I wish to manifest, ang opisina po ni Attorney Abella ay nasa Santa Ana, Manila. Ang opisina po ng OVP ay nasa Mandaluyong. Ang opisina po ng DepEd ay nasa Pasig. The Vice President is one of the signatories in all these 7 documents. Can you confirm to us if the Vice President personally appeared before the notary public when these documents were notarized?
Your Honor, I have no information on that. Respectfully, Mr. Chair, I really have no information.
I just wish to manifest, Mr. Chair, that under the rules, when a notary public is notarizing documents, the signatories are supposed to personally appear during the time that the documents are being notarized. And I find it strange that the notary public is located in Manila, the OVP office is in Mandaluyong, the DepEd office is in Pasig, and it is quite hard to believe that the Vice President instead really took time to be able to appear to the notary public, Mr. Chair.
Actually, it was disclosed during the last hearing. Attorney Sanchez admitted that she just submitted the letter, which was, she submitted the letter to the legal department. Tama po ba?
Mr. Chair, that was for my statement before this
Yes.
committee, Mr. Chair.
And you submitted the letter to the legal department without notarization first. Tama po ba? Wala pa.
That is correct,
And you are
Mr.
not
Chair.
aware that it was the legal department who have it notarized. Tama po ba?
Mr. Chair, I was aware that it may be notarized.
Yes, but you were not present when it was notarized.
Yes,
Tama.
Mr. Chair.
So,
Mr. Chair,
yes, Deputy Speaker J. Suarez.
thank you very much. Mr. Chair, I would just like to direct my questions first to Attorney Sanchez very quickly. Attorney Sanchez, what was one of the first things that you did when you first entered the Congress, the committee hearing?
I took an oath,
You
Mr.
took
Chair.
your oath, no? Sinabi nyo dun sa oath nyo na magsasabi kayo ng katotohanan, na hindi kayo magsisinungaling, tama?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
And I would like to assume that you're sticking by that oath.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
So let's just go back a little bit in memory lane, Attorney Sanchez. When we last had a chance to converse, ito pong November 11, babasahin ko lang po itong transcript natin. Nakasulat po dito, Ms. Sanchez, Mr. Chair, based on documents, you mentioned that you have no details about the confidential fund. You mentioned that you have no information or knowledge about the confidential fund. Is that correct?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
You also mentioned that although you are part of the planning, the actual liquidation and utilization, wala po kayong kinalaman. Sinabi niyo po yun.
Mr. Chair, for the planning aspect, Mr. Chair, I was only the signatory as noted by in the physical and financial plan. But as to the specific details,
And
Mr.
then,
Chair,
yes,
I have
and then
no knowledge.
I mentioned, kayo ang finance and administrative officer. You have full knowledge and control over the operations of the Office of the Vice President. That is part of your responsibility. And I stressed the question. My question was, who has knowledge and information over the confidential funds, the utilization, and the liquidation? And you mentioned that
That, Mr. Chair, based on the documents, I would presume it would be the special disbursing officer, Mr. Chair.
yes, other than the special disbursement officer, you mentioned the name Miss Gina Acosta. Is that correct?
That's correct, Mr. Chair.
Yeah. And I asked you, Miss Gina Acosta holds office under whom? And you mentioned,
That she is assigned to the Office of the Chief of Staff, Mr. Chair.
yes. And the chief of staff being
Attorney Lopez, Mr. Chair.
Attorney
Lopez.
Zuleika Lopez. The
Yes,
person
Mr. Chair.
behind you, the person beside you. Okay, now
Yes,
Miss
Mr. Chair.
Lopez. Gina Acosta works directly under you. Is that correct?
Your Honor, Ms. Gina Acosta is one of the employees.
No. My
Under
question
the
is,
Office of the
she
Chief
works
of Staff.
under you?
Under the Office of the Chief of Staff, Your Honor.
Yes, so you have management, control, supervision over her?
In certain cases, Your Honor, because she acts as the supervising.
No, Miss Lopez, Attorney Lopez, something na I've been noticing about the way you've been answering.
Oh,
You've been very selective and evasive. Just categorically just say, because I'm starting to believe na you're trying to paint an image of a chief of staff that's not actually the role of a chief of staff. I've worked with many chief of staff, and chief of staffs have full control, knowledge, and information about what happens internally and externally in every office. But parang dito sa lagay mo, hindi yata ganon. So anyway, my question is, Gina Acosta works under you o hindi?
Yes.
Okay. She answers to you, yes or no?
Yes, Your Honor.
So if she answers to you, she's the SDO. Therefore, you would know about her activities, her responsibilities, and duties as the Special Disbursement Officer.
No, Your Honor. No. I was not the person who designated her, Your Honor.
No. That's not my question, Attorney Lopez. My question is, she works under you, you confirmed. You manage her? Yes. Now, my question is, Attorney Lopez, Gina Acosta, you confirmed that she works under you. That is correct?
She works with the Office of the Chief of Staff.
Yes, and you are?
The Chief of Staff.
There you go, right? Now, because she works under you, you supervise her activities, correct?
Certain activities, Your Honor.
Why is it that somebody will work under you and you can only supervise certain activities?
Because she works with the Office of the Chief of Staff, Your Honor, as admin officer, not as disbursing officer. So I only have a direct hand in her work as an admin officer, which is personnel management.
Kasi ang
supplies
sinabi ni
and
Attorney
procurement.
Sanchez, pagdating sa confidential funds, Attorney Lopez, matanong na kita, may information ka tungkol dito? Meron o wala?
Wala po.
Wala. Bakit sinabi ng katabi mo na pagdating sa confidential intelligence fund ng Office of the Vice President, tatlong tao lang ang may knowledge at information dito? Ikaw, Gina Acosta, at si Vice President Sara Duterte. Yan ang sinabi ng katabi mo. Here. So, please explain to me, why would the person beside you say that and you would deny that?
Your Honor, I cannot answer.
Are you
for-
gonna fire her too?
I cannot answer for Director Sanchez, Your Honor. I
No,
can
but
only
my
answer
question
for myself.
is to you, Attorney Lopez. She has that opinion. It's on record, under oath. 3 people have knowledge and information on the confidential funds. You, Gina, the person that works under you, and the Vice President. So why is it now that when I'm asking you, wala kang kinalaman?
Your Honor, Mr. Chair, because that is the truth. I really have no personal knowledge as regards the matter of confidential funds.
Okay. Kung talagang wala kang kinalaman, Attorney Lopez, sa utilization ng confidential funds, why is it that on April 19, 2024, where your signature is affixed to a document that was forwarded to COA, ikaw ang sumasagot sa Audit Observation Memorandum ng COA? Kung wala kang kinalaman sa confidential funds, bakit ikaw ang sumasagot? Kung wala kang kinalaman.
Your Honor, as I mentioned earlier, all external communications come from that Office of the
I
Chief
know.
of Staff.
But Attorney Lopez, you're not making sense. You just mentioned that you have no knowledge and information about confidential funds, and yet, to the AOM of COA, ikaw ang sumagot.
Your Honor, with all due respect, respectfully, even for other regular audits, ako po yung all external comms, I sign off on it. It's a
And
matter
also,
of course.
Attorney Lopez, I'll bring you back to another document. August 21, 2024, muli na naman po kayong sumulat kay Chairman ng COA. At dito, sa laman po ng sulat ninyo, ipinapakiusap ninyo na kung maaari, wag i-share ang audit observation ng COA sa Kongreso. Noong August 13, 2024, nag-issue ang House Committee ng Appropriations ng subpoena, Duces Tecum, sa COA kaugnay ng COA Audit Report tungkol sa pondo ng OVP at DepEd. Matapos ang ilang budget hearing kung saan tinalakay ang paggastos ng OVP at ng DepEd Secretary ng pondong ito na umaabot ng 125 million pesos sa loob lamang ng labing isang araw. Totoo po ba ito?
Your Honor, I'm sorry, I did not catch the question. Respectfully, may you please repeat? I'm sorry.
Attorney Lopez, nag-issue po kayo ng sulat sa COA ng August 21, 2024. Tama po ba, mali?
Yes, Your Honor.
Ano po ang dahilan kung bakit po kayo sumulat sa COA?
I understand during the time, Your Honor, there was a subpoena issued to the Commission on Audit for the release of certain documents pertaining to the ongoing audit of some transactions of the Office of the Vice President.
So ang dahilan kung bakit po kayo sumulat sa COA ay upang pigilan ang COA mag-release ng kanilang audit report and other related documents tungkol sa utilization ng confidential funds ng OVP at ng DepEd. In your words, you said here, you are of the position that the subject subpoena should not be complied with. Is this correct?
Your Honor,
Is this correct? It's a yes or no, Attorney Lopez. Is this correct? Were these the words you affixed on your letter?
Your Honor,
It's a yes or no, Attorney Lopez. Oo lang po at hindi. Nandito po yung copy ng sulat. Kung gusto niyo po, bigyan ko po kayo ng copy ng sulat ninyo.
may I please
At
have
saka
a copy?
nandito po yung signature ninyo sa kopya, sa sulat.
Your Honor, respectfully, may I request a copy of the said letter? So I can...
Comsec, can you please give this to the person who has lost her memory? Can you just confirm this letter?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
Indicated in
Anyway,
the second
Comsec, can I have
paragraph.
my copy back? Since she has confirmed the letter.
Okay. Thank you.
When you issued this letter, Attorney Lopez, did you act on your own volition? Yes or no?
No, Your Honor.
Hindi. Hindi kayo nag-iisa. So sino ang kasama ninyo nung ito po ay inyong ipinarating sa Commission on Audit na hindi dapat sila sumunod sa subpoena duces tecum ng Kongreso?
Your Honor, this was a matter I consulted with Mr. Lemuel Ortonio.
Kayong dalawa lang.
Yes, Your Honor, for the matter of the requesting COA.
So, ang sinasabi mo, walang alam si Vice President tungkol dito?
Your Honor, it was a letter that...
Ma'am, it's a yes or no. Let's not make life difficult. May kinalaman ba ang Vice Presidente sa sulat na ito? Oo, hindi.
Opo, yes.
So, she knew about the letter. Correct.
Yes, Your Honor.
Before you signed off to it and sent it to COA, correct?
Yes.
So, kayo po ba, Attorney Lopez? Kasi ang dating po sa amin nito ay una, hindi nun nire-respeto yung subpoena authority ng Kongreso. Pangalawa, parang sinusupil nyo yung karapatan ng mamamayan malaman kung paano ginagamit ang pondo ng mga ahensya na pinagkakatiwalaan ng mamamayan. Na pagdating sa oversight function ng mababang kapulungan at ng Senado, kung ito man ay kanilang gagamitin, ito ay hindi nyo kinikilala. Dahil sa sulat na ito, ipinapakiusap ninyo sa COA na huwag sumunod sa subpoena na in-issue ng Kongreso para hindi ibigay ang COA report sa Kongreso. At sa aking pananaw, this is one way of how do you explain it, Congressman Zia? You're good in explaining. Of covering the truth. Tinatakpan ng katotohanan. Kasi kung wala naman kayong tinatago, di ba? Kung wala naman kayong tinatago, ba't nyo pa papakiusapan yung isang ahensya na hindi i-share ang mga dokumento patungkol sa isang investigasyon na isinasagawa ng isa pang ahensya? Di ba? Ngayon, Attorney Lopez, dahil sa sulat na inalabas ninyo, at inamin nyo rin naman na ikaw, si Mr. Ortonio, tama po ba? At ang ating Vice Presidente, ang may alam tungkol sa sulat na ito. Hindi po ba kayo naniniwala na karapatan ng taong bayan malaman ng kung paano nyo po ginastos ang pera na ipinagkatiwala sa inyo?
Your Honor, may I answer?
Please answer.
Mr. Chair, thank you. Respectfully, Your Honor, that letter does not in any way seek to undermine the power of Congress as regards matters regarding to the power of the purse. It is not. It is simply a request from to the Commission of Audit, given that there is still an ongoing audit investigation. That's why we requested that since hindi pa naman po natatapos yung audit, hindi naman po din tama na ibibigay na muna yung ganong documents. With due respect also to the audit still being done at the Office of the Vice President. So yun lang po yung position namin. We do not seek to belittle nor undermine the power of Congress, Your Honor. That is the farthest and the least of our intention.
But Attorney Lopez, that is not a call for you to make. Right?
Your Honor, it was
Precisely because you are the agency that is being investigated. That's totally uncalled for. You're asking another agency not to cooperate with Congress when an ongoing investigation is happening. That's suppression of the truth. At the very least, dapat hinayaan nyo na lang. Di ba? Kung wala naman kayong tinatago, pwede nyo naman po ipaliwanag yun dito pag nag-hearing na tayo. Kasi nandito po sa sulat ninyo, parang pinipigilan nyo yung COA at pinapakiusapan nyo na huwag nyong ibigay. Nasa palagay ko po ay hindi po tama. Hindi po tama sa maraming aspeto ng pagtingin at pananaw. Kasi maaaring tama ang sinabi ninyo na hindi pa kumpleto yung pagsusuri na ginagawa ng COA, but that's not your call to make. That's COA's call to make, which they have emphasized many times while they've been here. But for this letter, Attorney Lopez, mukha po kasing talagang ayaw niyong malaman ng taong bayan kung paano niyo po ginastos yung 612 million pesos na confidential funds ng Office of the Vice President at pati po ng DepEd.
Your Honor, Mr. Chair.
Wait, I'll get to you, Attorney Lopez.
Okay.
So ngayon, Attorney Lopez, are you still of the position that you have no knowledge about these confidential funds?
Yes, Your Honor.
You have two documents here that you signed off. One, questioning not naman questioning, na pinapaliwanag mo yung AOM ng COA. Signature mo ang naka-affix doon. Number two, another letter addressed to COA na ipinapakiusap mo sa COA na wag munang ibigay ang audit observation sa Kongreso. That's your signature. Am I correct, Attorney Lopez?
That is correct, Your Honor.
And you are still expecting that the committee will believe you na pag sinabi mo hanggang ngayon wala ka pa ring alam maski 2 beses ka nang sumulat sa COA tungkol sa confidential fund.
Your Honor, quick reading of the letter would indicate...
No, that's my... anyway, Mr. Chair, I would just like to end my point because I don't think Attorney Lopez will cooperate with us anyway. I would just like to manifest those two letters are true. Those two letters cannot be denied. Her signature is on those two letters. Those two letters are both addressed to the Commission on Audit. One, intent of the letter, ipinapaliwanag yung audit observation. Pangalawang sulat, ipinapakiusap sa COA na huwag i-share at ibahagi ang audit observation sa Kongreso. So napakahirap pong paniwalaan ng isang taong nakapirma sa 2 sulat na yan ay walang kinalaman patungkol sa isyong kanyang ipinapakiusap sa Commission on Audit. No one in their right mind, Mr. Chair, will affix their signature in a document that they do not have any knowledge of. Abogado po kayo, Attorney Lopez. Kung ako nga, pipirma lang sa dokumento, inaaral ko muna kung anong nilalaman. Ito pa. POA. Dito pa, pera ng taong bayan. Sorry, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker Jay Suarez.
Mr. Chair.
Respectfully,
Before I
Mr. Chair.
recognize Congressman Sia and
Respectfully, Mr. Chair.
yes, you want to respond?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
As regards the matter of the writing to the Commission on Audit, as regards the subpoena, we recognize the authority and the power of the Commission of Audit, Your Honor, as to all matters pertaining to audit, which is why we wrote to them. That was just our request on the end of the Office of the Vice President. And as regards the matter of explaining or explanation sent as to the AOM, those are matters, Your Honor, that, as I mentioned earlier, external communications fall under the Office of the Chief of Staff. The matter as to the preparation, etc., as long as it's in good compliant with form, those are matters that I sign off to as a matter of course. Hence the two letters, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you, Attorney Lopez. Yes, Senior Deputy Speaker Don Gonzales, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Attorney Zulaika Lopez, ma'am, kanino nagre-report si Gina Acosta at Edward Paharda when it comes to confidential funds po?
Your Honor, I am not privy to that information.
Although you are the Chief of Staff, ma'am, hindi mo alam yun?
Yes, I am the Chief of Staff, but I have a certain role. It's, as mentioned earlier, Your Honor, Mr. Chair, in the Office of the Vice President, parang compartmentalized siya. We only perform certain functions. And my area of expertise is actually operations, Your Honor, for our socioeconomic programs.
Yes, ma'am, but you have been with Gina Acosta since you were the city administrator of Davao. Tama po ba?
That is correct, Your Honor.
But Gina Acosta holds confidential funds. Tama po ba?
She is the SDO.
So does that mean that the Vice President trusts her more than you, ma'am? But you are the Chief of Staff.
Your Honor, I cannot presume to answer for the Vice President and as to who she trusts.
If I am the Congressman, I have my Chief of Staff. Of course, I'll call first by Chief of Staff. Everything, malalaman ko po yun. Kaya, on Gina Acosta, parang pinagtitiwalaan po si Gina Acosta, the new, ng ating Vice President. Tama po ba?
Again, Your Honor, I cannot answer for the Vice President if she will trust another person more than she trusts me. I cannot answer that.
Did Gina Acosta ever coordinate the confidential fund with you, ma'am?
No, Your Honor.
So she kept everything confidential fund and did that clear to you, ma'am?
No, Your Honor. She did not provide me. She does not report to me on matters
Parang hindi kapapaniwala
like that.
po yun, ma'am.
Your
Pakiulit
Honor,
po.
as stated earlier, Miss Gina Acosta is with the Office of the Chief of Staff. That is correct. She is our supervising admin officer. She is our OSH, our safety officer. She handles the personnelling and procurement of office supplies in the Office of the Chief of Staff, Your Honor. That is one of her many functions, and those are the functions that she reports to me. But as regards the disbursement, those are matters that I am not privy to, Your Honor.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, Attorney Lopez, can you tell us your working relationship with Miss Gina Acosta?
Professional, Your Honor. We have a professional working relationship.
On the subpoena letter, why did you write COA not to comply with the committee subpoena, ma'am?
Why did we write?
Why did you write COA not to comply with the committee subpoena?
Your Honor, that was the position of the Office of the Vice President, given that there was an ongoing audit of the funds being undertaken at that time. So we felt it was our position that masyado pa siyang, hindi pa siya, it's too early to be providing data because it is not actually final. That was our position, Your Honor.
So, meaning to say, this is not obstructing the process from Congress, Attorney Lopez?
Your Honor, that is the farthest from our intention. That's why we wrote, it is actually a recognition of the power of both Congress for the power of the purse and COA also for all things audit. That's why we wrote the Commission on Audit for this matter. It was simply a request, Your Honor, that they can approve or deny.
I thought that you had nothing to do with the confidential funds. So what's the reason for the letter then, Attorney Lopez? What is the reason for the letter?
Your Honor, as mentioned earlier, all external communications come from and emanate from the Office of the Chief of Staff. This was a matter that was raised by Mr. Ortonio, and when I also read the letter, I was of the position that tama naman yon kasi mayroon pang ongoing audit. So it is on this belief and our position that we wrote and requested from the Commission on Audit.
So ngayon po, Mr. Chairman, naniniwala na kayo na you know very well what's going on with the confidential funds. Naniniwala na po kayo. You know everything.
Your Honor,
You know very well what's going on the confidential fund based on your answers and statement.
Your Honor, it is really a response to the ongoing audit. Yun lang po yung role ko as Chief of Staff because all letters emanate from the Office of the Chief of Staff. And for reasons of parity, Your Honor, because we are writing the Commissioner, it is the highest official from the OVP who will have to sign off on the letter. Hence, it was signed as a matter of course. Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chair.
I receive a letter now. I receive a picture now from Butuan. Sabi niyo nandun si SDO Gina Acosta. Natanggap po akong picture, wala pong tao dun sa Butuan. Meron mga umiikot lang, mga ilang tao. Pero sabi niyo may activities po sa Butuan. Mr. Chairman, could you please answer that? As of this point in time, walang tao po sa Butuan. Dun sa inyong opisina doon.
Your Honor, Mr. Chair, I understand from the statement of Director Baloro that the event is in Hinoog.
You told me that a simultaneous event.
Opo.
There is wala pong tao sa Butuan.
Hindi po sa opisina ng Office of the Vice President sa Butuan, Your Honor. It's in another area, which are... hindi po sa opisina. Meron po kaming opisina, Your Honor, Mr. Chair, sa Caraga. That is found in the city of Butuan. Totoo po yun. But the event, kasi simultaneous activities yan, Your Honor, hindi po siya nangyayari sa opisina, but on ground. Katulad ng sinabi po niya, Hinoog City and Magallanes.
Anyway, thank you
Mr.
po,
Chair.
Attorney Lopez, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chair, I was the one who asked that specific question. I asked him, where exactly are these activities happening now? And nang sabi po niya, I wasn't asking him about the satellite offices. I was asking him, where exactly in Caraga are these activities now happening today? So it's either you gave me a wrong answer or you're just lying. You tried to evade my question. I asked you specifically where particular areas in Caraga are these happening. Kasi nga wala dito si Miss Gina, kasi dahil dun eh.
Your Honor,
And now you're telling us now, Mr. Chair, that you are referring to the location of your satellite offices?
Mr. Chair.
I wasn't asking him about the satellite offices. I was asking him where exactly are these activities been going on today? It's happening.
Mr. Chairman, Attorney Lopez, with your indulgence, are you not feeling well, ma'am? Are you okay?
Your Honor,
Kailangan mo ng therapist ba? Parang sakit yung ano.
thank you. I have
Masakit
a
po yung likod.
back concern, Your Honor. I'm a scoliotic. So
Okay.
I requested the chairman actually early on that I be allowed to stand every 20 minutes because I cannot stay in one stiff position. Otherwise, my back will really, really hurt, Your Honor, and then I will have migraine.
Okay.
So that is the case.
Okay, I will
Chairman.
move for 1 minute suspension. But before that, the next interpolator is
I think, Mr. Chair,
Congressman.
let's with due respect to, because ang sabi po ni SDS kanina, pina-verify nila, wala. I think we need and we didn't answer. Kasi I wanted to ask Baloro, where exactly in Caraga are these activities being conducted today?
Mr. Chair.
Yes, please answer, Mr. Balor.
Mr. Chair, I am confirming that there was an activity happened in Hinguog and in Magallanes and Butuan City, Your Honor.
Yeah, but
I have-
tatlo. So I guess the kanina pina-verify and there was no activity. And anyway, at any rate, Mr. Chair, I just want to find out really kasi parang ang dami ng disconnect dito eh. We are not getting any
Correct answer.
answers.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Congressman.
Just short interjection. Director Boloro,
Pado.
do you confirm that indeed there is an activity there?
Your Honor, yes, Your Honor. Because
Can you provide us the proof?
Yes, Your Honor, I can provide you with a photo sent to me by my staff, Your Honor.
Ngayon?
Yes, Your Honor.
Saan?
Sa Hinguog, Your Honor, in Magallanes and in Butuan City, in Caraga, Your
Kompleto
Honor.
ba yun yung ano niya? Date?
Yes,
and
Your
time?
Honor.
Doon sa pictures?
ATM, Your Honor.
At the
Oh,
moment. At the moment.
At ngayon?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
I can share it to the committee, Your
Mr.
Honor.
Chairman, may we direct the COMSEC to secure that video or photos?
Okay, Comsec, please.
Then, Mr.
get
Chairman,
the photo.
ganito lang po, Director. Alam ko po si Attorney Lopez, yung direct principal ni Acosta. But in this case, this is kasi an activity in which you're the one who supervises this all this activity, di ba? Tama?
Yes, Your Honor, under the satellite.
Do you have a number of Acosta?
I'll check it here, Your Honor.
Do you please check from your staff in the area if Miss Acosta is present?
I'll do it, Your Honor.
Please.
Thank you.
Before the end of this hearing, dapat alam na natin. Kung nandun siya, wala.
I'll check it, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Thank
Thank
you.
you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. The chair would like to recognize Congressman Kit Flores.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ms. Attorney Sanchez, earlier I asked you to call up your personnel about the tickets that were purchased. Do you have the information already?
Yes, Mr. Chair. From our procurement unit, they advised that no request for booking was made.
So no request for booking was made, yet they are supposedly out to attend to the activities that were just mentioned by Mr. Baloro, correct?
That is correct, Mr. Chair.
So now am I to presume that they went to these activities using their own personal funds and they purchased their own tickets?
I have no personal knowledge on that.
Would that be a normal activity on the part of OVP personnel that when they go to activities of the OVP, they purchase their own tickets?
There had been some instances,
Some
Mr. Chair,
instances.
and then it was filed as reimbursement upon liquidation. Mr.
Is that allowed under the COA rules?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
All right. So that they can purchase their own tickets?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Now, Attorney Sanchez, you've been working with Attorney Lopez for quite some time, correct?
Since July 2022, Mr.
And
Chair.
would you say that she runs a tight ship?
Uh,
Meaning she knows what she's doing and knows what's happening in the office as Chief of Staff of the President. The Vice President, rather.
I would say so, Mr. Chair.
Yes. Now, how about you, Ms. Villa del Rey? How long have you been working with the Chief of Staff, Attorney Lopez?
Ms. Villa del Rey, you're recognized.
Thank you, Your Honor. Since 2022, Your Honor, July.
Since 2022. And would you also confirm that Attorney Lopez runs a tight ship?
I think so, sir.
And that all of the things that happen in the Office of the Vice President, usually, she has knowledge of?
I suppose.
You suppose so? Okay. How about you, Ms. Rabago?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Huh?
What is the question, Mr. Chair?
Same question.
I've been working with the Chief of Staff since July 2022.
And again, does she run a tight ship?
I suppose so.
I've known of Attorney Lopez from Davao pa, as a city administrator. I know she ran the city pretty well. No? Now, how about important documents, Ms. Rabago? If there are documents that you need the attention of the Vice President, example, do you give it directly to the Vice President or does it go through the Office of the Chief of Staff?
As for me, since I am an administrative officer of the Budget Division, I report directly to the Chief Administrative Officer of the Budget Division.
And who that is?
That is Mr. Kelvin Teñidos.
Okay. Yes, sir. How about you, sir? If there are important things that you need to get to that, to give to the Vice President, do you give it to her directly or do you go through the Office of the Chief of Staff?
Initially, sir, I will consult it first with the Office of the
Consult first with
Admin and Finance Director.
Admin and Finance Attorney Sanchez.
Yes, sir.
But never directly to the
Never,
President.
sir.
Never. Never.
Never.
Oh, it's also you, Ms. Rabago. How about you, Ms. Villa del Rey?
Same, Your Honor.
To Sanchez also?
Yes, sir. I will present first to the Director of Admin and Finance.
How about you, Attorney Sanchez? Do you go directly to the Vice President or through the Chief of Staff, Attorney Lopez?
Your Honor, I report directly to the Assistant Chief of Staff.
Oh,
So,
Ernie Ortonio.
Yes, Your
And
Honor.
then Ortonio to the Chief of Staff.
I would presume, Your Honor.
You would presume. Would that be correct, Attorney Lopez? Ortonio to you, then to the Vice President?
Yes, Mr. Ortonio to me.
Okay. Now, how about I saw your signature kanina, Attorney Sanchez, on some of the disbursement vouchers, no? Sa confidential funds. Tama ba yun? Was that yours?
Mr. Chair, I only signed the checks,
Ah,
but not the
checks.
disbursement vouchers.
Okay. Not the disbursement vouchers, but just the checks. You and
Mr. Ortonio.
Mr. Ortonio. Okay. Now, I really wanted to ask the disbursing officers, no, but they are not around, and I'm wondering if the Bureau of Treasury can help me out on this matter. No? As a disbursing officer, you are what you call an accountable officer, correct?
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Yes, Your Honor, that is correct.
Now, as an accountable officer, you're called one because the money that is given to you, you're accountable for it.
That is correct, Your Honor.
Right? Now, you can only be an accountable officer if you are properly bonded, correct?
That is the requirement for accountable officers as provided under the public bonding law, that all accountable officers, whenever the nature of their duties permit or require the custody of funds or property for which he is accountable, that accountable officer must secure or must post a fidelity bond.
A fidelity bond.
Yes, Your
And
Honor.
what is the requirement on the fidelity bond? Magkano ba dapat ang i-post nila na fidelity bond?
On that matter, Your Honor, there is a matrix
Okay.
provided under the pertinent treasury circulars.
What is the matrix?
It's a table, Your Honor.
All right, let's give, for example, the SDO this time is Acosta. Gina Acosta. Ano bang matrix siya mahulog? Anong level ba?
On that matter, Your Honor, I would yield to the BTR NCR regional office, which in the records, the bond posted.
Okay. Miss Austria.
Good afternoon, Your Honor.
Good afternoon.
For Ms. Acosta's accountability, the amount of accountability declared in the application.
Can you put the mic closer so that we could hear you, please?
The amount of accountability for Ms. Acosta that was indicated in the fidelity bond application form is 500 million.
500 million.
Yes po.
Ang fidelity bond?
Amount of accountability.
Amount
po.
of accountability. But how much fidelity bond did she put up?
For that accountability, it has a corresponding amount of bond for 8 million.
8 million.
Yes po.
And the 8 million fidelity bond can be used to cover the amount of up to 500 million.
Yes,
Correct?
Your Honor. Yes, Your Honor.
So it's not double the amount of the bond lang.
It is in accordance with the matrix.
The matrix.
Your Honor, if I may interject. On that matter, Your Honor, the bond coverage, under our table, under the matrix issued by the Bureau of the Treasury, ordinarily would not cover the entire accountability.
Okay.
On that regard, Your Honor, if we may quote the position paper of the Bureau of the Treasury as to why the policy is such, but in sum, it is because of the fiscal impact that a reimbursement from the Fidelity Fund, from the Bureau of the Treasury, the fiscal impact that may occur when reimbursement is made.
Can you explain that in layman's terms,
Your-
Mr. Cardona?
Your Honor.
Ano yung fiscal impact and like let's say if it's a 8 million bond that covers amount up to 500 million, bakit ganon?
Your Honor, if I may quote the position paper of the Bureau of the Treasury, on the limitation on bond coverage due to the moral hazards and fiscal implications in the event of a successful claim. If we may preface this, Your Honor, that for the purpose of covering claims based on the Fidelity Bond, the public bonding law established the Fidelity Fund, which consists of all monies that have been or should have been lawfully covered into the Fidelity Fund as previously constituted, along with future accretions resulting from premiums, profits on investments, or payments
Okay,
made to
no,
cover.
that's enough. No, I can't
Honor.
really even understand it. Ang akin lang is like, if I put up, how much did you put up an 8 million fidelity bond?
The amount of accountability,
Not accountability, but the amount of fidelity bond that you put up.
800 million.
800 million?
8 million.
8 million. Tama. Now, ang purpose po ng fidelity bond is supposedly to cover whatever money na dapat ibalik mo. Kasi you, as an accountable officer, for some reason or another, sabihin natin, it was spent improperly. And that should cover the amount that has been spent improperly, correct? Tama ba? Is that the purpose of the fidelity bond?
The purpose of the Fidelity Bond, Your Honor, aside from it being a legal requirement, if we may clarify, Your Honor, the Fidelity Bond is different and without prejudice to the responsibility of the accountable officer to
Kaya
be
nga,
personally
but
liable.
in general, supposedly, you put up a bond so that it can cover the amount na nasa iyo. Tama ba?
Yes, Your
That's
Honor.
a general principle, correct?
Cover the amount of the bond. Yes, Your Honor.
So,
If we may explain, Your Honor, on the
ahead.
limitation on bond coverage due to moral hazards and fiscal implications in the event of a successful claim, if we may quote the position paper of the Bureau of the Treasury, the Bureau has established a limit on the coverage amount of a fidelity bond to mitigate moral hazards arising from the availability of bond coverage. Providing extensive bond coverage beyond that already given may have the unwanted effect of easing vigilance in the protection of public funds or property in possession of accountable officers, since payment of successful claims against the Fidelity Fund may lessen the burden on the government agency in cases of unrelieved losses, shortages, and defalcations. Moreover, payments from the Fidelity Fund constitute money claims from government funds, which may have fiscal implications. It is emphasized that claims on a fidelity bond are without prejudice to and entirely separate from the personal liability of the accountable public official who is directly responsible for unrelieved losses, shortages, and defalcations of government funds.
so the
and
fidelity
property.
bond coverage is separate and distinct from the personal liability of the person.
That is correct. That is
But
correct.
generally, the fidelity bond is supposedly there to secure some form of reimbursement.
Yes, Your Honor, to some
Right?
extent.
Now, at least that wasn't such a long explanation, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. Now, in this particular case, the SDO was bonded for up to 8 million, correct? 8 million? 4 million ba? 8 million?
8 million, Your Honor.
8 million ang bond niya. No? Now, in the event that the COA says or disallows certain expenses based on the confidential fund usage, what will happen to it?
If I may answer
Yeah.
that, Your Honor. With respect to claims from the Fidelity Fund,
Okay.
that involves a different process, Your Honor.
Okay.
If I may quote our Treasury Circular
Again,
02-2019.
go ahead. You cannot
which,
just explain it.
I might say something
Okay,
incorrect. Adjudication and payment of claim against the Fidelity Fund. First, Your Honor, the accountable officer or the government agency wherein there is shortages, losses, or defalcations may first or should first request for or apply for a relief from accountability from the Commission on Audit, which I would yield to the Commission on Audit on how this is evaluated. But from our understanding, this means that there is no responsibility on the part of the accountable officer because on the losses, shortages, or defalcations, primarily because of force majeure.
Okay.
That is first the requirement to
Let
try
me-
to
let me
apply
stop you
first.
there. Let's just give an example lang para hindi ganun kahaba yung explanations niyo. Example, the SDO disburses the fund, the confidential fund, COA says that's disallowed, etc., etc. They appeal, ang ending is hindi talaga pwede itong certain amount na to. Ano mangyari? You go against the Fidelity Bond?
That is one avenue or one remedy.
That is one remedy.
Yes, that
But
is one
since the
remedy.
Fidelity Bond is less than the amount that was disallowed by COA, do you go to the person himself,
Yes, Your Honor.
the SDO?
Yes, Your Honor. But on the matter of claiming against the Fidelity Fund, we would also want to clarify that under the public bonding law, this is also under the jurisdiction of the Commission on Audit
I
because
don't
of it.
mind whose jurisdiction it is. I'm just saying, anong proseso po?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yeah, di ba? Disallowed, you go against the Fidelity Bond. Pag kulang yan, you go against the person. In
Yes,
other,
Your Honor.
in that sequence.
Yes, not exactly a sequence, Your Honor, because the claims against the Fidelity Fund is without prejudice to the liability of the accountable public
Kaya,
officer. They can also
in this
go
particular case nga,
Yes, sir.
again, with, confidential fund, sinabing hindi pwede, etc., etc. They go through the entire course of appeals, etc., etc. Final na bawal yung paggastos ng ganun. Diba? Fidelity Bond, and then the person also. Not necessarily in that order, but these are the two remedies that the government has.
Yes,
Tama
Your
po ba?
Honor. Yes, Your Honor.
Again, very shorter explanation, right?
Yes, Your Honor. I would just like to clarify, Your Honor, that because of the intricacies involved, there has to be a recommendation from the COA that there is a successful
Kaya nga,
claim.
assuming that's all there.
Yes, Your Honor.
Assuming it's all there, kaya you won't go after them naman if COA would not say that they are responsible, di ba? If COA says it's disallowed but he's not responsible, you wouldn't go against the person. It would be ridiculous to go against a person if sabi na nga ni COA hindi siya ang responsible. Tama ba ba?
What
Lito ka na. Anyway.
What I'm trying to say, Your Honor, if I may,
Yeah, go ahead.
the claims against the Fidelity Fund itself will also have to go through COA.
Yeah, of course. Kaya nga, I wouldn't say that they're
Yes, Your
I'm
Honor.
arguing with you already. Ang sinasabi ko lang, kunwari, sinabi na ni COA, ito, di ba?
Yes, Your Honor.
Then you go against the bond and the person.
Yes,
Tama?
Your Honor.
Yun lang. Mahaba explanation mo eh. Now,
Apologies, Your Honor.
Attorney Sanchez, itong confidential funds na ginamit nila, and Attorney Lopez was explaining earlier na parang compartmentalized ang opisina ng Vice President, there are things that I do not know of. But in all the documents sa confidential fund, nandun palagi yung pangalan ni Ortonio eh, the Assistant Chief of Staff. Tama po ba? Checks, disbursements, andun.
The disbursements and the checks,
Yes,
Mr. Chair.
correct. Check and disbursement. Yet Ortonio serves as the Assistant Chief of Staff of Attorney Lopez. Reporting to Attorney Lopez or directly to the Vice President?
Your Honor, for
Attorney
man-
Sanchez. I'm asking Attorney Sanchez.
Under the organizational chart of the OVP, Your Honor, Mr. Ortonio reports directly to the Chief of Staff,
To the Chief of Staff. And who is the Chief of Staff?
Attorney Lopez.
Attorney Lopez. So, paano, Attorney Lopez, now, it's your time. Paano mo mas separate? Kasi you were emphasizing kanina na wala akong kinalaman dyan, but all of the other persons I've been talking to say you run a tight ship. You know almost everything that's happening in the office of the Vice President. Yet on this particular matter, parang hugas kamay ka. Wala akong kinalaman dyan. I don't know anything about the confidential fund. Yet the people involved in the disbursement, the collection of the funds, and even the preparation of the documents are all under your office. Parang hirap pong paniwalaan na these are things that you do not know of, given the circumstances. Po.
Your Honor, Mr. Chair, I confirm that Mr. Ortonio reports to me directly for matters relating to the office concerns. Matters, especially the cluster under him, which are certain divisions, the same way that other directors report to me as regards the clusters under them. He does not report to me at all, Your Honor, for matters such as kung nasaan po yung mga signature niya, disbursements or checks. He does not.
So,
in the same manner,
go ahead, please.
yes, if I may continue, the same with Ms. Acosta. Her designation is, her designation as SDO is a task on top of her task under the Office of the Chief of Staff. So, as ang nire-report po sa akin ni Ms. Gina Acosta are tasks pertaining to her job and her function in the Office of her Chief of Staff.
So, in other words po, while they are under you, there are certain things that they do not report directly to you. Lalo na pag confidential funds ang pinag-uusapan.
Your Honor, I'm sorry, I did not catch the question. Very quickly lang.
You
Sorry.
said kanina na there are things that they do that they do not report to you about. And one of this is the use of the confidential funds.
I would assume, Your Honor, because nobody has really reported to me about that.
Okay. So
Because
let
these
me
are
clarify that. So you never knew that she was the SDO? For the confidential funds? Hindi mo alam?
Hindi ko po alam, Your Honor, until I saw the memo designating her as SDO. Because I was not the one who designated.
O kaya nga.
Ms. Gina.
So as of December 2022, she was SDO already, correct? Hindi mo rin alam.
Yes, Your Honor,
Oh.
given the information in the
fact
DVs.
that there were already
DV.
disbursements made in 2022 using the confidential funds.
Yes.
So, how about your Assistant Chief of Staff, Ortonio? Hindi mo rin alam that he was working with Acosta when it comes to the confidential funds?
I just know Mr. Ortonio to be one of the signatories of the checks, Your Honor. Because these are documents that we submit kung
Mr. Chair.
sino-sino yung signatories.
Mr. Chairman,
Congressman Acop.
I think the resource person is not asking appropriately the questions of the Honorable Keith Flores. May I request that the Honorable Flores repeats his question?
Yeah, my question, Attorney Lopez, was that, di ba, alam mo ba na si Attorney Ortonio was working with Acosta, the what's that? SDO, when it comes to the use of the confidential funds?
Ang alam ko po, Your Honor, my personal knowledge is ay si Mr. Ortonio signs off on checks.
Checks requested by Acosta.
Katulad po nung napakita sa document kanina, siya,
Kaya nga, so hindi mo alam kung sino nag-request sa check na yun. Just Ortonio.
that he signs off on the checks, Your Honor.
Kaya nga, I was asking, hindi mo alam kung sino nag-request for the issuance of the check.
I'm sorry,
Is it
Your
a
Honor.
difficult question, Attorney Lopez?
Your Honor, may personal knowledge.
Kaya I was just asking kung alam mo ba kung sino ang nag-request ng check na pinirmahan ni Ortonio?
Kung meron po siyang, yung pinakita po kanina, Your Honor, kung yun yung kalakip, the DV, then kung taken together, yun po sila yung magkakasamang documents.
The question man is if alam mo. Yun lang. Alam mo ba kung sino ang nagre-request for the issuance of these checks? I'm not asking kung kadikit ba yung cheque at saka DV. I'm just asking.
Your Honor. Your Honor.
Sige po.
Mr. Chair, if I may answer.
Please proceed.
Yes, as mentioned earlier, Your Honor, this disbursement vouchers, these checks do not go through my office. So I really have no personal knowledge kung sino yung nag-request ng check.
You can say no naman eh.
Ay, sorry,
No.
no.
Tapos na tayo. Let me
I'm
move
sorry.
on. It's okay.
Respectfully, Your Honor, no.
Yeah,
I have
hindi
no
mo alam.
knowledge.
Okay, so these are things that happens within your office involving two of your, the next most senior officer of your office and another one, and yet you have no knowledge of.
Yes, Your Honor, I have no personal knowledge.
I hope you understand, Attorney Lopez. Parang it's kind of hard to believe po na siguro it's possible that it's happening that way, no? Na yun ang arrangement ninyo, na every other thing ako, wag lang tong confidential fund or other matters na ano. So is that how it is arranged?
That is how it is, Your Honor, in the office of the
Kahit
Vice
na
President.
tao mo, they do things on their own. As far as it is not concerning the other things that you should know of.
Yes, outside of the office of the Chief of Staff na tasks.
Outside of the office of the Chief of Staff na tasks. Yet, it is your Assistant Chief of Staff who performs this task.
Your Honor, my Assistant Chief of Staff is not, although we work together, he does not report directly to me on all matters.
There
are certain matters that I am not privy to.
Okay.
Or there are certain matters also with the Office of Chief of Staff that he is not part of.
Even if he is Assistant Chief, di ba? Pwede din, no? Like,
Yes.
let's say, klaruhin ko lang, So, in this particular matter, confidential funds, Acosta, Ortonio, not through you, and you have no idea what happens or what it goes through, and presumably it goes directly to the Vice President. Kasi there has to be someone who approves it.
I cannot presume, Your Honor, I cannot give you a direct answer because wala po akong
Okay,
first-hand
let me
info.
put it differently. Who is the other officer, other than you, who is higher than Ortonio, that Ortonio reports to?
The head of our agency, Your Honor.
And that is?
The Vice President.
Okay, so it would be safe to presume that since Ortonio is doing this on his own, without your participation, and Acosta is reporting to Ortonio, it is safe to presume that it's Ortonio who's also reporting directly to the Vice President. Kasi wala nang iba. He cannot go down. He can only go up. Tama ba?
Your Honor, I cannot give a direct answer because I really have no personal knowledge.
I understand that you have no personal knowledge, but tama ba bang to conclude na yun na, kasi impossible, I wouldn't imagine na your Assistant Chief of Staff would be acting on his own. It has to be approved by someone, and it cannot be approved by someone who occupies a position lower than his. That would be ridiculous. It goes back. It has to go up. Now, tinanong kita kanina, other than you, who is the other officer na mas mataas sa'yo na Ortonio reports to? And you said that that is the head of office, which is the Vice President. And when I'm telling you, is it safe to presume that Ortonio reports to the Vice President when it comes to the usage of the confidential funds, you say you have no knowledge, so you cannot make that presumption. Would that be a correct generalization ba of what our question and answer?
Yes, sir, the gist
Yeah.
of it.
That.
I cannot make the
Yes.
presumption.
Okay. So, now, ano na lang, it would be best, could you, as Chief of Staff na lang, Attorney Lopez, undertake to ensure the presence of the SDOs that, kasi they should be here eh. Kasi ang questions naman are mostly supposedly directed to them eh.
Your Honor, this is in reference to your earlier instruction and request, no?
Yes, please.
That we reach out to Ms. Acosta. I have, Your Honor. I texted and I tried calling her, but she has not responded. I have done as instructed.
How about Ortonio? Did you try to get in touch with your assistant?
Yes, Your Honor, but I texted him that the HR committee members want to talk to you.
No reply?
Please reply. And
No reply?
none, Your Honor.
For someone who's running a tight ship, it's kind of difficult to imagine an underling not replying to the messages of the head of office. I can't imagine it happening that way. It wouldn't happen under normal circumstances po. That would be not only disrespectful, but it would.
But it is what it is, Your Honor, respectfully.
That's what happened.
There is no
Yeah, you don't need to show me. I'll take your word for it, Attorney. I'm just saying na medyo strange na yung mga taong natatrabaho under you refuses to reply, refuses to inform you, refuses to make known their whereabouts. Parang medyo mahirap po paniwalaan. Now, Ms. Rabago, earlier, a lawyer entered his appearance claiming that they were engaged you engaged them in your personal capacity?
Yes, Your Honor. Mr.
And
Chair.
how much was the engagement fee?
I don't have any personal knowledge on the
You don't have any personal knowledge.
Yes.
How about you, Mr. Tenido?
Same, Mr. Chair. We consulted our legal to
You consulted your legal.
to have a counsel.
But an engagement with a lawyer naturally comes with a consideration.
Actually, it was a referral.
A referral.
We were made referred to the counsel attorney.
So you're expecting to be billed for the services of this counsel?
There's no discussion as to the.
Oh, no discussion. So how could a lawyer represent one when there is no engagement fee? Would that be possible? I saw him the last time also.
Yes, Mr. Chair. But as of this moment, there was no discussion yet.
So it is the office that provided these lawyers to you.
No, sir, because that
No.
is not allowed under the rules.
It's not allowed. So you personally chose this lawyer.
We were referred, sir.
You were referred. You personally talked to this lawyer before coming over.
Yes, sir. Yes, Mr. Chair.
And there was no talk about engagement fee ba or
None as of the moment.
none as of the moment. Representing you for 2 days na, yet walang bayad. Wala pang usapan about bayad.
That's correct, Mr. Chair.
That's correct. Oh, very generous lawyers na. But it was referred by your
By our legal.
legal. Okay. Same with you, Miss Villa Del Rey.
Yes, Your Honor.
You also have a personal lawyer present,
Yes po.
but no engagement din. Wala pang bayad.
Wala pa pong bayad.
Wala pa rin usapan
With
as to how
engagement.
much. Per hour, per day, or
Not yet.
kahit man lang acceptance fee to represent you.
Wala pa po.
Wala pa. And you expect it to happen anytime soon?
I think so, sir.
You will be billed.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Will you be willing to inform this committee as to when you will be billed? Kasi parang it's impossible to think na lawyers would represent anyone for free. Di ba? It has to be for a certain fee. Right? And if you are saying na kayo ang nag-engage, kasi bawal nga ang office na mag-engage ng personal lawyers for you guys, yet none of you have talked to them about fees. Correct? Would you also confirm that, Attorney Sanchez?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Wala pang usapan sa fees.
In the engagement letter, there's no mention of the fees.
There's no mention.
Yes.
So you just signed that I'm engaging you as my lawyer without knowing how much you will be billing me.
Since there's no amount, Mr. Chair, that was mentioned in the engagement letter, I assume, Mr. Chair, that there will be no fees.
You assume that there will be no fees, so it will be free legal representation.
Because the lawyer did not discuss the fees.
Because it was not discussed in the engagement letter. Same with you, Ms. Villa del Rey?
Yes, Your Honor.
Are you also assuming that it will be free? I suppose?
I hope so, sir.
You hope so. How about you, Mr. Tenido?
Same, sir. I hope so, sir.
You're hoping that it's going to be
Pro
free.
bono.
Again, with you, Ms. Rabago.
Yes, Mr. Chair, same.
Paano kung hindi free yan? Hindi mo naman of choice yung lawyer, bine-refer lang sa'yo. Paano yan? Paano kung the billing is too much? Gusto mong lesser sana. Paano yan? I mean, wouldn't that thing come to mind when engaging a lawyer? Not just pure, siguro hoping na it's gonna be free. Tama ba? That's most people, most ordinary people would, the first thing that would come to mind is magkano kaya ang ibibil nito, or magkano kaya ang acceptance fee, or what is the hourly rate for representing us. Ilang oras na tayo dito ngayon? Di ba? So it's not the office that's paying for it. It's not someone we all know. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Sa itsura po ng mga lawyer nila, mukhang mahal eh. Yes, the chair would like to recognize the next interpolator, the Honorable Jill Bongalon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I would like to direct my questions to to Attorney Camora of the Commission on Audit. And I would like to request also the Secretariat to flash on the screen the copy or copies of the acknowledgement receipt to start with my questions. Ms. Camora, yung nakikita po natin dito sa screen ay dalawang acknowledgement receipts. Ano po? So, pwede mo ba banggitin dito sa unang acknowledgement receipt kung anong petsa ang nakalagay dito na kung saan ito po ay ina-acknowledge yung nakatanggap ng nagkakahalagang 150,000 for the payment of reward. Open and close parenthesis, medicines. Anong petsa po yung nakalagay dyan?
Mr. Chair, hindi ko masyadong mabasa. Para siyang, hindi ko sure kung November or December 17, 2022.
So hindi mo, pwede ba, yung Secretariat, pwede ba i-zoom natin itong unang acknowledgement receipt? Ayan. So I guess it starts with the letter N.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
And ends with the letter R.
R, opo.
So, probably what month is that?
It's probably November 27.
November
27, 2022.
November 27, 2022. So, let's move on the next acknowledgement receipt. Ito naman ay nagsasabi that this is to acknowledge receipt of the amount of 155,000 pesos for the payment of purchased supplies. Pwede mo ba banggitin sa committee ito anong petsa ang nakalagay dyan sa acknowledgement receipt?
12 December 22.
12 December 22. So it presupposes that this is December 12 of 2022, year 2022. Tama?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Ngayon, pwede mo ba banggitin muli dito sa committee ito ano po ang period covered ng mga confidential funds na nirelease sa Office of the Vice President?
Yung sa fourth quarter ng 2022 po.
Fourth quarter of 2022, na kung saan, ano po yung mga petsa ng utilization ng confidential funds?
December 21 to 31, 2022 po.
At yung mga ibang petsa na sumunod dito sa confidential funds that was released on the last quarter of year 2022?
That's it po. December 21 to 31, 2022.
Yes. Ano pa yung mga sumunod na petsa after year 2022?
Yung 2023 po.
Yes.
February 6 to March 29, that is for the first quarter, and April 25 to June 30 for the second quarter, tas July 14 to September 30 ng third quarter.
So, malinaw, Mr. Chair, na ang pinakaunang confidential funds na nirelease sa Office of the Vice President ay may petsa na December 20 of 2022. Tama ba?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
And ibig sabihin, walang confidential funds ang Office of the Vice President sa petsa na Nobyembre 27 taong 2022. Tama po ba yun?
Wala pa po, Mr. Chair.
Wala pa. Pati na rin doon sa petsa na December 12 of 2022. Tama ba?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
So, ibig sabihin nito, Attorney Camora, imposible na ang nakasulat diyan sa dalawang acknowledgement receipt na may binigay raw ang Office of the Vice President galing sa confidential funds noong November 27 at December 12 of 2022. Hindi ho ba?
Kung galing po sa na-cash advance, hindi po yan galing sa cash na advanced nung December 21 po.
21. Okay. So, imposible, no? Na
Yes, Mr. Chair.
yung cheque dated December 20, 2022 at na yung cash ng December 21 at yung utilization, in fact, December 21 to December 31. So, imposible na meron tayong acknowledgement receipt na ang petsa ay November 27 at December 12 of 2022.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
So, kung nandito ka po ba nung last November 5, 2024 hearing?
Opo yata, Mr. Chair.
Yes, and in fact,
before
you were...
this,
Yes, before this.
before last hearing po with the people pa from the OVP.
All right. So, noong nakaraang November 5, 2024 hearing, na-establish na yung mga acknowledgement receipts na dated 2023 pero sinubmit para sa December 2022. Natatandaan mo ba yon?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
And kung alam po ninyo, ilan ang mga acknowledgement receipts na dated 2023 na sinubmit para sa confidential funds for the last quarter of 2022?
Hindi ko na maalala, Mr. Chair, kasi kayo po yata yung nagbigay ng data.
Actually, it was not me. Actually, if I'm not mistaken, it was
the committee.
the Honorable Rog Gutierrez.
Opo.
So, around 150 plus acknowledgement receipts. Hindi ho ba? Kung matatandaan ho ninyo.
153.
150 plus.
Opo,
Acknowledgement receipts.
153 for 158.
58, to be exact. Can you please confirm with your records kung ilan po na acknowledgement receipts?
158.
158 to be exact, correct?
Opo.
So, in other words, ito pong mga acknowledgement receipts are another example of ARs na in-issue outside of the period covered by confidential funds. Tama ba?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Again, ano ho ba ang mali dito? Yung mga acknowledgement receipts or yung source of fund?
Yung acknowledgement receipt po.
Yung acknowledgement receipts bearing those dates that will not conform with the period that was covered by the confidential funds, correct?
Tama po, Mr. Chair.
So sa palagay po ba ninyo, Attorney Camora, maaari ba natin sabihin na ito pong 158 na mga acknowledgement receipts, sa tingin niyo po ba ito ay due to typographical error?
Mr. Chair, ang binigay nila pong dahilan sa compliance nila is inadvertence po.
Inadvertence meaning pwedeng isa sa mga
kamali.
rason
Opo,
ay due
nagkamali.
to typographical errors.
Yes,
Tama.
Mr. Chair. Yes, Mr. Chair.
Ngayon, after the acknowledgement receipts with questionable 2023 dates na brought up last hearing, can you please confirm if they were part of the notice of disallowance for the amount of 73.28 million?
Mr. Chair, parang hindi na po siya umabot sa notice of disallowance. Parang nasa notice of suspension po siya.
But they are part of that notice of suspension?
Meron po yata kaming observation na ganun, sir.
So, ibig sabihin, can we state that due to the questionable acknowledgement receipts that was discovered last hearing, it appears that there should be additional 17.6 million that should be disallowed. Anyway, these are matters left for the Commission on Audit to look into. Tama ho?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Would you like to enlighten us about this issue? Do you have something in your hand?
Meron po kasi yung mga pinoint out na kasi may mga na-disallow na po kami and then may mga na-point out during the hearing na questionable acknowledgement receipts. So, tinignan po namin kung ano tong mga to. Kung nakasama na ba siya sa disallowance or not. So, if hindi pa nakasama sa disallowance, pwede po pong mag-issue ng supplemental.
All right. Anyway, Mr. Chair, I would like to manifest that of the total amount covered by those acknowledgement receipts with questionable dates, which is totaling of 26.32 million, there is an overlap with the acknowledgement receipts disallowed under the notice of disallowance. So, may mga natitira pa po na 17.6 million which does not overlap. And in fact, this is the additional amount which should be disallowed by COA. Tama ho ba?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
And with that, Mr. Chair, I would like to end my questions by moving that this questionable, dubious, spurious acknowledgement receipts be referred to the Philippine Statistics Authority to verify if the names enumerated therein really exist. I so move, Mr. Chair. Just to repeat my motion, Mr. Chair, I would like to move that this dubious, spurious, and highly irregular acknowledgement receipts be referred to the Philippine Statistics Authority or the PSA to verify the names enumerated therein if these persons really exist. I so move, Mr. Chair.
There's a motion to refer the dubious acknowledgement receipt to the PSA. Is there any second to the motion?
Second.
Duly seconded. Is there any objection? Hearing none, the motion is carried.
Secondly, Mr. Chair, I would like to move also that the acknowledgement receipts be referred to the National Bureau of Investigation and the Philippine National Police for them to assist us in conducting a handwriting or signature examinations to verify whether the recipients of these confidential funds are real or not, with Miss Mary Grace Piatos as the first priority. I so move, Mr. Chair.
There's a motion to refer acknowledgement receipt to the National Bureau of Immigration.
NPM.
NBI, National Bureau of
Investigation.
Investigation.
National Bureau of Investigation. Is there any second to the motion? Duly seconded. Is there any objection? Hearing none, the motion is carried.
That would be all, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. The chair would like to recognize
Chairman,
the Honorable... Yes, Congressman
just a
Paduano.
short, admin matters, Mr. Chairman.
But before
Previously,
I recognize Congressman Paduano, the chair would like to recognize the Honorable Ernesto M. Juniso Jr. from the 1st District of Manila and Honorable Lianda Bolilla, Deputy Majority Leader from 4th District of Batangas. Sino pa ba? Yes, the chair would like to recognize
Thank you,
Congressman
Mr. Chairman.
Paduano.
Admin matters na po, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, previously, I moved to issue a subpoena to the CCTV video footages of the land bank, both branches. With that, Mr. Chairman, since the land bank explained to us that the existence of such video is only good for 90 days. So, Mr. Chairman, I move to withdraw such motion, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
There's a motion to withdraw the previous motion of Congressman Paduano. Is there any objection? Hearing none, the motion is carried. Next, the chair would like to recognize the next interpellator, the Honorable Romy Acop. With the indulgence of Congressman Romy Acop, the chair would like to recognize Congressman Zia Alonto Adjong.
Thank you,
Yes.
Mr. Chair. Thank you, Chairman Akop. Mine is just a procedural / yung admin processes po within the Office of the Vice President because as I was listening to the explanation of Attorney Lopez, compartmentalized daw yung kanilang trabaho. Thus, may mga disconnect and probably miscommunication at hindi pagkakaintindihan. That's why we have trouble understanding really what's going on in terms of the utilization of the confidential funds. And I'd like to direct my question, Mr. Chair, to Mr. Tenido. Mr. Tenido, you are the head of the chief of the administrative officer po kayo, no? Bureau sa budget division, hindi ho ba?
That's correct, Mr. Chair.
And you were here last committee hearing.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
And you are also in charge of not only even the regular funds, no?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Okay. You said earlier, yung regular funds ba at saka yung confidential funds, you also prepare for that?
During budget proposal, yes, Mr. Chair.
So you know which one is the regular funds and which one is the confidential
Actually, in
funds?
my understanding, sir, both the confidential expense is within the budget of the OVP. So I see it as there is no distinction between regular fund and confidential fund.
Yeah, because there's a letter signed by the Vice President naming you as parang the contact person on matters relating to fundings, no?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Hindi lang dun sa confidential funds, but even the regular funds, no?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Okay, so you were here last hearing, is it correct?
Correct, Mr. Chair.
And that you mentioned when you were asked that you were requested to request DBM for the release of the confidential funds?
I prepared the draft, Mr. Chair, of the 4 items to be requested.
And who requested you to prepare for the draft of the request for the release of the confidential
I
funds?
got the instruction from the management, Mr. Chair.
Can you be more specific?
The Office of the Chief of Staff and the Assistant Chief of Staff.
Which, you mean to say the Office of Attorney Lopez?
Yeah, that's correct, Mr. Chair.
So who instructed you to prepare for the what you call that, for the plan? Is that part of the physical plan na sinasabi nila that you need
The
to?
physical and financial
Yes,
plan.
yes. Who instructed you to prepare for that? Which specific person? Kasi hindi medyo malabo po yung kanina yung kwento. Which specific person under the Office of the Chief of Staff instructed you to prepare for the request of the confidential funds to be released?
The instruction was from the Office of the Chief of Staff.
I know. Yeah, but which specific person?
COS Attorney Lopez.
Attorney Lopez instructed you to prepare for the request for the release of the confidential funds.
Just the request at that time, sir, the request.
Siyang nagsabi sa'yo, exactly.
Including all other items, Mr. Chair.
What other items?
The augmentation for the additional funds for the medical assistance, and then for the additional personnel, sir, PS plantilla.
Yeah, but these are the regular funds, right?
Yes,
Yeah.
Mr. Chair.
Okay. May I ask Attorney Lopez, ma'am? By the way, thank you very much for attending this committee hearing. And I hope whoever is your relative in the United States, I hope that person recovers soon. No? I'd like to ask you, have you, narinig naman po yung sinabi ni Mr. Tenido, no? Na coming from you, instructed him to prepare for the request so that the confidential funds would be released, no? Is that correct? Did I hear him correctly? Did you do that?
I confirm that, Your Honor. It was actually, the output is a letter addressed to the Secretary of the Department of Budget and Management. It was a request we made that was actually approved and recommended, that was given recommended approval by the DBM and was released by the Office of the President.
So you
That
instructed him just to be sinabihan niyo po siya na gumawa na po siya, mag-prepare po siya kung ano man ipaprepare ng dokumento para i-request po sa Department of Budget and Management na ma-release po yung confidential funds. Tama po ba yun?
Hindi po ma-release, Your Honor. Mag-request.
Yes, mag-request.
Among other things.
Yes, mag-request and then for the request for the release of the confidential funds. Is it correct?
Not release, Your Honor. Our request
Yes?
is only for request for that budget alongside with all the other items that was
Exactly,
mentioned
among others. Di ba? Tama po ba yun? Tama po
Request
yun.
for, Your Honor, it could either be disapproved or approved.
Yeah, I
But
know,
we
but
requested.
yeah, but that's beside the point. The point is that kasi kanina po gusto kong intindihin because you said earlier po, Attorney Lopez, if I heard you correctly, you have nothing to do with confidential funds. So I presume wala talaga kasi there's a specific person tasked to do the request, for the planning, etc. And that's why I ask Mr. Tenido, sino yung kinokontakt nyo when it comes to the request to DBM? Kasi ang sinabi po dito sa letter is kay Mr. Tenido, yung magiging point person po ng DBM, contact person, hindi ho ba? So that's why I'm asking now, Mr. Tenido, because I want to compartmentalize, as you said, no? But now the answer is that you, under the Office of the Chief of Staff, instructed him to contact DBM, no? Among other things, for the release of the confidential funds. So are you now saying still maintain your position that you have nothing to do whatsoever with the confidential funds?
Your Honor, Mr.
Gusto ko lang
Chair.
po maintindihan na, Mr. Attorney Lopez.
As mentioned earlier by Mr. Tenido, it forms part of the budget. So it is, and because it is part of the budget of the Office of the Vice President, and as the USEC and Chief of Staff, I signed off and made that instruction, Your Honor.
Yeah, but can you help me understand in which parameters should we say that you will no longer part of anything about confidential funds? Kasi gusto ko lang po maintindihan yun because the way I understood it based on the questions kanina is you have nothing to do with the confidential funds and you cannot speak anything about confidential funds. You are not competent enough to answer any questions in relation to confidential funds. And yet, sa iyo po nanggagaling yung instruction pagdating po doon sa pag-contact ni Mr. Tenido sa DBM, among other things, not just the regular funding, but even the confidential fund. Can you further explain it to me, Mr. Chair?
Okay. Your Honor, Mr. Chair, as mentioned earlier, compartmentalized. I am not privy to the disbursement, utilization, and the liquidation of the confidential funds. But as it forms part of the budget, and it was a legitimate budget request, I was part of that request, Your Honor.
Mr. Tenido, gusto ko lang matanong, who do you coordinate, for example, in terms of the utilization of the regular funds, for example?
The utilization. Usually,
Do
sir,
you, yes, yes, please.
usually the process po is what we do is to obligate the transaction.
Okay.
So when we do the obligation, doon po namin nalalaman kung cash advance ba yan, reimbursement, or payment dahil may purchase order. So that is the time that when we capture na po yung transaction and then we will record it na po as
So
part of the
which
transaction.
office in your department do you closely coordinate when it comes to this utilization, this disbursement, etc.?
Actually, sir, lahat. Kasi lahat naman po ng offices may
Okay, let me be
transaction.
more specific. Which particular head of division of office do you coordinate? Regular funds lang to, ha?
Yes po. For example, sir, for the medical assistance, I closely coordinate with the head of the public assistance division. That is for the medical and burial assistance. And then for the like pagbabago bags, that is under the care of the special projects division. And then for the relief items or relief goods, I coordinate or I inquire always with the Disaster Operations Center.
Does the Office of the Chief of Staff do have a say on this?
During the process of procurement, there's none, sir.
Okay. Now, what about the confidential funds? Which specific person or head of your agency do you report to?
As
or
to
coordinate?
confidential funds, sir, I received the obligation from the Office of the Vice President because Office of the VP proper because she signs the documents, sir, as the head of the agency.
So there's no middleman, for example, or there's no person tasked to coordinate with you. It's directly to the office, the vice president herself.
There are there are admin clerks that are responsible for the routing or transmittal of documents.
I know, but I think you know what where I'm driving at, no? Sino yung in charge? Kasi I want to understand kung sino ba talaga yung in charge doon kasi according to Attorney Lopez, she has nothing to do with the utilization and everything in relation to yung confidential fund. Wag natin sabihin na walang may alam, not even the...
It's from the Office of the VP, sir.
Yeah, but which particular person are we talking here?
Well, under the Office of the VP, there are the Office of the Chief of Staff and then the Office of Ms. Gina Acosta.
Ms. Gina, so sino ba talaga ang specific na person? Do you report or do you coordinate with Ms. Acosta or do you talk with Attorney Lopez?
No.
I'm talking now not only the request, but the actual releases and
It
the
would be reasonable to
obligation.
say that is from the Office of Ms. Gina Acosta because she is the special disbursing officer.
Okay, thank you. Now, I'd like to go back, Mr. Chair, to Attorney Lopez po. Attorney, kanina po na-bring up po yung issue ng sulat ninyo. Apo, na-bring kanina po ni Deputy Speaker JJ Suarez. And basically, marami pong rason na na-cite po dito sa sulat na ito, no? Asking COA to comply. And you have stated several reasons why COA should not comply with the subpoena request, subpoena dosis tecum by the House, no? By the committee. Among those reasons, Mr. Chair, is that you explicitly said in the letter, among other things, that there is no congressional power to expose for the sake of exposure. I underline that because I want to ask you, Mr. Chair, since you're here, Mr. Chair, and I assume that every word, every sentence, every paragraph, every phrase reflected in this letter, you believed with conviction that COA should not comply with the request or the subpoena powers of the House of Representatives. I'm just curious, Attorney Lopez, since you're already here, and earlier I thank you for your presence, do you still maintain this position, Mr. Chair? Attorney Lopez? Do you still maintain the position that COA should not comply with the requests of the House of Representatives and the subpoena order by this committee to acquire certain documents from the Commission on Audit?
Yes, Your Honor, Mr. Chair. The position of the Office of the Vice President when we wrote that letter was to request COA to not yet give the said documents because there is an audit investigation ongoing. We feel that, we at the Office of the Vice President feel that it is yet too early to release documents because nothing has been made final. That was really the purpose of that request, Your Honor.
So you do, but my question is, do you still stick to your position? All the reasons and the arguments you have stated here, cited, some I guess you have cited the legal basis for COA not to comply. Do you still maintain that?
Yes, Your Honor, we stand by it. Actually,
Do you stand by it? Still, up to now. So you
yes.
mean to say,
Um,
here you mentioned, and I guess this is, I guess, para po sa akin, ito po yung position ninyo. The subpoena was not issued in aid of legislation. It thus exceeds the legislative power of inquiry. Are you aware, Mr. Chair, Attorney Lopez, since you're a lawyer, that the Constitution grants the House of Representatives, the Congress for that matter, both the lower house and the Senate, the power to exercise, not only to create laws or introduce laws, but to exercise oversight functions, meaning to hold inquiry in aid of legislation, Mr. Chair. Are you aware of that, and do you believe that? That's an exclusive power that is exercised by Congress.
We respect that, actually, Your Honor. We recognize, as I mentioned earlier when this was asked, this letter by no means seeks to undermine the power of Congress to investigate or conduct inquiries in aid of legislation. But we feel that at that time, on the end of the Office of the Vice President, because there's still an ongoing audit investigation, we feel that it was not the right time to present or release such documents because nothing is yet final. That is our position. But it does not, Your Honor, Mr. Chair, seek to undermine the power of Congress. That is not the intention, which is why we also recognize the power of the Commission on Audit on all things involving audit. So we requested them. But it is still up, of course, to the Commission on Audit whether to grant a request or not. It was simply a statement of our position.
I'm not, Mr. Chair, I'm not here to challenge your personal belief on matters, but I'm just trying to test, because your assertion, one of your assertion here is that the subpoena was not issued in aid of legislation and thus exceeds the legislative power of inquiry. Do you think this committee is exceeding its power granted to it by the Constitution? That's one of your assertions. I don't wanna challenge your position on this. I just want you to clarify to me.
Because early on, Your Honor, when the request was made, there was no pending legislation on this matter. There was no draft law or bill that was attached for that requested item to be released.
Are you aware? Yes. Okay. Are you aware, Mr. Chair? Are you aware, Mr. Chair, that there are laws existing and there are laws that have to be amended? And that's one of the reasons why we're holding or exercising, the House of Representatives exercises its power. In fact, it's not just a power, it's an obligation. It's a responsibility.
Your Honor.
Wait, let me finish, Attorney. I'm
sorry.
sorry. I'm thinking, sorry po. To exercise its power, oversight power, to review laws. The General Appropriations Bill or Act is a law. Everything that is specified under the GAA of 2022, 2023, and 2024, these are all laws. And what we're discussing here, Mr. Chair, are funds and budget given to each agency, precisely because they're granted by the power and the effect of a law. That's why they're using these funds, no? And in particular, the Office of the Vice President, the use of the confidential funds. That confidential funds will not be available to the Office of the Vice President had Congress did not enact these laws. So, I'm asking you again, do you still maintain your position that what we are doing here exceeds the power that is granted to us by the Constitution in the exercise of our oversight function?
Your Honor, I stand by the letter that was the position of the Office of the Vice President, and as stated in our position and in our letter to the Commission on Audit.
Okay, so do you still maintain your assertion that this inquiry that we're having right now exceeds the power that is granted to us by the Constitution? Do you still maintain that position?
Your Honor, I think I cannot answer that because that is really actually.
But this is one of your assertions,
I know,
Attorney
but that is
Lopez.
our assertion, Your Honor. But
What do
that
you
is a
mean?
legal issue as to whether you have the Congress has the power or not. But our position, Your Honor, as we have stated from the very beginning, is that we feel that because there is still an ongoing audit and nothing is final, we feel that it would be too early to release such information on the end of the Commission on Audit. That is basically what we are trying to request from the Commission on Audit.
When you say our position, does that mean who is sino yung our?
The position of the Office of the Vice President, Your Honor, which the agency that is undergoing the audit investigation.
Anyway, Mr. Chair, I will no longer labor on this issue. I just want to give time for Attorney Lopez to maybe enlighten us kung bakit according to her ay nag-i-exceed ang committee na ito sa power na ginrant sa atin ng Constitution, and yet sinasabi naman po niya na she is recognizing the power of the House to exercise yung oversight function. I just don't get any clear answers po. Pasensya na po, Attorney Lopez, sa inyo. From the very start that one of my colleagues here started asking question, wala ho akong nakuhang klaro na sagot po sa inyo. Pasensya na po. Ganun lang po yung interpretation ko sa lahat po na naging kasagutan ninyo. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you po, Attorney Lopez, for your candid answers.
Thank you.
Salamat.
Chairman, can I
Yes, before I recognize Congressman Paduano, the Chair would like to recognize the Honorable Julian Jambaronda from the Lone District of Iloilo City, our Deputy Majority Leader. Asan? Yes, the Chair would like to recognize Congressman Paduano.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Anyway, Attorney Lopez, just to inform you, alam mo naman to separation of powers, power of Congress for inquiry in legislation, and question of the subject matter with regards to COA in relation to the confidential fund. Sabi mo kasi hindi pa tapos. But just to inform you, there's a lot of investigation in my committee and ordering COA to have a fraud audit. Pending all those COA audit report. That's why this committee and this Congress has the power. Visited and asked for inquiry in aid of legislation, especially in the case of the confidential fund, in which that is a law from the GAA. Alam mo naman yan, di ba?
Yes.
Walang budget na confidential fund without the GAA. It is a law. Tama? Kaya nga po, just to inform you, na in Congress, well, in fact, ang dami na po. Special audit, fraud audit. Ginagawa po ng COA yan by the order of this Congress. I hope you get my point, Attorney.
Yes, I do, Congressman.
Thank you, Mr.
Salamat.
Chairman.
At this juncture, the Chair would like to recognize the next interpellator, the Honorable Jude Asidre.
Maraming salamat, Mr. Chair.
With the indulgence of Congressman Jude Asidre, the next interpellator is Congressman Romy Acop. Sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My questions would have centered on the existence of satellite offices of the Office of the Vice President. Unfortunately, COA submitted the data information regarding the satellite offices of the OVP just last night. Tama po.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
So I did not have time to look into these documents kasi gabi na kayo nag-submit it. Mr. Chair, be that as it may, I will not ask questions about that. But I would like to make first a manifestation. From the previous hearings, we have established two things as regards the documentary pieces of evidence of payments for confidential funds. Una, ang mga irregularidad sa mga impormasyon na nakasaad sa mga acknowledgement receipts. At ikalawa, ang kakulungan sa mga kinakailangang impormasyon para matiyak kung tama ba ang paggamit ng confidential funds na ito. Attorney Lopez, do you believe that public officers occupy a public trust?
Yes, Your Honor, that is enshrined in the Constitution.
Section 1, Article 11 of the Constitution. Tama?
Yes.
Yes. Now, would you also agree with me that the impassivity of the public officers and employees to attend congressional inquiries of the House Committee on Good Government and Public Accountability gives rise to a betrayal of public trust, considering that they are avoiding public accountability through inquiry by duly elected representatives? Would you believe that? Yes or no? Yes or no?
Your Honor, may I be allowed to?
Yes or no? I'm asking if you believe it or not.
Your Honor,
You do not believe it?
no, in the sense that it is not a betrayal of public trust, exactly, Your Honor. Because the decision to attend the hearing, Your Honor, is a personal one.
No, because you are compelled if we issue a subpoena. It's not personal. Would you agree with that also?
Yes, Your Honor, because if it's a subpoena, it becomes coercive.
Yes.
But in the end, respectfully, if it is an invitation, there is also a right on the end of the invitee to decline.
I agree. But the end of that is that we can issue a subpoena
Yes. that
in
is
order
correct.
to force you to attend these hearings. Tama.
Yes, Your Honor.
O in that case, if you are forced to attend hearings and you do not attend, would that not also constitute a betrayal of public trust? Following your logic,
Your Honor,
pakisagot lang po na yes or no. Yung katanungan ko po, yes or no eh. There's no need for any explanation unless I ask for one.
it could be, Your Honor, yes.
Thank you. Would you agree also with me that public officers must uphold public interest?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes. And part and parcel of the duties and responsibilities of public officers is to give due regard to the lawful processes of a co-equal branch of government.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes. And the impassivity of the public officers and employees to attend the congressional inquiries of the House Committee on Good Government and Public Accountability gives rise to a betrayal of public trust, considering that their continued absence interfere with the actions and mandate of this committee, just like your two people, the special dispersing officers, in the persons of Madam Gina Acosta and Madam Sunshine Fajarda. Would you agree with that also?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank
It is
you.
a possibility, yes.
And therefore, being the boss, you are also obliged to see to it that they perform this duty.
Yes, Your Honor, I
And
hear that.
therefore, we expect na pagsabihan mo sila
Opo.
na umattend dito sa hearing na ito. That's part of your duty.
Respectfully, Your Honor, that was my commitment earlier, that I will endeavor to bring them to the next hearing.
Thank you. And I think you will also believe that public officers are sworn to uphold the Constitution. Tama?
Yes, Your Honor.
And public officers have sworn to uphold the Constitution and have violated their oath by preventing Congress from lawfully exercising its own mandate under Section 21, Article 6 of the Constitution to conduct inquiries and aid of legislation. Would you agree with that also?
Sir, respectfully, may you please repeat that particular question lang, this one, and the phrase that you refer to?
Yes. Public officers are sworn to uphold the Constitution.
Yes.
Yes. Public officers have sworn to uphold the Constitution and would have violated their oath by preventing Congress from lawfully exercising its mandate under Section 21, Article 6 of the Constitution to conduct inquiries and aid of legislation.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you.
If you, Your Honor, may I seek to qualify my answer as regards the last question?
Mr. Chair.
Okay,
Your Honor,
please.
Sa
Mr. Chair.
akin, Mr. Chairman.
Your Honor, Mr. Chair.
Yes, please.
Okay. In this case, Your Honor, preventing or aggressive defiance, Your Honor, that might constitute as such. But if there is a valid reason on the end of the person, that might be considered. But again, aggressive and continued defiance without justification or reason, Your Honor, that may be taken as such.
Congressman Acop.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, Mr. Chair. But you will also believe that the queries of members of the committee remain and will remain unanswered if the responsible public officers or employees fail to elucidate on the subject issues by their continued absence. And the conspicuous absence of these public officers and employees of the Office of the Vice President causes immediate or threatened injury to the powers of this committee granted under the Constitution. Would you agree with that also?
Yes, Your Honor. Yes.
Okay. Thank you. And Mr. Chair, dahil po sa ginagawa ng mga tauhan under Attorney Lopez and under the Office of the Vice President, I believe that we can file administrative cases against the non-attending public officers and employees of the OVP before the Office of the Ombudsman. That is my point of view and my stand, Mr. Chair. Kasi they can be charged for misconduct and conduct prejudicial to the best interest of the service as a cause of action. Thank you, Mr. Chair. May I proceed?
Please continue.
Thank you. Clarificatory questions. Attorney Lopez, you are the Chief of Staff and Undersecretary under the Office of the Vice President. As such, you are the number 2 insofar as the OVP is concerned.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes. And all those people under the Office of the President,
Vice President.
Vice President, kayo po ang tinitingnan na mataas maliban kay Vice President.
Yes, after the Vice President.
Yes. Being the Chief of Staff, kami po, ako, galing sa militar, galing sa pulis, yung mga iba, may mga opisina, meron silang mga Chief of Staff. And everybody of us will say na yung Chief of Staff ang nakakaalam lahat ng operations na kanilang opisina. Would you agree with that?
In my experience, Your Honor, that does not hold true. So I cannot agree to that.
How long have you
statement.
been in the government service?
More than 10 years, Your Honor.
10 years. Ako, more than 4 decades.
I hear.
At ang pagkaalam ko, yung chief of staff is the most knowledgeable among the staff of a head of office.
In most cases, Your Honor, yes. That
So
is
you're the
correct.
only exception?
No, Your Honor, it is only in this matter that I am not privy to.
You're not privy on what matter?
The matter of confidential funds in the...
You're lying, Madam Attorney, simply because the letters that you wrote to COA would belie your statement. Kasi alam mo eh, if you read intently the contents of your letters, alam mo. How can you explain yung AOM?
Respectfully, Your Honor, Mr.
Kayo
Chair,
po ang nakapirma doon.
ako po
And
yung...
would you say na pumirma ka na hindi mo alam yung nandun? Are you trying to tell me that, being a lawyer?
Your Honor, the documents, the attachments, as regards the answer to the AOM, was presented and prepared by Mr. Ortonio. It is not incumbent upon me to double-check or to review such documents, Your Honor. My role in the
Pero
Office of the
ikaw ang
Vice...
pumirma.
Office of the
Di
Vice...
ba, sa bilang abogado, ang sabi nga sa law school, di ba, sa inyo, bago mo pirmahan yung iyong death warrant, basahin mo muna.
Opo. Yes, Your Honor. I simply checked, Your Honor, the form. Ano po yung attachments
Ikaw naman,
and the
attorney.
explanation. Your Honor, respectfully, Mr. Chair, I have also mentioned this earlier when in the question of Congressman Adjo, Congressman Zia, I mentioned that the matter of disbursement, utilization of the confidential fund, that is the matter that I am not really privy to. But in the matter of explaining, for example, issuing external communications to a government agency such as the Commission on Audit, as the highest official in the OVP, Your Honor, I sign off on all the documents. That is one of my role.
And what is the significance of your signature?
That it has been
Di ba
reviewed.
dapat dun is, alam mo yung bagay na yun?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes. Ikaw naman, oh. Kasi hindi ka pwedeng, attorney, hindi ka pwedeng pipirma sa isang na hindi mo babasahin. That is your training as a lawyer. You cannot depart from that. Yes.
Respectfully, Mr. Chair, as mentioned earlier, I signed it as a matter of course as the head of the agency for that external communication. Subject, of course, to the attachments that were included and the explanations made, Your Honor.
I think you better change that, madam. Dahil one day you might be signing your death warrant when you do not read it. Di ba posible po yun?
Yun po, I can only speak for that, my experience, Your Honor. That was exactly what happened in that letter.
Thank you. How long have you been working with Mr. Ortonio and Madam Acosta?
Mr. Ortonio was a colleague also in the city government, Your Honor, of Davao.
How about Madam Acosta?
Also one of the employees of the local government unit.
So matagal na kayo magkasama. And how long would that be?
More than 10 years, Your Honor, Mr. Chair.
Oh. Doon sa 10 years na yon, mas mataas ba sila sa iyo o mas mataas ka pa rin sa kanila?
Mr. Ortonio was a city department head also, Your Honor, which had the same rank as me. But Ms. Gina Acosta is one of the employees.
But you were the
senior.
city administrator then.
Yes, Your Honor.
And then you know everybody. You know what is going on in the local government unit that you belong to, right?
I know a lot of, not everything, Your Honor.
It is expected of the city administrator to know the operations of the local government unit, especially the branches or the offices under that unit.
That is correct, Your Honor.
Yes. Alam ko naman na maaaring hindi mo alam lahat, but it is expected of you, being the city administrator, alam mo dapat ang mga yon. Right?
That's correct, Your Honor.
Now, doon sa confidential fund, do you know of its existence in your office? Kasi kanina, dinideny mo parang wala kang kaalam-alam eh. But do you know the existence of a confidential fund in your office?
Yes, Your Honor, it is part of our budget.
Hindi. Yung 2022, did you know that?
2022, Your Honor?
Yes, yung
Yes.
125.
Yes.
Yes, you know it. How did you come to know about it?
Your Honor, it was part of the recommendation, the request that we made to the Department of Budget and Management.
Sino po ang gumawa ng sulat na yun?
The letter was signed by the head of agency, Your Honor.
So it's the head of agency ang gumawa. Hindi mo sinasagot yung tanong ko. Yung tanong ko is, if you understood it properly, sino po ang gumawa ng sulat na yun? Yun ang tanong ko eh.
Attorney Lopez,
Are you trying to tell me that
please be responsive to the question.
Are you trying to tell me that the Vice President was the one who prepared that letter?
No, Your Honor. We drafted the letter for consideration of the Vice President. We included therein all the other requests that we needed from the Department of Budget and Management. It is
So
a request.
you know something about confidential funds.
The request, Your Honor, yes.
Ano naman, the request of the confidential fund. Oh, yung confidential fund per se, hindi mo alam?
Your Honor, as mentioned earlier in the interpellation of Mr. Zia Diong, only the disbursement, utilization, these are matters that I am not privy to. But in the request for the budget that included the confidential fund, we drafted that letter, Your Honor.
Kasi in your letter to COA na pinirmahan ninyo ni Mr. Ortonio, detalyado eh. It pertains to yung liquidation reports in so far as the confidential funds are concerned. And yet you're telling us you do not know anything about its utilization, but you can answer the AOMs of COA. Specific na po yun, yung mga observations ng COA. Now, kaya I cannot believe that you do not know anything about its disbursement
Your
or
Honor.
its liquidation. Kasi nandito eh. Ang nakalagay dito, if may read, we respond to its finding in the AOM in seriatim. Kalagay, the submitted liquidation reports with their supporting documents. You're already speaking of liquidation reports, and still you deny you do not know?
Your Honor,
Mapikon ako iha eh.
respectfully, Your Honor, I am not, I wouldn't want that, Your Honor. The letter was prepared, as mentioned earlier, by Mr. Ortonio, and he presented the attachments to the same. As a matter of course, Your Honor, I took a look at it, looked at the attachments, and then saw it correct in form. And because all external communications have to be signed by the highest official in the Office of the Vice President, I signed off. It was a matter of course, Your Honor, on my end. In the same manner.
So when you say matter of course, Madam, you said it's ministerial on your part?
Your Honor, if I may, Mr. Chair, even in the regular audit, when we have AOMs, these are...
Ma'am, you have to be reminded that you are under oath.
Yes, I know that. Your Honor, even for the matter of regular audit, these items are prepared by the finance cluster. And on my end, Your Honor, I review the attachments and the explanations, and then I sign off on it also. So it is really, that is, Sir Akop, what I meant by it's a matter of course. It is something that I sign off on, provided in form, it's already the proper attachments and the explanations are there. But as to whether how it was liquidated and how it was disbursed, I have no direct knowledge, Your Honor. It is simply a paper review on my end.
I'm amazed, Attorney Lopez. Kasi ang tingin ko sa mga abogado meticulous sila, binabasa. Pero on your part, working as the Chief of Staff, hindi ka naging meticulous. Anyway, I'll go to another topic. I will refer to your letter to the Honorable Gamaliel Cordoba, 21 August 2024. I think you already saw this letter and, shall we say, state to the committee that you signed. This signature is yours, right?
Your Honor.
Now, when you signed this letter, kayo po ang gumawa?
Your Honor, this matter was...
Pakisagot lang po yung tanong ko. Kayo po ang gumawa?
Hindi po, Your
Hindi.
Honor.
So, sino po ang gumawa nito?
It was drafted by Mr. Lemuel Ortonio.
Is Mr. Lemuel Ortonio a lawyer?
No, Your Honor, he's
No.
not.
And you read this letter?
Yes, Your Honor.
And you agreed with all the contents of this letter?
That was our position, Your Honor. It was a shared...
No,
Yes.
you answer my
Yes.
question. Now, may I ask, can you explain to me that when we investigate the use of confidential funds of the Office of the Vice President and the Department of Education, you are of the position that the subject subpoena violates the constitutional principle of separation of powers? Could you please educate me? How did we violate the principle of separation of powers? Nandito po sa sulat po ninyo, pinirmahan ninyo.
Your Honor, may I read the letter in total? Yes. For the record, it says, the principle of separation of powers is violated when one branch of government unduly encroaches in the domain of another. Jurisprudence provides that there are only two ways to violate the subject principle, namely, by impermissible interference with another department's performance and by assumption of another department's functions. Here, it is clear that the subpoena was not issued in aid of legislation and thus exceeds the legislative power of inquiry, and its issuance impermissibly interferes with the exclusive functions of the Commission on Audit and infringes upon the independence of the Commission. And then, first, Congress has no power to participate or otherwise take part in any audit process. Obtaining any information in a pending audit clearly does not serve a legislative purpose of drafting or remedying legislation. Second, the audit decisions which the committee seeks to obtain are in cases still pending adjudication and therefore not final, not conclusive, and cannot be used as a fair, accurate, or intelligent basis for legislation. Third, COA has already published its annual audit reports for fiscal year 2022 and 2023, which are specifically intended to aid the executive and legislative departments in crafting responsive laws and regulations. Fourth, the only purpose mentioned is to expose to the public the use of confidential funds by the offices headed by the Vice President, and purportedly whether such views follow the guidelines. During the subject hearing, Representative Castro stated, since hindi po pwedeng sabihin dito yung findings, yung report o yung anumang observations ng COA, ang mga taong bayan po interesado dito sa confidential funds at kung paano ito ginamit, kung ito po ba ay sumunod dun sa guidelines. Also, as reported in the media, Representative Castro has been known to say that the Vice President has not yet satisfactorily explained the OVP spending of confidential funds in 2022. She added that the VP still has yet to account how she spent the said funds in 2023 and that she is not off the hook yet. End of quote. This is not related to any legislative purpose. There is no congressional power to expose for the sake of exposure. The determination of whether the utilization of the funds complied with audit guidelines falls within the exclusive mandate of the Commission on Audit. It cannot be overemphasized that COA has the exclusive power, authority, and duty to examine, audit, and settle all accounts pertaining to the revenue and receipts of, and expenditures or uses of funds and property. Constitutional framers envision the COA as a dynamic, effective, efficient, and independent watchdog of the government, and for this reason conferred upon it broad and extensive powers. Allowing a committee of the House of Representatives to subpoena audit decisions pertaining to an ongoing audit will only hamper the COA's performance of its duties. On the other hand, the determination as to the legality of confidential funds solely falls within the exclusive mandate of the judiciary. Clearly, therefore, Congress cannot infringe upon constitutional mandates vested upon other branches of the government. Item 2, the enforcement of the subject subpoena
No. Let's stop there. So, yung tanong ko, please explain to me why the hearing conducted by this committee would violate the separation of powers. Yun po yung katanungan ko eh.
Opo. Your Honor,
You said COA is an independent body. Nandito nga sila, tinatanong namin eh. That is why I asked whether Mr. Ortonio is a lawyer or not. Believe nga ako eh. I'm amazed, Madam Attorney. Attorney ka, naniniwala ka dito sa sinabi ng isang hindi attorney.
Your Honor,
Di ba?
Respectfully, this is the position of the agency.
Hindi ko tinatanong eh.
Oo.
Tinatanong ko lang eh. I am amazed, Madam Attorney, na naniniwala ka sa legal stance ng isang hindi attorney. Kaya, please answer my question. Where did we violate the separation of powers by conducting this legislative inquiry?
Your Honor,
Explain to me.
yes. There is currently an ongoing audit in the Office of the Vice President as regards the confidential funds. The power to conduct audit or investigate belongs to the Commission on Audit.
No argument about that.
Yes. That is why, Your Honor, we feel it is our position that given that the audit is still ongoing, it is not final, it is not yet conclusive, the release of said documents or information infringes on the right of the Commission on Audit to conduct a full-scale investigation given that it is still pending. So that is our position, Your Honor. It is simply that. It is a request that we made to the Commission on Audit. It does not in any way, Your Honor, mean that we do not recognize the power of the Congress to conduct in aid of legislation. It's just the timing because the audit is still being undertaken and it's not final and still not conclusive, Your Honor. Respectfully.
Chairman.
Congressman
Sure po.
Paduano.
So, ma'am, kasi po, ang consent for the inquiry in aid of legislation, doon sa subpoena is addressed to COA, not to your office. Tama?
Opo.
So, binigay sa amin ng COA. So, COA violates a law. So, by then, kasi logic dictates na COA dapat. Di ba? Kasi, hindi naman kami may isayo ng dokumento eh. Di ba? It's the COA. Now, COA give us the document. Now, so, did COA violate any law?
Your Honor, that is not for us to determine. We simply request
No, no.
COA.
Now, kaya nga eh. Okay. Now, because that is your position, supposedly, legally, you have to file a case against COA. Did you file a case against COA?
No, Your Honor. It was just a letter request.
Because, no. Now, letter request. Now, COA give us the document.
Yes.
Sino ngayong tama? Kayo o yung Congress? O yung committee? Hindi, ma'am. Kasi ganito, abogada ka eh.
Opo.
Then, if you invoke this letter of yours with regards to possible violation of law, you should file a case.
Yes.
Diba? But not in Congress. Sa COA. Because COA complied to the orders by this committee.
Yes.
Diba? You're a lawyer. Diba, ma'am?
Yes, Your Honor. But in this case, Your Honor, we simply made a request to the Commission on Audit.
Hindi nga eh, but still you argue. Until now, a while ago, you stated that you still stand by your letter. Despite of the fact na sinagot na nga kita, in my committee, ang dami ko na pong in-order sa COA to conduct a fraud audit. Kahit wala pa pong ending nga, EUM pa lang. Because there is a basis to conduct a fraud audit. Now, question of, sinasabi mong dapat, question of legislation? Ma'am, attorney, don't you know na because of this investigation, we should pass a law with regards to confidential funds. Second, yung public funding law, that should be amended. Hindi pa ako tapos BTR. Dami tayong pag-usapan yan. Question of COA, Memorandum Circular 97-002, that should be also amended. At ilagay mismo sa mandate ng COA. Kasi ang daming misinterpretation doon. MC 97-002, iba yung requirements. Pagdating doon sa BTR, tinatanggal yung ibang requirements. And the only way that we can resolve that issue and problem with regards to COA and BTR is to legislate law. A law. Specific provision of law na dapat malinaw. Ano ba talagang requirements doon sa mga cash advances and requirements for an SDO. Yun po, attorney. Kaya hindi nyo pwedeng sabihin na we're conducting this investigation not in aid of legislation. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Your Honor, yes. Thank you also. I hear you.
May I continue, Mr. Chair?
Please continue, Congressman Akop.
Yung reason po ninyo is the principle of separation of powers is violated when one branch of government unduly encroaches on the domain of another. Period. Now, at what instance, pag-conduct namin ng hearing na ito, did we encroach on the domain of another branch of government?
Your Honor, in this case, Your Honor, as stated, the audit investigation is still ongoing. It would seem that if the documents would be provided to the end of Congress, it is as if Congress is also conducting an audit process.
We're not conducting an audit process.
Yes.
We're conducting an inquiry in aid of legislation pursuant to the Constitution.
Okay.
Now, tell me, wala pa kayong naipapakita sa akin na paano kami nag-i-encroach doon sa domain ng other branches of government. Show me.
Your
You
Honor,
must remember, attorney, that we have oversight functions over the budget of government. And part of that oversight function is the reason why we can conduct inquiry regarding the use. So that maybe we could change, for example, the joint circular of regarding the liquidation of confidential funds. Kayo, sa letter ninyo, presume na wala kami legislative intent eh. How can you do that? How can you presume that?
I'm sorry, Your Honor, but during the time this letter was made, there was no draft legislation or there was no...
We can conduct legislative inquiry and the bill can be filed after the legislative inquiry.
Yes.
Kasi malicious kasi yung nasa utak ninyo eh.
Your Honor, respectfully.
Ano po?
Yes, our position, Your Honor, is just that hindi pa po tapos kasi yung audit investigation. Yun lang naman po. That's why we requested COA not to release it
Sige,
first.
please cite me a law which would say na yung ginawa po namin na dahil hindi pa tapos ang audit, hindi kami makapag-conduct ng legislative inquiry on the issue. Can you cite me a provision of law?
None at the moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
None
Kaya
at the
nga,
moment.
sabi ko, bakit ka naniwala sa isang hindi abogado? Now, may ano, the enforcement of the subject subpoena will violate the office of the Vice President's right to due process. Could you explain that also to me? Para maintindihan ko.
Yes, Your Honor. But as a starting point, may I read the letter in toto? At least that provision only. If you may allow me, Mr.
Yeah.
Chair. Okay. Item number 2, the enforcement of the subject subpoena will violate the Office of the Vice President's right to due process. First, enforcing the subpoena against the audit decision contravenes existing rules on the audit process. Disclosing the reports before the conclusion and finality of any audit is premature and will compromise the integrity of the final report. In fact, the Supreme Court has held that notices of disallowance may be released only to the parties having direct material interest, namely the auditor, the head of agency, and the officials directly affected by the said notices. This is to afford opportunity to appeal. Further, COA Circular Number 2013-006 also provides that except as to the status of cases, no information as to the action officer and or the probable disposition or decision of any case pending adjudication before any office of this commission shall be disclosed to any person. Violation hereof shall be the subject of administrative action provided under existing civil service laws. Second, the Office of the Vice President will be deprived of its right to an impartial tribunal and a fair and objective resolution of the cases. Public statements or discussions thereon by the committee or the Congress as a whole may unduly influence the bodies which are already handling the same or similar subject matters. Finally, it must be noted that there are no less than 3 cases on the subject confidential funds that are currently pending with the Supreme Court. Hence, compelled disclosure of the audit decisions may be violative of the sub judice rule, which restricts comments and disclosures pertaining to judicial proceedings. That was our second position, Your Honor, that it violates the subject subpoena will violate the due process, the right to due process of the Office of the Vice President.
What is what would be the elements of due process?
That there is
When can you say that a person is granted due process?
when he is informed, Your Honor, of his rights and
Hindi ba kayo na-inform? Enumerate mo yun, Iha. Tatanungin ko.
The right to due process, Your Honor, pertains to the fact that that a person is made aware of his rights, and if there is any complaint or wrong that he has done, he's also made aware of such, and he's given a chance and opportunity to explain.
Yun po ang pinaka-importante. Di po ba? Pero paano nga kayo makapag-i-explain if you do not, avail of the opportunity na mag-explain dito? Di ba? Yung mga tao nga ninyo, wala rito para mag-explain. And you say na the Vice President is deprived of an impartial tribunal. May conclusion na kayo kagad na impartial kami? Is that what you're trying to tell us, Madam Attorney?
No, Your Honor.
Hey, that is what your letter says.
We are merely saying, Your Honor, that the audit investigation is not final and not
Hindi nga,
conclusive.
ang sinabi mo rito the office of the Vice President will be deprived of its right to an impartial tribunal. Your conclusion is impartial na kami Di ba? Oh. Right?
We are also burdened by the fact, Your Honor, that there are 3 pending cases before the Supreme
Now,
Court.
what are these 3 pending cases?
This is as regards the 125 million, Your Honor, funds, confidential funds. These are still pending with the Supreme Court.
So?
For that reason, Your Honor, following the sub judice rule, we feel that it is not...
Ikaw na nga. Ay, nako.
Attorney, question of sub judice, malinaw na yan, may Supreme Court ruling na yan, di ba? Di ba walang sub judice with regards to inquiry in aid of legislation. Di ba? Ang daming, andyan, may mga jurisprudence na yan. Di ba, do you confer? Di ba may mga ruling na yan ng Supreme Court with regards to sub judice?
Meron po, Your Honor.
And that sub judice cannot be applied in inquiry in aid of legislation. Malinaw yan.
And
Kaya nga ba-
additional...
Kaya nga sinasabi ko, Iha, sa'yo, bakit naniwala ka sa isang hindi abogada o abogado, ikaw ay abogado?
And additionally, Panyera, let me read Section 1 of Rules of Procedure governing inquiries in aid of legislation. Under paragraph 2, it provides that the filing or pendency of a case before any court, tribunal, or quasi-judicial or administrative body shall not stop or abate any inquiry conducted to carry out a legislative purpose. So regardless, even assuming for the sake of argument that you are correct, na meron po kayong pending case, it will not stop Congress or this committee from conducting its inquiry in aid of legislative purpose.
I hear you, Your Honor.
Okay. Please continue, Congressman Akop.
Last issue, Mr. Chair. The subject subpoena may not be validly enforced due to the nature of confidential funds. What do you mean by this, Madam Attorney?
Again, may I read? Item 3, which is the last position. The subject subpoena may not be validly enforced due to the nature of confidential fund. A recognized restriction to the right of information is national security matters and intelligence information. There is governmental privilege against public disclosure with respect to state secrets regarding military, diplomatic, and other national security matters. As a matter of fact, Memorandum Circular Number 15, 2023 provides that a specific exception to the right of access to information is privileged information relating to national security, defense, or international relations. Moreover, Joint Circular Number 2015-01, or the Guidelines on the Entitlement, Release, Use, Reporting and Audit of Confidential Funds specifies that reports of national government agencies pertaining to the use of confidential funds are submitted specifically only to the President, the Senate President, and the Speaker of the House. Acknowledging the highly sensitive nature of the information involved, the agencies deem it necessary to restrict access only to the enumerated officials and exclude the collegial bodies in which they belong. Finally, the COA rules explicitly provide that audit decisions may only be released to persons specifically enumerated thereunder the rules. The pertinent COA circulars likewise require the confidentiality of all information involved in cases pending adjudication. These confidentiality rules were put in place to ensure the observance of due process and to preserve and protect the information in pending audit cases. No valid and legitimate purpose has been forwarded to overcome the protections set forth under the Constitution and rules stated above. In view of the foregoing, this is where we respectfully urge the Honorable Commission to uphold the paramount confidentiality of the information being sought by the subpoena.
Are
Thank
you trying to tell us that Congress cannot look into how confidential funds or intelligence funds are spent?
No, Your Honor. Congress...
So, paano mo i-explain itong rason mo rito?
Ang sinasabi lang naman po namin dito, Your Honor, is that in this case, hindi pa po conclusive and final yung audit investigation report.
Ay, yung nga yung tinanong ko sa iyo kanina, please tell me if there's a provision of law that prevents us from conducting inquiries in aid of legislation while the findings of COA are not yet final. Meron ba? Sinabi mo kanina, wala eh.
I cannot cite any particular
Then,
law, Your Honor.
you have no basis then. Or your writer, Mr. Ortonio, does not have any legal basis to state these things. Tama. You being a lawyer. Puro claims lang ito eh. Pero wala kayong pinapakita na legal basis. Tama. First question ko pa lang eh. Ano ang aspect ng national interest na naapektuhan nito? Galing po ako sa military. Wala akong makita na aspeto na it would affect our national security.
Our stand, Your Honor, is just extreme caution in discussing matters like this, given that it is still pending investigation. That is the reason why we drafted and requested the Commission on Audit, Your Honor. It was just a mere request and for the Commission on Audit to consider.
I will state again, Madam Chair, kayo po ay abogado, ako po ay nagtataka kung bakit naniwala kayo sa argumento na inilagay dito ng hindi isang abogado. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Mr. Chairman.
Chair.
Thank you. With the indulgence of Congressman Asidre, the Chair would like to recognize Senior Deputy Speaker Don Gonzales.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Attorney Lopez, could you please, national security is for intelligence funds. Confidential funds are related to the mandate of the civil agency. Can you differentiate between the two, ma'am? Magkaiba po yata itong dalawang ito.
Your Honor, just a moment. According to Joint Circular, Your Honor, number 2015-01, confidential expenses refer to those expenses pertaining or related to surveillance activities in civilian government agencies that are intended to support the mandate or operations of the agency, Your Honor.
But the Joint Circular differentiates these very well. That's why both funds have different provisions and basis. Ma'am, di ba tama? Kaya magkaiba po yung dalawang yan based on the Joint Circular. That's why confidential fund is for civil agencies and intelligence fund is only for intelligence
For uniform.
practitioners.
Oh, yes, Your Honor. The law provides that intelligence expenses refer to those related to intelligence information gathering of uniformed and military personnel and intelligence practitioners.
COA, do you confirm on the difference po? Are you agree on my questions to COS, Attorney Lopez?
Mr. Chair, the difference between Intel Fund and confidential fund.
Confidential funds, yeah.
Yes, Mr. Chair, we agree that Intel Fund is for national security and confidential funds are intended to support the mandate or operations of the agency.
Civil agencies.
Civilian, yes, Mr.
Civilian
Chair.
agencies. So they are different.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Okay na po, Attorney, COS? At least na-confirm ko po sa COA ang differentiation of the two. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. The chair would like to recognize the Honorable Jude Dasidre.
Maraming salamat, Mr. Chair. Nais ko po magtanong ulit kay Attorney Lopez. Attorney Lopez, kumusta po kayo?
My back hurts, Your Honor.
May katanungan lang po ako, Mr. Chair, Attorney Lopez. Una po, natanong na po ito kanina ni Kong ako, pero ulitin ko lang po for the record. Personal niyo pong kakilala si Ginang Gina Acosta.
Personal? Yes, Your Honor. And,
Matagal niyo na po ba siyang kakilala?
kakilala ko po siya dahil she also was with the city government of Davao.
Sa anong kapasidad po siya konektado sa city government of Davao?
She was with the city budget office, I understand, Your Honor.
At that time, you were city administrator. Matagal niyo na po ba siyang kakilala?
Professionally, yes, Your Honor, matagal na po.
So, sa tingin niyo po, pagkakaalam niyo po, paano kaya napili si Ginang Acosta bilang SDO? Kasi I'm sure there must be a reason for you to have chosen her from Davao LGU and bring her to the office of the Vice President.
Your Honor, I did not choose her as SDO.
I mean, to your knowledge, why was she chosen? I'm sure it was intimated to sa inyo bilang Chief of Staff, having supervision.
No, Your Honor, it was not at all intimated.
So it was
to
not
me.
your decision to choose her as SDO.
I was not the one, Your Honor, for the record, to designate Ms. Acosta.
Did you have, were you ever consulted or asked whether she is the best person to be selected as designated as SDO?
No, Your Honor, I was not consulted.
Whose decision was it to make her SDO?
The person who the designating officer was the head of agency, Your Honor.
In this case, is the Vice President, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
So are you saying for the record that it was the Vice President who personally chose Gina Acosta to be the special disbursing officer for the confidential funds in the office of the Vice President? Yes or no?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes.
That was the designation.
Naalala niyo po ba anong plantilla position ni Gina Acosta?
For the moment, let me confer with the Okay. Your Honor, Ms. Acosta is Vice Presidential Officer, Staff Officer 6.
Okay. Salary grade? Mr. Chair?
Salary grade 24.
Sa iyong pagkakakilala, meron bang experience o qualification si Ginang Acosta para maging SDO ng VP? Sakasali lang to give us, you're the closest to the Vice President in the room right now. So just to have an understanding of whether the Vice President saw something in Gina Acosta for her to be qualified as SDO.
Your Honor, I cannot answer for the Vice President.
But do you think, that's why I'm asking, sa inyong pagkakaalam, sa inyong pagkakakilala sa kanya, meron bang experience o qualification si Ginang Acosta na sa tingin nyo po, dapat sa kanya maging SDO? I'm sure as head of office, I mean as chief of staff.
I can only answer, Your Honor, for the functions that she does for the office of the chief of staff, not as SDO.
So you never had any control over her as SDO?
None, Your Honor.
Eto po, dati ho kayong city administrator.
That
When
is-
you were city administrator, may confidential funds din po ang city government of Davao.
Yes,
That
Your
is on
Honor.
record, di ba?
Yes, that was
Okay.
presented also this morning, a while ago.
Para lang ma-refresh ang memory ng ating mga miyembro ng komite at ng taong bayan, ano po bang SDO? Anong qualifications ng SDO po, ma'am? Sa inyong pagkakaalam po.
Your Honor, I have no idea what are the qualifications, but maybe the finance cluster because
Can we ask the Treasury to give us Mr. Chair? Just to refresh our memory or
Attorney.
our understanding.
Sino ba
Attorney
to?
Sanchez.
Attorney Sanchez? Would you know?
Mr. Chair, based on the circular, wala pong specific qualifications na indicated. But based also on the circular, there are duties to be performed by the SDO. So the SDO to be appointed should be able to have the qualifications to perform the duties indicated in the circular.
At kasama po dito, attorney, yung tinatawag nating trust and confidence.
Yes, Mr. Chair, that is not, although that is not indicated in the circular.
In practice, it is.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
But would you also understand that trust and confidence, would you also agree that trust and confidence need to be balanced with accountability at, of course, the competence to be able to carry out the function?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Dito, pangalawang tanong po, balik ako kay Attorney Lopez. Kilala niyo po ba si Edward Farda?
kilala ko po, Your Honor.
Matagal niyo po ba siyang kakilala, ma'am?
Hindi po.
Paano niyo po siya nakilala?
I only know Mr. Fajarda as the spouse of Attorney Sunshine Fajarda.
So hindi niyo may alam po ba kayo kung paano napili si Edward Fajarda bilang SDO?
Hindi, I have no personal knowledge, Your Honor.
So hindi niyo alam kung paano pinipili ang tao, pero alam niyo po kung paano tinatanggal ang tao sa Office of the Secretary ng Department of Education?
Your Honor, as explained early on this afternoon, that was a task that was given to me by the Vice President, who was then the Secretary of Education.
So would you confirm that there are specific tasks that were given to you, including dismissing officials of the Department of Education for the Vice President, even if you were not connected in any way with the Department of Education?
Yes, Your Honor, that has happened.
Okay. So hindi nyo rin alam kung ano ang plantilla position ni Edward Farda?
Hindi po.
Hindi nyo rin alam kung may qualifications ba or meron bang experience si Edward Farda para maging SDO?
Hindi po. I have no knowledge.
Alam mo, Mr. Chair, ang bilis magtiwala ng Office of the Vice President, no? Ilang milyon, pero hindi kakilala. Ito na lang, siguro kakilala nyo po, Attorney Lopez. Kilala nyo po ba si Shine Farda?
At Attorney Sunshine Fajarda, yes.
Matagal nyo po ba siyang kakilala?
Attorney Sunshine is also one of the... Oo, matagal ko na po siyang kilala. Empleyado po siya din ng local government.
Sa pagkakaalam nyo po, at based sa dahil matagal na kayo magkakilala, malapit po ba sa isang personal na rason, for personal reasons, si Attorney Shine sa head of agency, sa pangalawang Pangulo?
I cannot comment on their personal relationship, but professionally, yes, Your Honor. I think their proximity because of the work that Attorney Sunshine does.
Alam niyo ho, ang tinitignan ko po dito, Attorney Lopez, kanina niyo po sinasabi na compartmentalized madalas ang instructions ng pangalawang Pangulo. Tama po ba? Kanina, mula kahapon, kanina nakita ko sa social media, merong mga kumakalat na screenshots na di umano humihingi si Edward Farda ng mga personal bank account ng mga division superintendents. Ewan ko kung nakita nyo na. Allegedly, para may ibibigay, ipapadala silang pera sa kanila. Hindi ko verified. Nakita ko lang nandun yung pangalan niya, nandun yung discussion. Saka-sakali lang, may alam po ba kayo dito?
Wala po, Your Honor. I am not aware of that. Is that a text?
Chat group discussion.
No, Your Honor, I'm not aware.
Sa tingin nyo po, sa inyong pagkakakilala, si Edward man or si Sunshine Fajarda gagawin ang naturang instruction na magbigay ng instruction sa mga division superintendents?
Your Honor, I have no personal knowledge as regards that. Ay, hindi ko po nakatrabaho si Mr. Fajarda.
Pero ano po ang posisyon niyo ni Mr. Fajarda at the moment? Ano po ang designation niya ni Mr. Fajarda, Mr. Chair?
Maybe we can have Director Lin confirm this, ma'am. Sir, for a moment.
Hindi ba silang dalawa ngayon ulit ay mula sa Department of Education nandun ulit sa nilipat sa Office of the Vice President? Tama po ba?
Yes, Your Honor.
So hindi nyo masasabi dapat na hindi nyo nakatrabaho ang dalawa kasi kayo po ang Chief of Staff ng...
Si Attorney Sunshine, Your Honor, is one of our directors.
Okay.
But Mr. Fajarda has no direct dealing with my office, Your Honor. So hindi ko pa siya literally nakakatrabaho.
Noted on that answer.
GSD.
Nung mga naunang pagdinig, Attorney Lopez, ngayon po, ibabalik ko lang po yung mga sagot po ninyo. Na-confirm po ninyo, nakilala nyo si Gina Acosta, tama po ba?
Yes.
Kilala nyo si Sunshine
Yes.
Fajardo?
Fajarda.
Fajarda?
Yes,
Si
sir.
Edward Fajarda.
Yes.
Magkakakilala ang tatlong tao na tanging may hawak ng confidential funds both ng Office of the Vice President at ng DepEd. Tama po ba?
Yes, Your Honor.
So ulitin ko lang para sa kalinawan ng lahat, kino-confirm nyo na magkakakilala itong tatlong tao na may control or discretion sa disbursement ng confidential funds ng OVP at ng Department of Education.
Your Honor, Mr. Chair, given that we are all working in the same office, it is safe to assume, Your Honor, na magkakakilala na po sila.
But would you also confirm na magkakakilala sila even before when they were assigned or they were employed by either the Office of the Vice President or the Department of Education?
I cannot confirm that, Your Honor.
Pero sinabi niyo pa lang po, ma'am, na kanina na pareho silang nagtrabaho sa City Government of Davao.
Yes, Your Honor. Si Sunshine at saka si Ma'am Gina siguro at one point nagkita kasi galing po sila sa Davao.
At malamang naman siguro magkakilala si Sunshine at si Edward kasi mag-asawa po sila.
Opo.
Okay.
Pero as regards Gina and Mr. Edward, I'm not sure. But Gina and Sunshine, Attorney Sunshine,
At ang
yes.
pang-apat na tao na nakakakilala sa kanilang tatlo ay kayo po, di po ba?
Yes, kilala ko po sila.
Maliban po din sa Vice Presidente po. Tama po ba?
Yes, Your Honor.
Masasabi ba natin na kasi hindi ho birong halaga yung pinag-uusapan natin sa disbursement ng confidential funds. At kahit po kayo, inamin nyo po at paulit-ulit yung sinasabi na kayo po ay walang alam sa detalye ng disbursement. Tama po ba?
That is correct, Your Honor.
So ibig sabihin, kung ano mang instruction sa disbursement na binigay sa dalawang SDO ay nanggaling lamang sa pangalawang Pangulo. Tama po ba?
Your Honor, I have no personal knowledge kung saan galing yung kanilang instruction.
So ibig
I can-
sabihin, kasi ganito yun, ma'am, Mr. Chair. If it's not coming from you, where is it coming from?
Your Honor, I can only answer for myself. It is not coming
But
from me.
you were chief of staff, ma'am. I was a chief of staff. Di ba? Lahat ng nangyayari, hindi pwedeng, minsan niya, ikaw pang nag-i-initial, lahat ng pipirma ng principal. Di ba? And I'd like to believe, because the designation of a special disbursing officer requires the payment of fidelity bonds. Procedurally, such designation should have come under your supervision. Tama po ba, ma'am?
No, the matter of fidelity bonds, I think it went through the finance cluster.
But of course, who would have endorsed it to them? You mean si Finance Cluster, ginawa lang nila on their own volition?
I did not endorse the bonded officers, Your Honor.
No, what I'm saying is, gagawin lang ba yon ng Finance Cluster even without your permission, without your endorsement, na ito ang gagawin nating supervising disbursement officer? So ang nagdesisyon lang nun, nakunan sila ng fidelity bond, ang Finance Cluster lang?
Your Honor, as stated earlier, I was not the one who designated them as SDO. So these are documents.
So sino pang nag-designate sa kanilang SDO ulit, ma'am?
The head of agency, Your Honor.
So, okay. Attorney Sanchez, kinausap ka ba ni VP Sara na ayusin yung fidelity bond ni Miss Acosta?
Mr. Chair, can I respond?
Yes.
Tony Sanchez.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, whenever there is a special order designating special disbursing officers in the Office of the Vice President, it is incumbent upon the finance cluster to arrange and to obtain the fidelity bond, Mr. Chair. So we relied on the issued special order designating Ms. Acosta as the special disbursing officer.
So sino po, Attorney Sanchez, Mr. Chair, ang nagpadala ng special order sa inyo?
Mr. Chair, it was released through the Central Records Unit, Mr. Chair. Naka-number na siya as a special order. So we took that as para it triggered the for our division, for the accounting division to process the fidelity bonding, Mr. Chair.
Ibig sabihin, Attorney Sanchez, you just processed it on the presumption that it went through the regular channels.
Yes, Mr. Chair, because it was through our Central Records Unit, Mr.
And
Chair.
based on your knowledge, based on your experience, such records, such documents would have been released only after approval by the Office of the Vice President or the Vice President herself.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
In that case, the administrative head of the Office of the Vice President is the Chief of Staff, di ba?
Administrative. I am the Director for Administrative Service, Mr. Chair.
But what I mean is, who do you report to?
The Assistant Chief of Staff, Mr. Chair.
Where do the Chief of Staff report to? The Deputy Assistant Chief of Staff?
The Chief of Staff, Mr. Chair.
Ultimately, if you follow procedure, all documents released and signed upon by the Vice President in ordinary course of things should have been cleared by the Chief of Staff. Di po ba?
I have no specific knowledge on that matter. If all the documents are coursed through the Chief of Staff,
Alam mo,
Mr. Chair.
Ibig sabihin, Si VP Sara mismo ang nagbibigay, si VP Sara mismo ang nagpapadala ng mga special orders.
Mr. Chair, there are other administrative officers in the office of the Vice President.
But who
proper.
presents it for the signature of the Vice President?
I am not.
Attorney
aware.
Lopez, who presents documents for the signature of the Vice President?
That particular document, Your Honor, it was not from the office of the Chief of Staff. That designating memo.
But I'm asking another question, ma'am.
Yes.
Who presents documents for signature of the Vice President?
The office of the Chief of Staff, Your Honor, we prepare it.
Correct.
In
Diba?
some cases, correct.
So for this particular confidential fund, designation of SDO for confidential fund, hindi ho dumaan sa inyo.
Hindi po, Your Honor.
I will repeat it because you're under oath, ma'am.
Yes.
For the record, you did not present the document for the signature of the Vice President.
Yes, Your Honor.
You did not prepare the document designating the SDO of the Office of the Vice President.
No, Your Honor, I did not.
Have you subpoenaed, Mr. Chair, the copy of the special order? Because it should contain the initial underneath the signature. Because if we have not, I would like to move that we request for a copy of the special order. Because otherwise, Mr. Chair, I would be worried that somebody would be given the authority to disburse hundreds of millions of pesos and not have to go through ordinary processes. Kahit nga travel order, kailangan initialan ng Chief of Staff eh. Travel order lang yun.
Your Honor, may I answer?
Please, Attorney Lopez.
Mr. Chair, yes. As mentioned, the matter of travel orders, there are only certain travel orders that I sign because there's a delegation of authority
But
in our
nonetheless,
office.
Madam Attorney Lopez, nonetheless, those delegation has been arranged with your agreement or with at least with your facilitation.
Yes.
So you cannot claim that delegation is proper here, di ba? Kasi ultimately, even the act of delegating has to be discussed with you. Tama po ba?
And there was a discussion, I'm sorry, Your Honor, just for point of clarification. We are referring to the delegation of authority as regards travel issuances? Or are we referring to...
No, ordinary documents, ma'am, that require the signature of, like we're just using an example, the travel... kasi kung ang travel authority nga, kailangan ng knowledge, is issued with the knowledge of the Chief of Staff, paano mo kami mapapaniwala na ang special order authorizing someone to handle and disburse hundreds of millions of pesos did not go through you, ma'am? Either you're stupid, ma'am, or you're lying. Sorry, nadadala lang ako. Di ba? Kasi nag-Chief of Staff ako eh. Lahat to ng dinadaan, pipirmahan, kasi either ang principal ko ang kulong o ako ang kulong. Kasi ako ang mag-i-initial eh. And we're not talking about as an ordinary designation. This is SDO. This is an SDO designation, and now we've come to know that they use almost 500 million pesos.
Your Honor, respectfully, that was a document, that was not a document that was prepared by my office.
Sobrang confidential naman ng funds na yan, ma'am. Pati designation, confidential din.
As mentioned earlier, Your Honor, ang my task really as the Chief of Staff and as Undersecretary was to handle all the socio-economic programs of the office. It's a day-to-day operations thing, oversight of all the divisions, the employees of the OVP, Your Honor.
But it is also not the case that when you're Chief of Staff, even if you would handle ordinary administrative, as you mentioned, you also have to understand the point and direction of all these administrative decisions, di ba?
Your Honor, ang sinasabi ko naman lang po is that that particular document, the designation was not prepared by the Office of the Chief of Staff, did not go through me. So I really have no information as regards that.
Anyway, sorry kanina,
Yun
Attorney
lang.
Lopez, so, medyo nadala lang ako, pero ito
Oo,
na lang.
no need for name calling sana, sir.
Sa tingin niyo po,
My request.
ang tatlong individual na to, na mention kanina, Attorney Lopez, si Fajarda, si Sunshine, si Edward, at si Gina Acosta. Kikilos ba ng mga to? Kasi sabi mo, walang instruction from you. Sa inyong pagkakakilala sa kanila, kikilos ba sila? Gagawa ba sila ng kahit anong hakbang na walang instruction mula sa inyo o sa pangalawang Pangulo?
I can only answer for Ms. Gina Acosta, Your Honor, because she is under the Office of the Chief of Staff doing certain tasks.
Will she work without the Vice President's instructions?
As regards, I cannot say, Your Honor, because I am really
Okay,
not
I
part
will
of-
qualify I will revise the question. Should she act without kasi wala ka naman out of the picture ka. In your estimation as Chief of Staff, should she act without the instruction of the Vice President? Kasi kung hindi ka rin kasama, baka si Gina Fardo talaga ang nagtago nung nag-disburse lang, kanya lang, di ba?
Your Honor, given that she was designated as an SDO, she will get her instructions from the one who designated her as a SDO.
Okay. Hindi ko ako abogado, ma'am, pero ang sagot niyo po, abogado talaga. Ano? Ito na lang. Kikilos ba, gagalaw ba si Ginang Acosta dapat bang gumalaw o kumilos o magdesisyon si Ginang Acosta na walang pahintulot o instructions mula sa pangalawang Pangulo?
Hindi po.
Tama. Salamat po for that answer. Pwede ba nating masabi, ma'am, na dahil matagal nang magkakakilala itong tatlong tao, magkilala din ninyong kayo, kilala din ni Vice President, pwede ba nating masabi na sa usapin ng confidential funds, the act of one is the act of all?
Your Honor, as I mentioned, I can only answer for myself. No, I am not privy to anything as regards the disbursement, utilization of the confidential funds.
Ma'am, kung hindi po kayo privy sa utilization ng confidential funds, paano nyo po ma-establish yung boundaries ng liquidation at kayo pa po ang nagsulat sa Commission on Audit tungkol dito?
Oo. As I mentioned earlier, Your Honor, these were documents and attachments presented and prepared by Mr. Lemuel Ortonio.
Ma'am, as a lawyer and as a Chief of Staff of the Vice President, hindi ba sa tingin ninyo, in your judgment, etong mga arrangements na to na medyo sabihin na lang natin unorthodox, no? Ito ang nagresulta ng kakulangan po ng transparency sa paggamit at pag-disburse ng confidential funds. In your judgment, ma'am, you know, you're not the only agency that has confidential funds. And we did not see these problems in other agencies. But can you at least acknowledge that all this trying to find ways of compartmentalizing, of skirting procedure, have contributed to, at least na lang, ma'am, to that impression that there is a lack of transparency in the disbursement of confidential funds, that you could have done better in the use of confidential funds?
Your Honor, Mr. Chair, that is the case and the situation in the Office of the Vice President, Your Honor. There are things that I am not privy to. It is compartmentalized kind of tasking. I was only really confined to my tasks, which I mentioned earlier, Your Honor, which is really running the operation side of the Office of the Vice President, ensuring that our programs are institutionalized, it is implemented across the country. Yun po yung ang main task ko.
Did
I was
any of
not
your-
really given information or was not made privy to that.
For the record lang, Attorney Lopez, did any of your programs, projects that you implemented, any of these projects, were this funded by the confidential funds? For the record.
Your Honor, no. There is a budget allotted for our socioeconomic
Klaro yun, Mama.
programs.
So, lahat yun, walang serbisyo sa bayan. Walang serbisyo, walang social service na napondohan galing sa 600 billion or 500 billion ba, o 500 million ba, na na-assign sa confidential funds.
None, Your Honor, because all our projects have allotted, all our socioeconomic programs have different allotments in the budget.
Kasi regular item yon sa office, di ba? So itong 600 million or 500 million in the case of the OVP were for items that were never part of assistance programs, nothing to do with helping the people. Tama po ba?
None, Your Honor, for a regular program.
Thank you for that clarification, Attorney Lopez. Mr. Chair, kanina pa sinasabi paulit-ulit ni Attorney Lopez na compartmentalized ang trabaho ng Office of the Vice President at mga nasabing tao na pinangalanan natin. Hindi niya alam ang detalye ng disbursement ng mga confidential funds. Ngunit hindi natin makakaila na merong klarong koneksyon ang mga disburse ng confidential funds na posibleng maging rason o dahilan ng kakulangan ng accountability sa usaping ito. 3 tao lamang, Mr. Chair, 3 tao lamang na magkakakilala, magkakaibigan, magkakapamilya ang magkaroon ng kontrol sa halos kalahating bilyong pera ng bayan. Ulitin ko lang ho, Mr. Chair, para mag-sink in po sa ating mga resource person at mga members ng committee. Hinayaan, pinahintulutan, at itinalaga ng tanggapan ng pangalawang Pangulo ang 3 tao at 3 tao lamang ang na magkakakilala, magkakaibigan, at magkakapamilya ang kontrol sa pondong ating tinitignan. May manifestation sana ako, Mr. Chair. Ako naman yung last, no? O meron pa isa. Pero pwede pa.
Yes.
Manifestation.
Okay, please state your manifestation.
For the manifestation, of course, with the indulgence of Congressman Jude, I think dala ng emosyon kanina, meron po siyang nabanggit na hindi magandang salita. So, with the permission of Kong Jude, maybe we can strike that word out and just replace it na lang with another word, just so that we can control the narrative and the way we handle ourselves and the decorum. Na instead of the word that you use, maybe we can replace it with something else, like incompetent or something like
Just
that.
strike out.
I submit to the committee, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very
There's a
much.
motion by the
Second.
Honorable Deputy Speaker to strike out the word. Sasabihin ko pa ba? As stated a while ago by Congressman Jude Asidre, is there a second to the motion? Any objection? Hearing none, the motion is carried. Please state your manifestation.
Mr. Chair, mula pa sa simula, malinaw na ang layunin ng investigasyong ito. Alamin ang katotohanan sa likod ng questionabling confidential funds na inilaan para sa tanggapan ng pangalawang Pangulo at sa kagawaran ng edukasyon. Maraming katanungan ang bumabalot sa isyong ito. Tama ba na bigyan ng confidential funds ang mga tanggapan ito? Tama ba na ang pinaglaanan sa pondong ito? Ngunit sa huli, ang pinakamahalagang tanong, nagamit ba sa tama ang pera ng bayan? Hindi po makakaila na ito po ay isang inquiry in aid of legislation. At kailangan masagot ang mga critical na katanungan. Sino, paano, at para saan maaaring gamitin ang confidential funds. Subalit sa halip na malinawagan, mas dumami pa ang ating mga agam-agam. Bakit tila magkakaiba ang mga pahayag ng iba't ibang ahensya tungkol sa paggamit ng confidential funds, lalong-lalo na sa Youth Leadership Summit? Bakit hinayaan ng Commission ng Audit na tanggapin ang mga questionable dokumento para sa liquidation ng pondo? At higit sa lahat, ito ang tanong ng bayan, sino nga ba si Mary Grace Piatos? Ang mga tanong na ito ay hindi maaaring ipagwalang bahala. Ang bawat isa ay naglalatag ng mas malalim na isyu. Naaayon ba talaga sa batas ang paggamit ng confidential funds? At kung hindi, ninakaw ba ang confidential funds? Sa isang nakaraang pagdinig, sinabi ni Attorney Mike Poa, mismong dating Chief of Staff at tapagsalita ng dalawang Pangulo, na 3 tao lamang ang may kabatiran kung paano ginamit ang confidential funds. Ang mga Special Disbursement Officers, sila Gina Acosta ng OVP, Edward Paharda ng DepEd, si Attorney Solayca Lopez, ang Chief of Staff, at syempre ang mismong pangalawang Pangulo. Tanging sila at sila lamang ang maaaring makakapagbigay linaw sa usaping ito. Ngunit ano ang naging tugon sa paanyaya ng kumiting ito? Maliban kay Atty. Lopez na kasama natin ngayon, tumanggi silang humarap sa kumiting ito. Minsan mayroong dumating, pero hindi man lamang nagnasang manumpa na magsabi ng katotohanan. Ang iba pilit nagtatago at iniiwasan ang ating pagdinig. Sa halip, iniwan nilang harapin ang mga tanong ng mga career officials, mga lingkod bayan, na based sa sinabi nila nung nakaraang pagdinig, wala silang kinalaman o direktang kaalaman sa paggamit ng confidential funds. Alam mo, last hearing pa po, Mr. Chair, ito po ay aking napansin at napakasahit isipin na iniwan ang mga lingkod bayan na ating mga career officials na magpaliwanag ng pondong hindi nila nakita ni hindi nila nagamit. Parang naiwan sa ere ang ating mga career officials na halos buong buhay na nila ay nilaan sa paglilingkod bayan. Ang tanong, bakit? Ano ang kinakatakutan ng mga opisyal na may direktang kaalaman dito? Hindi ko maiwasang isipin kung ganito ba kababa ang tingin o ang trato ng naturang head of agency sa mga career officials sa kanilang ahensya. O di kaya sa tingin ba nila, hindi karapat-dapat na malaman ng taong bayan ang katotohanan? Nitong nakaraang pagdinig na tanong ko po sa ating mga panauhin, ating mga career officials, at nandito po sila at sinang-ayunan nila ako, na kahit ano pa ang kanilang pagnanais at pagsisikap na sundin ng mga batas at alituntunin sa tamang paggamit ng pera ng bayan, mananaig pa rin din sa huli ang patnubay at desisyon ng mga nakakataas, at sa puntong ito, ang mismong pangalawang Pangulo ng ating bansa. Ang bawat piso ng confidential funds, Mr. Chair, ay pera ng bayan. Ang patuloy na pag-iwas at pagtangging humarap sa mga sanay may kinalaman at may tungkulin sa pondong ito, sa kumiting ito, ay isang insulto sa mandato nilang maglingkod ng may katapatan. Hindi po biro ang halagang pinag-uusapan natin dito. Lampas kalahating bilyong piso. Ang 150 million confidential fund ng DepEd, halimbawa, ay tila walang malinaw na plano kung paano ito gagamitin at walang konkretong dokumento o ebidensya kung paano ito ginastos. Kung ginamit ito ayon sa mandato ng DepEd, sana'y nakabili na tayo ng 150,000 na armchair, 3 milyong libro, o 4,286 na laptops para sa ating mga guro at mag-aaral. Ngunit hindi ito ang nangyari. Sa halip, patuloy ang pananahimik, patuloy ang pag-iwas, patuloy ang kawalang respeto sa hangarin ng kumiting ito na alamin ang katotohanan. Sa halip na sagutin ang mga tanong ng sambayanan, mas pinili nilang talikuran ang kanilang sinumpang tungkulin, ang pangalaga ng pera ng bayan. Hinihikayat ko, Mr. Chair, na kahit minsan hindi natin nakukuha ang mga sagot na gusto nating malaman sa ating mga resource person, ay wag ho tayong tumigil, wag ho tayong mapagod hanggang mailabas sa katotohanan at magkaroon ng kasagutan ang mga tanong ng sambayanan na nanatiling matalim at mariin. Nasaan na po ang confidential funds? Sino po si Mary Grace Piatos? At higit sa lahat, sino po ang nagnakaw ng pera ng bayan? Maraming salamat po.
Thank you, Congressman Jude Asidre. The chair would like to recognize the next and the last interpellator, the Honorable Congresswoman Franz Castro. The last but not the least.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, unahin ko muna, Mr. Chair, yung parang ano tayo dito, no? 9 na oras na tayo nakaupo dito. At parang napuspos na no yung mga tanong natin, except for dun sa talagang yung totoong resource person na dapat na siya yung nakakaalam, no, na dapat na magpaliwanag dito. But anyway, Mr. Chair, doon sa 125 na confidential funds, Mr. Chair, I would like to ask the COA doon sa payments on the rental of safe houses. There are 34 acknowledgement receipts. Tama po?
COA, Attorney Camora, you're recognized.
Tama po, Mr. Chair.
A total of 16 million pesos. Tama po?
Tama po, Mr. Chair.
Ito po, Mr. Chair, no, mula December 21, 2022 up to December 31, 2022. So, 11 days na ginastos para sa mga safe houses. At nakita natin dito, Mr. Chair, no, yung mga kapuna-puna na mga observations dito. At kung aanalisihin natin ay baka nga, no, di natin alam saan napunta itong mga amount na ito. Kasama ba yung 16 million sa notice of disallowance, Mr. Chair? COA.
Mr. Chair, parang hindi na po yata siya kasama.
Yes. Pero kung papansinin natin, Mr. Chair, dito sa summary ng expenses doon sa safe house, like for example, December 21, 3 acknowledgement receipts yan, totaling to 1.1 million. In December 22, totaling to 1.7 million, 4 yan na safe houses. In December 23, we have 2 acknowledgement receipt, equals 1 million. Meron tayong December 24, 2 acknowledgement receipt, which is 600,000. December 26, Mr. Chair, mukhang ito yung isa sa pinakamalaki, no, na bayad sa safe houses, 1 million sa isang tao lang, no, 1 million. And then December 27, totaling to 3.45 million o 3.450 million. Okay, so ilan to? 2, 4, 6, 7. 7 na mga safe houses yan. And then December 28, Mr. Chair, meron tayong 2.850 million na gastos para sa safe houses. 2, 4, 5. Okay? 5 people, no? Merong mga unreadable. Okay, in December 29, Mr. Chair, meron tayong 2.450 million. December 30, 2 po, Mr. Chair, 1.1 million. December 31, 500 million. By the way, take note, December 28, merong 1 million na safe house No, 2 point, total doon. And then undated, merong 250,000, Mr. Chair. So meron dito, Mr. Chair, no, may mga pangalan. Okay? May mga pangalan yan. Pero merong unreadable, 8 yan na mga unreadable, merong hindi permado. So, ang tanong ko po sa COA, hindi nyo to nasama no, sa notice of disallowance. Pero halimbawa po, etong December 21, merong 500 pesos na ibinayad sa araw na yon para sa safe houses. Tingin nyo po ba makatotohanan yon? Ilang bang safe houses yon? Isa? Ilan po? Nandoon ba sa report?
Wala po, Mr. Chair. Kung ano po yung nasa acknowledgement receipt,
Yung sa 34.
Yun po yung information.
Wala siyang
available.
wala siyang breakdown kung ilang mga safe houses 'yon.
Wala po, Mr. Chair.
500,000 isang. So we assume, Mr. Chair, isang safe house 'yan.
Yes,
You
Mr.
assume?
Chair.
So you assume isang safe house 'yan.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Etong December 26, 1 million. So you assume isang safe house din 'yan.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Etong December 28 na 1 million, you assume din na isang safe house 'yan.
Since wala pa talagang
Okay.
indication.
December 29, 750,000. Isang safe house din yan. Tama?
Yes po. Wala nga pong indication sa
Yes.
acknowledgement receipt.
So, hindi nyo sinama ito sa notice of disallowance? Hindi ba kayo nagtaka dito sa mga amount na ito na, Mr. Chair, ito lang kahit na 250,000, makakabili ka na ng isang bahay doon, di ba? Pero rent ng safe house. So ano ba ibig sabihin ng rent ng safe houses? Anong kasama doon?
Rentals and incidentals po based on the joint circular. Rentals of safe houses, Mr. Chair.
Okay, yung rental sa isang araw 1 million. Kasama doon yung mga incidentals.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
So hindi kayo nagtaka doon?
At
You
that
just
time-
accepted the acknowledgement receipt on face value.
Yes, Mr. Chair. At
Yes,
that
so
time po,
yun ang problema natin dyan, Mr. Chair. Did you attempt na mag-imbestiga po dito? Kahit na sa isang sa isang date lang, nag-attempt po ba kayo na tukuyin itong mga to?
Mr. Chair, at that time, hindi po na-raise naman po na red flag siya sa amin. But then, yun nga po, as you have stated kanina, based on inputs din po sa mga hearings, part po ng magiging review namin is itong sa safe house rentals. And may be subject to supplemental NS or ND po.
Yes, kasi dito kasi parang hindi ka panipaniwala din eh. May impossibility
Yes,
na may
Mr.
ganyang
Chair.
rerentahan ka ng house with those amenities, kung talagang may mga special amenities yan, yung informant i-house mo sa ganyang kagarbo.
At that time po kasi ang idea po yata ng auditors is yung safety ng mga iha-house sa safe house, yung immediate na yung matatransfer po sila in case ma-compromise po sila. So at the time po, ganun po yung mga idea. But yun nga po sabi namin na we will look further po.
Well, malinaw yung sa JC, di ba? Rental of safe houses. Wala pong nakalagay doon nung pagsisafety nung kanilang rental.
Yes.
So specific naman nung nakalagay sa JC. Kaya inaano natin dito with all the amenities, yung physical na bahay yan or rent. So masyadong malaki, no?
Yes,
So kailangan natin. Mr. Chair, etong mga nakalagay na mga pirma, mga pangalan na ito, pwede po natin, may I move that we could check this with the PSA kung existence ba ito. Kasi baka ito katulad din ni Piatos, at iba pa, Mary Grace Piatos, at iba pa. So pwede ba natin, Mr. Chair, na maisama rin ito doon sa pag-check natin on a motion?
There's already an
Okay.
existing motion and it was already ruled by the chair.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. No? At saka itong mga unreadable na ito. Paano kaya, Mr. Chair, itong mga unreadable na to? sa COA po, meron po dito kasing mga unreadable na mga pangalan na inaccept din ninyo as is.
Yes po.
So ano pong recourse nyo doon?
Pag-aaralan po namin, Mr. Chair, kung paano namin po mahigpitan po yung sa DEP's
So
sa
kukunin niyo yung pangalan?
documentary evidence of payments.
Kukunin niyo yung pangalan?
Possible po na pag hindi namin ma-verify talaga yung name is END na po namin sila.
Ano ibig sabihin?
Okay.
END.
I-part po
Okay.
na ng
Thank
notice
you.
of disallowance.
Okay, thank you. At saka ito din kung existing itong mga pangalan na ito.
Opo.
Okay, so 16 million din yan. Okay, next. Kumusta po si Attorney Lopez? Kasi tayo kayo ng tayo. Understandable naman kung meron kayong dito, no?
Scoliosis, Your Honor.
At sa loob ng 9 na oras, very cool din kayo sa
Thank you.
pagsagot.
Thank you.
Okay, so tayo po, ginagawa lang natin yung trabaho natin. So naintindihan po natin yun, di ba, Attorney?
Yes, ma'am. We
Okay.
understand.
Dito sa letter, alam niyo parehas talaga kami ng line of thought ni General Acop Representative Acop, yung mga tanong niya, natatanong niya na dito sa letter na ito. Except for doon sa binanggit yung pangalan ko. Okay, so ito doon sa fourth, in-emphasize pa, Madam Chair, Mr. Chair, for the sake of exposure. Ang tanong ko lang kay Attorney Lopez, Mr. Chair, napapanood niyo po ba ako or nasusubaybayan niyo po ba yung mga nire-raise ng representasyong ito sa mga budget hearing?
Hindi po lahat, pero may mga instances.
Yes.
Your Honor, Mr. Chair.
So nasusubaybayan niyo po ba yung posisyon ng Makabayan Black sa confidential funds?
Yes, Your Honor.
Ano po yun, kung alam niyo?
That certain agencies should only be given, should only be allotted confidential funds. Not all agencies. Am
No.
I right? I'm sorry.
Medyo kulang. So, ang position po ng Makabayan dyan, pati ng kinatawang ito, ay i-abolish talaga ang confidential funds. Dahil, eto na nga, This is it. Nakikita na natin kung paano nagagamit, o paano siya nami-misuse. Based naman dito sa mga nakikita na natin. Okay, so sinasabi ni Attorney Lopez, Mr. Chair, for the sake of exposure. So ano po yung ibig sabihin bakit parang in-emphasize nyo pa na ako ay ni-raise ko itong confidential fund for the raise of exposure. Anong tingin nyo mapapala ko na i-raise ko to for the sake of exposure?
Respectfully, Your Honor, Mr. Chair, may I be recognized?
You're recognized, Attorney Lopez.
Thank you, Sir Chua. Ma'am, as mentioned earlier, the letter that we have submitted is a mere request to the Commission on Audit.
Yeah.
It is a simple statement of our position, given that there is a ongoing audit investigation on the confidential funds.
No, you are not responsive, Mr. Chair,
Okay.
doon sa tanong ko. So anong mapapala ko lang doon sa sinasabi nyo at in-emphasize nyo pa for the sake of exposure. The only purpose mentioned is to expose to the public the use of confidential funds. So the only purpose ay expose ko lang yan. Tingin mo wala akong dahilan bakit natin i-raise itong confidential funds?
Hindi naman po, Your Honor. Ito lang po yung position namin as an office. Hindi naman namin sinasabi na wala po kayong purpose. Except,
To expose it.
no, in this case kasi, Your Honor, the premise is that hindi pa po final yung findings ng audit investigation. So, we feel that it was not the right time to release it because it was inconclusive. It was not final.
Okay.
Yun naman po. But it is not to say, Your Honor, that you have no purpose
Yes.
Really, at the
Oo.
end of the day, meron po kayong position. I understand that as member of the Makabayan, sorry, Your Honor. Makabayan Block.
Yes. As member of the Makabayan, mula pa nung panahon ni former representative sa Turo Ocampo, against na kami sa mga confidential funds, sa mga iba't ibang funds na walang control, no, yung ating taong bayan. Kaya yung pag-expose natin ng confidential funds, hindi lang yan sa panahon namin. At nakita naman natin yung mga experience niyan. Instead, di ba, kung meron tayong confidential funds, ibigay yan doon sa mas tangible na mga projects, mapapakinabangan ng taong bayan, di ba? So, yun po yung ano namin doon. At hindi yung dahil in-expose lang natin. Kasi meron din kasing statement si Vice President with due respect na ginamit itong confidential funds, no? At napag-usapan namin with the speaker. Walang ganon. For the record, Mr. Chair, no? Walang ganon na itong confidential funds, kaya daw in-expose ni France o kaya in-expose ng Makabayan dahil meron kaming kontsabahan ng speaker or leadership. Walang ganon, no? Nakita niyo naman, no? Bakit natin expose ito? Dahil may nakita tayong notice of disallowance at bukod pa dun sa purpose natin na syempre hindi dapat nagkakaroon ng confidential funds. So, yun po, no? Para on the record, malinaw lang yung posisyon ng Makabayan at ng kinatawang ito dito sa confidential funds at walang kinalaman si Speaker, with due respect, no, kung bakit namin ine-expose yung confidential funds. O baka naman isipin na naman ni Vice President na pinagtatanggol natin ng Speaker. Wala pong ganon, no? Dito sa Kongreso, magkakaiba man kami ng position dito sa Kongreso, we respect each other's political position, political belief, no? So, talagang gano'n na, kasi iba-iba talaga pinanggagalingan. Okay, so gusto ko lang malaman, di ba? Gusto ko lang din dinawin yung point na yon. Well, ako rin, Mr. Chair, nag-expose, ako rin yung nag-motion for subpoena duces tecum dito sa confidential na 125, kung natatandaan niyo po, no? At ang reason doon ay dahil meron tayong nakuhang ND, Notice of Disallowance. At tama naman, at tingin niyo ba, may karapatan ang mamamayan na malaman nila itong pinagkakagastusan ng confidential funds. Na sinabi ko naman doon sa, when we hear the budget of the COA that time.
Your Honor, the agency errs on the side of prudence because according to the JC Memorandum Circular, this is information that is only given to certain agencies. Yun lang naman ang position namin. We just want to be on the prudent side of releasing information.
Yes. Kaya nga, in aid of legislation, binuksan natin itong issue ng confidential funds. Wala pa ang VP, wala pa ang OVP, ay issue na natin itong confidential funds. Kaya gusto natin talagang mabago, no? Yung pagtingin dito sa confidential funds. Okay, Mr. Chair, nung tinanong natin during the budget hearing of the OVP, yung tungkol sa, ako yung first na nagtanong doon sa budget hearing ng budget ng OVP. Did you remember that, Mr. Chair? Nandun ka sa likod ni VP.
Opo,
Oo,
yes,
nandun
yes.
ka sa likod ni VP. At talaga namang hindi ako satisfied kasi wala naman siyang sinagot. 2 linya lang yung mga sinabi niya, di ba? So, hindi ako satisfied talaga. Okay, Mr. Chair. So, yun lang, no? Gusto ko lang linawin yung ano ba yung position namin sa confidential funds? Ano ba yung papel dito ni Speaker? No, walang papel whatsoever si Speaker doon sa pag-ano namin, pagbusisi namin sa confidential funds. Hindi lang naman OVP. Kung mapapakinggan nyo ako, ang Makabayan, hindi lang confidential funds ng OVP ang kinikriticize namin. Tama? Okay, so Mr. Chair, kanina pa kasi no, na tinatanong natin si Attorney Lopez na sinasabi niya parang wala siyang alam sa confidential funds. Not until na sinabi ng ating si DS Suarez, yung tungkol dun sa dalawang letter. Na ang ibig sabihin, meron siyang alam kahit papaano dito sa confidential funds. Pero kung di pa binrought out itong letter na to, na talagang kayo, yung nakapirma dito, ay talagang mukhang pangangatawanan ninyo, no, na wala talaga kayong alam. Tama ba yung impression ko?
Your Honor, wala po talaga akong alam as regards the disbursement, utilization.
Hindi. Hindi yun. Yung the whole, yung confidential funds. Kasi parang sinasabi mo kanina na labas ka doon sa confidential funds. Kasi from budgeting, kasi tinanong ko nung last meeting, si Mr. Tendo, Rabago, napag-usapan naman talaga ito, no, yung 125, na pagre-request, no, nung 125. So may alam ka doon.
Siguro ma'am, for the record, Mr. Chair, Your Honor, Mr. Chair.
Yes,
Oo.
please continue,
Ayun lang
Attorney
po yung
Lopez.
point of clarification. Ang point of clarification is that I am aware that in the budget of the OVP, meron po tayong confidential funds. Ang wala lang po akong direct or personal information is as regards the utilization, disbursement of
Well,
the set fund.
I respect your
Yun po
your
yung-
answer to that.
May clarification.
Pero
Oo.
you respect me also na hindi ako naniniwala.
I understand, Your Honor.
So naniniwala ka ba na yung confidential fund is a public fund? It is not private.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. So lahat po ng public fund, according to the law, ay ino-audit yan. At tinitignan kung saan ginamit at dapat alam din ng bayan, ng taong bayan, saan niya napunta.
Yes, Your
Tama.
Honor.
Oo. Kaya walang confidential na nga, kino-confidential pa natin, no, yung paggasta nito. At sinasabi natin, kaya gusto natin baguhin yun kung magtutuloy pa rin yung confidential fund, hindi lang dapat speaker, hindi lang dapat Senate President, hindi lang dapat agency ang nakakaalam nitong utilization ng confidential funds. At doon tayo nang gagaling, mabago yung mga But of course, ang position namin, i-abolish yan. Okay, Mr. Speaker, dahil dito sa sulat na to, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chair, sinasabi kasi dito sa sulat na ito na tama ba request lang sa COA na wag pagbigyan yung aming request for the subpoena?
It was really just a request directed to the Commission on Audit, Your Honor.
Pero Mr. Chair, on the second paragraph nung kanyang letter, yung letter po ni Attorney Lopez, nakalagay dito, no, we are of the position that the subject subpoena should not be complied with for the following reasons. Ayun, na-explain mo na yon. Ano po bang ibig sabihin ng should not? Are you commanding? Are you demanding the COA na wag sumunod doon sa subpoena duces tecum?
If Your Honor, Mr. Chair,
Please continue, Attorney Lopez.
yes, if you read the entirety of the letter, it is really a respectful request sa Commission on Audit. We are not demanding them or instructing them. It is really a respectful request if you read in the
Well,
entirety.
Yes, oo. Pero pag should kasi parang demanding na yon, commanding na yon para sa akin, no?
And
Okay?
yes, and
Okay.
may I
So,
also
kung-
add,
Yes, kung hindi ito demanding, commanding, parang siga-siga ba yung Office of the Vice President na utusan yung OVP, utusan
COA.
ang COA na hindi kami sundin ang Congress or House of Representatives?
Your Honor, Mr. Chair, hindi po siga-siga ang OVP. It is really just a respectful request, Your Honor, for them to consider our position. Like all position papers filed, ito po yung we feel that these are the issues that we needed to raise. So,
Okay.
which we addressed to the Commission on Audit.
Okay. So kanina, Mr. Chair, no, binanggit na ating mga colleagues yung mga dahilan, no, kung bakit mali ang paniniwala ng Office of the Vice President, kung bakit we are holding a hearing in aid of legislation dahil sabi nila wala pa daw batas o wala pa daw panukalang batas. So kaya nga tayo nag-hear ng, 'di ba? Malinaw naman na 'yan. Pero dito sa letter na ito, Mr. Chair, may plano talaga ang Office of the Vice President na mag-interfere doon sa ating conduct ng ating proceedings. Dahil dito, Mr. Chair, at I'm sorry, Attorney Lopez, no, dahil ikaw yung nakapirma dito, and according to our rule, one of the reasons on the undue is the undue interference in the conduct of proceedings. So may I move, Mr. Chairs, na nag-violate si Attorney Lopez dito sa ating proceedings or doon sa ating trabaho due to this Section 11, letter F, undue interference in the conduct of proceedings. May I move to cite Attorney Lopez in contempt, Mr. Chair? I move.
Your Honor, Mr. Chair, before you make the ruling,
Any second?
if I may be allowed,
Any second to the motion?
uh,
Duly seconded? Is there any objection?
Your
Hearing none, the
Honor.
motion is carried.
respectfully, it was not the intention of the Office of the Vice President to,
Attorney, you wait for me to acknowledge you.
okay, I'm sorry.
For that,
Apologize, Your Honor.
I move for 1 minute suspension. Session resumes. Yes, Attorney
Your Honor, Mr.
Lopez.
Chair, I would like to seek reconsideration, Your Honor, of that recent resolution to cite me in contempt, Your Honor. For the record, it was just respectful request to the Commission on Audit. There was no intention, Your Honor, to demand from them or to order them or to commandeer them into something that they did not want to do. It was really something that we requested of the Commission on Audit, and at the end of the day, it is still the Commission on Audit who will decide best, Your Honor. And on another matter, this is a personal note for the Congressman Franz. Ma'am, I truly apologize if there was something in that letter that slighted you on a personal note. It was not my intention, Your Honor. I deeply apologize, and I wish and I hope you would consider my apology. This is my personal apology, ma'am. And I would like to request to the members of the Honorable Committee to lift that contempt order or to reconsider and grant my request, Your Honor, not to cite me in contempt. Maraming salamat, Your Honor, Mr. Chair.
What is the pleasure of Congresswoman Franz Castro?
Well, Mr. Chair, on a personal, no, the apology is accepted. However, in the totality of the discussion from 10 o'clock up to now, nakita natin, Mr. Chair, no, very evasive, yung mga sagot ni Attorney Lopez. Tsaka nakita talaga natin na itong letter na to, hindi lang itong letter na to, Mr. Chair, yung totality talaga ng mga discussions pa kanina. Yun yung dahilan bakit natin siya gustong nag-move tayo na to cite in contempt. Kaya, Mr. Chair, I stand by my motion, Mr. Chair.
Okay, since we have already cited Attorney Lopez in contempt, the question now is the period. So what is the pleasure of the body? May we know from Congresswoman Franz Castro?
Since maximum naman, Mr. Chair, no, na penalty natin dito is 10 days, considering the health no nung ating resource person. Nakita naman natin siya kanina, no. And naging matyaga naman siya din sa pagsagot sa atin. So we will have the next meeting on November 25, Mr. Chair. So I move na until November 25.
Which is on Monday.
Yeah.
Okay. Is there any second to the motion?
Second.
Duly seconded. Is there any objection? Hearing none, the motion is carried. May we request the Sergeant at Arms to arrange a room dito lang po sa vicinity ng House of Representative. Yes. So, with that,
Chairman.
Yes, the Chair would like to recognize Congressman Paduano.
Chairman, ganito lang po. Of course, si Attorney Lopez has asked for the lifting of that contempt order by this committee. Attorney, while this committee has decided to stand by what the majority of these members, the members of the committee, to cite you in contempt, still you have your right to appeal, no? Kahit bukas po. That's the right of every resource person or witnesses being cited in contempt. And second, I'd just like to clear that the maximum of 10 days, because the violation is of Section 11, Paragraph F, which is undue interference, and under Section 12, maximum penalty for that is only 10 days. No, so E and F lang naman yung 10 days. But of course, malinaw po na yung ruling will be automatically lifted on Monday, no? Upon resumption of the hearing. Now, Mr. Chair, ito lang po, anyway, yung rights ni Attorney Lopez, malinaw naman po sa kanya. Attorney, kasi ganito yung sitwasyon. Attorney Sanchez, this will be also Lopez and Sanchez, because you're the most highest, both of you are the most highest official representing OVP. Kasi ganito po, since the travel order of those persons no cited in contempt, particularly the Fajarda spouses, Ms. Acosta and Ortonio, since the travel authority order will end on Friday, tama, 18 to 22 kasi, will end on Friday, and the next 2 days, weekend. But on a regular situation, on a regular practices, no, in office, Monday, they should report, diba? And I hope you can bring them, no, on Monday. On Monday. Tapos yung question of their plea to lift the contempt order, pag-usapan na lang dito by Monday rin. For as long as nandito sila. Kasi para matapos na to, this might be the last hearing kung nandito sila by Monday. Baka kaya na nating tapusin. No, ang malaga kasi dito yung tatlo yung apat, no? Yung Barda couple and si Tenorio and Acosta. So can you guarantee us, Attorney Sanchez? Sanchez, kasi si Attorney Lopez is nandito sa House. Can you guarantee this committee that you can bring them on Monday?
Your Honor, Mr. Chair, I can only try to contact them and relay your message to them, Mr. Chair. But as to guarantee, Mr. Chair, I am not in a position to guarantee that, Mr. Chair, because for one, they do not report to me, and second, I was not the one who issued the travel orders, Mr. Chair.
No, whatever it is, but you're the most senior official representing the OVP in this hearing today. At sabi ko na nga, kung wala tayong tinatago, bakit hindi sila pumunta dito? Di ba by Monday? Di ba ganun lang yun? At least, pag-usapan na rin yung contempt order sa kanila. For as long as they will answer all the queries raised by the members of this committee, tapusin na natin to. Monday. Yun lang po sana. Para matapos na tong investigation na to. Ako kasi personally, naiwan na lang sa akin yung BTR na lang policy question po, tsaka yung sa COA. Well, in fact, I have already manifested that just this evening with regards to BTR, the public banding law, tsaka yung MC 97-002. So, attorney, please. Kasi magre-report din yan, supposedly, kasi nasa central office sila, dapat magre-report sila, di ba?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Once I report to the office, Mr. Chair, I will inform them, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Congresswoman Luistro.
Mr. Chair, earlier Attorney Lopez made mention about the 4 DepEd officials who were separated from the agency. I wish to shed light on the circumstances surrounding their separation. And with that, Mr. Chair, I respectfully move that we issue invitation only to Ablan, Arnuco, Attorney Bradit, and if we can include as well, again, Yusek Mercado. So move, Mr. Chair.
Is there any second to the motion? Duly seconded. Is there any objection? Hearing none, the motion is carried.
Mr. Chair,
Honorable Raul Manuel.
Mr. Chair, in preparation din po para sa susunod nating hearing dahil bahagi din naman ng objective ng ating mga investigation ay yung pag-assert ng power of the purse natin sa Congress at paano din natin makikita yung patterns ng posibleng paggamit at pag-abuso sa confidential funds. Given, Mr. Chair, na si Ms. Gina Acosta, bago pa man siya maging bahagi ng OVP, galing din po siyang Davao City LGU kung saan ay nakita din yung trend as cited earlier today by our colleague, Rep. Luistro, yung surge ng confidential funds sa Davao City na yun din yung practice na dinala sa Office of the Vice President. So, Mr. Chair, in line with that, I would like to move that we issue a subpoena duces tecum sa mga documents in connection sa confidential funds sa Davao City from 2016 to 2022, Mr. Chair. So moved.
Second.
Hello. Is there any second to the motion? Duly seconded. Is there any objection? Hearing none, the motion is carried.
Is there any matters?
Pati microphone, pagod na po. Are there any other matters that the members would like to discuss before I suspend the...
Mr. Chairman, can I ask for a few minutes? Ano lang po, mga 1 or 2 minutes ng suspension?
Yes, before I suspend may sasabihin ka, DS? Okay. 1 minute suspension is declared by the chair.
Pagod na.
You can always know about the problem.
Session resumes.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, just a very quick manifestation lang.
Yes,
to the proceedings.
DS J. Suarez recognized.
Of course, I would like to thank the presence of our resource persons, but I would just like to stress the point that was amplified earlier by Congressman Franz Castro. No, the basis really is the totality of acts, including all the letters, questioning the jurisdiction, failure to attend our numerous hearings in the past, was because of the basis for the penalty that was issued upon her. Although, on this note, I just really want to stress na tama po yung sinabi ni Congressman Paduano na we'd like to have an ending to these hearings already because I'm sure, Ma'am Camora, Ma'am, may iba ka namang gustong gawin, di ba? Kaysa sa mag-attend ng committee hearing, marami ka rin trabaho sa opisina.
Mr. Chair, yung NS po ng 2023, hindi ko pa nare-review.
Oh, that's precisely my point. There's so much work that has to be done, and yet we're consuming public taxpayers' money by conducting hearings that can actually be already completed and done for as long as the 4 other individuals present themselves in this committee. So I implore the Office of the Vice President to comply with the contempt order. Have them come in, let's finish this and explain, and then we're done, and we can go on with our other duties to the country and to the different agencies and offices that we hold. So that's my manifestation, Mr. Chair. Maraming salamat.
Thank you. Meron pa po ba? Kung wala na po, do I hear a motion? There's a motion to suspend. Is there any second? Duly seconded. Is there any objection? Hearing none. The motion is carried. I move to suspend the hearing until Monday, November 25.